Wait. 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 Wait.
Wait for HasanAbi.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a Tuesday. That's right. It's Tuesday, Free Palestine. And it's Newsday Tuesday, as a matter of fact. And that means we're going to have some fun today, just like every other day. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It is Tuesday, March 18th, 2025. And it's 11:22 a.m. I'm actually right on time. Nothing to apologize for because it is what it is. I'm right on time. I'm maybe 5 to 10 minutes late, but that's because I had a really good reason for it. And I'll tell you all about it, considering that this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And that's right. Personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast last night. I was very tired. And hung out with my mom a little bit. She's just been watching the Architect movie, The Brutalist. She's been watching The Brutalist. I'm not watching The Brutalist. And she's also making these like sick cottage cheese and egg muffins, basically. And they're actually supposed to be super high protein and low calories in general. High protein, low calories in general, like healthy. But she's been putting the cheese that Will gave us, the cheese called Europa, from a Connecticut farm that won, once again this year, the #1 cheese at the U.S. Cheese Olympics, right? And she's been putting that in the sandwiches, or not sandwiches, but the muffins, and it's incredible. Thank you, Bomb Left, for the blast off meme. I don't know what the recipe is, and I can't tell you what the recipe is because I don't know what the recipe is. But in any case, I just ate that, down that. It was awesome. And that's pretty much it. I was just playing Kingdom Come. It's the mission between Act 1 and Act 2 is where I'm at. It was wonderful. There was Ottoman shouts out to the cannons. I don't know if the cannons were actually used pre-1453 in Europe, because I might be wrong on my history, but I'm fairly certain that the Mehmed the Conqueror actually used cannons in 1453 in the siege of Constantinople. And in the process of that siege, cannons became more frequent, and it was basically an introduction of cannons in warfare during sieges. But of course, the game Kingdom Come Deliverance actually predates the siege of Constantinople by 50 years. I think it's like around 50 years. And yet there's actually a cannon in it. I still liked it. I enjoy it very much. I enjoy the game very much. And I enjoy, I guess, like the historical, the little bit of side of history that I enjoy with the game. Anyway, so why no Assassin's DEI Shadows Early Access? I do have it. I have it. I will also be doing a hashtag ad for Assassin's Creed. They literally sent me the collector's edition. It's right behind me. But I thought that they would want me to do it later in this week, but I could play it today if I wanted to. Stop trying to make Ottoman Empire talk happen. It is happening. So Ottoman Empire talk is happening. It's my real Ottoman Empire. I always think about the Ottoman Empire and not the Roman Empire. Anyway, but other than that, mic clipping a bit still before the limiter filters. Sorry for the spam. It gets tough on the ears. Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with it. But where was I? I know Speed is going to China. I know. KCD2 is a little liberal with the cannon, but not outrageous. The first land-based mobile weapon usually credited to Jan Žižka, who deployed his oxen-hauled cannon during the Hussite Wars of Bohemia, 1418 to 1424. However, the cannons were still large and cumbersome. Oh, okay, so it is Jan Žižka who deployed the first cannon in the Hussite Wars of Bohemia in 1418. However, this game makes it seem as though cannons were actually used 7 years prior to that, or even 10 years prior to that, right? Maybe? If it's 1418, I think it's like, what, 148? Not totally confirmed from my understanding because records are spotty. I have been taught that the Ottomans basically modernized siege warfare and the utilization of cannons. The utilization of cannons that actually were adopted by other European, at the time, like European kingdoms and whatnot, that played a formative role in the centralization of monarchies, as a matter of fact, was done in the aftermath of the siege of Constantinople. Quite literally a canon event, yes. Turks teach that Turks are on top, shocker. No, this isn't just from like Turkish historians chatter. This is just historians in general. What? I think it was a paradigm shift when the Ottomans did it. Yeah, because like they attribute that to the end of like the feudal era, because in the past, under feudal lordships, you had these like different bands that could get together and basically overtake kingdoms, even if they chose to do so, depending on how much support they could draw from one another. And there wasn't a lot of centralization. Part of that was because siege warfare was quite difficult, virtually impossible. And the cannons actually destroyed that notion, because now you could blow up walls. It wasn't just like, you know, axing the wooden gates or trying to draw up ladders on the side of these fortresses, but it quite literally was being able to blow holes through these massive walls like that allowed kingdoms, like people with a lot of money, basically monarchs, people with a lot of money, to be able to dominate fortresses leading them to dominate fortresses, leading them to basically, pay fealty and never step out of line. Hasan, no. What? Why? It's also important to note that gunpowder weapons were used in China in the 1200s. Oh yeah, of course. Obviously, gunpowder in general and explosives and gunpowder being utilized in warfare with weapons was Chinese. I'm saying that the Ottomans took that by trade from all the way from China and brought it and popularized it in Europe. Cannons specifically being utilized in war. In any case, that's neither here nor there. I've been avoiding the news for mental health, but here to say hi to my friend, as per the New Yorker article. Yeah, hell yeah. I hope you guys like that New Yorker article. So, what else was I going to say? Oh, this morning I woke up early and drove all the way down to Venice so that I could do a podcast with Alana Lansy Bear on Instagram. Alana Hadid is one of the Hadid sisters. She is one of the co-owners of Watermelon Pictures. They do a lot of pro-Palestinian movie releases, things of that nature. She's wonderful. She's brilliant. And I went on her podcast. That's going to be out soon, but that's what I was filming. So this morning I couldn't go and do my regular grass touching. I'm a little upset about that, but it is what it is. Western civilization is nothing without China printing and gunpowder. There is no segmenting of civilization. Every country and every culture has played a role in continuing the trajectory of mankind. I think it's very stupid to act like it's just the Chinese or just Western civilization or just this or that. This is how we thrive. History is built on the bricks of collective action. And yet, in our current modern capitalist framework, we assume that it's actually greed that is inherent to the nature of man. It's actually greed that has helped us advance, when it is quite literally collaboration, trade, working with one another that has allowed mankind to thrive and maybe even become this domineering parasitic force on the planet. But yeah. China on top for sure. I will agree to that. Absolutely. So, history professor answers dictator questions. Tech support wired. This is such a funny and perhaps timely video. We'll watch that. But also dictator questions. We got Mao over here. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. She's gonna be like, Lenin was a dictator, and I'm gonna lose it. Okay. Oh, here's a playlist. Themasius, thank you for the playlist. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got for personal news. Not really much else going on in my world, at least. In the world of HasanAbi March. Let's get blasted. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it popping. Okay? Israel violates ceasefire and kills 400 as it continues its genocide. Trump Putin talks ? The reporting is around 400 during Ramadan. Yes. 400 overnight. They just basically opened up the genocide button again. It's crazy. It's pretty wild stuff. Anyway, I'll talk about that in a second. Hold on. Israel violates ceasefire, kills 400 as it continues the genocide. Term Putin talks. Deportations. Court battle creates constitutional constitutional crisis where due process might be eliminated. Reichberger is upon us. Burger Reich is here. Get in now. Okay, let's get it going. Let's blast off and let's do it. The astronauts are coming back today. Nice. And put we need God. God will not save us. No one will come to save us. The only people who can save us is ourselves. That is the unfortunate reality, okay? If there ever was a God, he has left mankind behind a long, long time ago. FY, the director and lead writer of Kingdom Come Deliverance is a Gamergate supporter. Yeah, I don't care. It's a really good game. I really like it. So it is pretty funny that he made such a banger ass game, and then because he put like one black person in the game and because he put one gay romance option in the game, everyone of his fans that he had accumulated over the years of being a Gamergate supporter, that's you know, they're all mad at him now. Hold on, I'm getting confirmation. I'm getting confirmation right now from my management to see if I can play Assassin's Creed today or not. Okay. Okay. All right, let's blast off. Like I said. Here it is. And Megaphonics, I don't care about the beef that you and Lolo have about season 2 of Severance. And no, I haven't watched Severance yet. I'm gonna restart it from the start. I haven't watched like the last couple of episodes of season 1, and I didn't even realize. Okay, I will watch Severance eventually. I will get to it. Don't worry. Libophonics, goddamn, Severance phonics, hooked on phonics, Mister. I went viral on TikTok, on Severance TikTok. So now all I talk about is Severance. Man, the director of Warhorse Studios is fast. She openly collaborates with Russia and have companies to spread propaganda. KCD. Wait, what? He collaborates with Russia? What does that even mean? The game is awesome. That's all I'm saying. I don't care about who made it. I don't care about the I don't care about like the person who made the product. I care about the product. Okay? And it's so funny that like people still hold on to this. No, your consumption of whichever form of art is actually dictates your morality or whatever. It's like kind of funny because like nobody believes this, nobody cares about this, nobody operates like this, and yet there are still liberals who are like, nah, I'm gonna keep that going, I'm gonna keep that shit alive, baby. I will never let that die. This is my political activism. The BDS rules don't matter then, right? Yes, dude. The comparison to a targeted, directed boycott created by a group of people that put a lot of thought and effort into an incredibly specific, incredibly centralized boycott movement against an apartheid state that is conducting a genocide is not the same as like, I don't like this video game creator. Okay? That if you can't comprehend the difference between these two things, okay? I don't know what to tell you. You've been in here for 16 months. You need to stop doing this, okay? Being like, oh, dude, excuse me. I've decided personally, I've decided personally that like the Wukong creators said some misogynistic things, so I'm doing a boycott. It's not the fucking same as like boycott, divestments, and sanctions on the state of Israel for the crime of doing a genocide, okay? Like, think about it this way. On the BDS list, you have Caterpillar. Why is Caterpillar on the BDS list? Because Caterpillar has Cat 9, which is specifically created for the IDF to bulldoze over Palestinian houses, to bulldoze over people who protest against Palestinian houses being bulldozed over, like Rachel Corrie. Please stop trivializing real political activism with like your own personal distaste for a video game developer or whatever. Okay, if it's your own personal choice, go on, king. But know that like running around as though you are the most moral, most woke person of all time because of your own personal distaste for the actions of a creator or whatever, you're so off right now. No, I'm not. There is a very obvious vision that I try to channel and try to describe at any given point. Okay? You don't have any other capacity to understand the world other than the liberal framework that you work with. The liberal framework that you work with dictates that the only thing you care about is the content that other people are consuming, and how they're consuming that content doesn't even matter. It's just that this is problematic. We're done. Okay? This is problematic. I don't want anybody to touch it. They're problematic if they consume it too. This kind of slacktivism isn't real slacktivism at all. It's not real activism at all. It's barely slacktivism. You're just being fucking annoying. You have substituted real tangible results that people try to bring about, real change that people try to bring about through actual initiatives. BDS is organized and bigger while this one video game is small. No, there is no organized boycott against this video game. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? You just made it up in your mind. Like you've just decided that you have an issue with it. This is what I mean. This is just like the most... People unironically think that just being fucking annoying is activism. It's not activism. You're just being fucking annoying. That's it. Don't try to like, and don't try to personally bring this down to like or don't try to bring up your own personal distaste. Autistic chatters can't conceptualize the difference between a boycott and dislike of something. Exactly. It's so weird. This is why I always get mad at people who turn around and fucking say stuff like, oh, we're doing a general strike tomorrow. Do you have any idea how that works? No, of course you don't. Because if you did, you wouldn't just go, I found a general strike on the work free subreddit. Like, that's not how you do a general strike. You can't do a general strike like that. It's a massive, massive movement. Hasan realizing he hates his own cult. Every day there's a new absolute moron that is this like right-winger guy who has imagined that I don't have these sorts of conversations every single day in here with the hopes of steering people on the left into a direction that isn't fucking annoying, but rather productive. But because they can't comprehend that I'm having this conversation that I've had a million times over, he goes, huh, you built this cult and now you hate them. No, you fucking baboon. This is what I talk about on a daily fucking basis. You just have never encountered it. And the only thing you know of me is through clips of other people making you believe that I believe certain things. And you believe that so much that you can literally be in the chat where I am actively engaging in course correction. And then you go, ha, finally. He hates his cult. If I'm having this conversation right now, don't you think that I've had this conversation a million times over? If I'm having this conversation right now for the first time ever, what do you think is more productive? For me to have this conversation, or for you to think that you have decided that you won something here, like an argument in your mind, that you imagine that I'm just like this and my community is just like this? Crash out on using autistic as a pejorative. I don't think like that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yo, fuckface, I'm a 5-year sub. Why are you using autistic as a pejorative? First of all, I'm a 5-year sub. I don't care how many years you've been in here. You've been in here for 5 fucking years. What are you talking about? Crash out? What is happening today? I started off 33 minutes in and we got a bunch of fucking morons in the chat. Why you being an idiot then, bro? I'm not. I think you're the fucking idiot right now. Okay? First of all, it's my word too. Okay? I can use it if I want to. That's number one. Number two, this is the most autistic community of all time. Yourself included, clearly. What the fuck is your problem? Nah, fam. Many people agree with me. Okay, good. Go hang out with them then. You're crashing out. Let's look at the background of this chatter. 317. Change your Roblox ID, trust me. You're crashing out, sir. I think this is another case of like a long-term community subscriber that's just like trying to get a clip out here because they've decided that they're bored with the current way that the conversation is happening. Sean Raid, new guy DLC. How the fuck do people change? Like, what happens? Try and find something, bro. KK, I will, bro. Enjoy. Yeah, you're being fucking annoying. Like, this is a shocking display, like a shocking switch up. After being in here for 44 months, being like, this is the day I've decided that you're using autism as a pejorative and not descriptive about both yourself and also members of this community. That's what I'm surprised by. I'm trying to understand like what happened in your own personal evolution. You're not only a supporter of mine, but you also support fucking Sean the Black as well. So how did this happen? You offended me. We face ableism every day. Oh, I offended you because I use autism as a terminology in my lexicon. Okay, let me ask you something. Do you think this is a solid way to approach activism in your mind? This is why we do, okay, chatter, you're woke of the day. You know? This is precisely what I'm talking about. This is something that I yell about quite frequently. This back and forth that we have in this community is what differentiates the medium itself than in comparison to every other way of both organizing or even consuming the news, right? But in that process, there are a lot of people who come in here and masquerade as though they have valid concerns, okay? Without recognizing that sometimes there's going to be things that offend you, whether things that offend you because we're having a conversation about issues that maybe you haven't put a lot of thought or effort into, or things that offend you in terms of language that I'm using personally, okay? Bro, I run a mutual aid network in my city. I got it, dude. I got it. I understand. You're not listening to what I'm saying, though, okay? I don't care what your background is. I don't care what you've done in the real world. You're still being fucking annoying in this situation by tone policing as I'm actively talking about how the left should stop doing this in an effort to ensure that they can engage in an effort to engage in solidarity of any sort. This is it. This is being annoying as a substitution for thinking that you're doing activism. And it's funny that I was just talking about that. Now you're being annoying and your chat is dogpiling rather than reflecting. Why don't you reflect, chatter? Why don't you reflect? You are surrounded by autistic people in this community and they're all making fun of you for being fucking annoying. Why do you think that's the case? Is it because they have this cult-like admiration for me? Or is it because this kind of behavior is technically a narcissistic tendency masquerading as activism that is a blight on every fucking left-leaning, left-adjacent activist group of people just being like, I have my own personal issue. I think that that personal issue is now going to be leading the discussion. That is not the case. That's your perception. I'm receiving whispers from people who agree with me right now. Chatter, if you thought that receiving personal whispers from other people that see your username when I pull you out here is reflective of the broader community's attitude, then you would think that this community is filled to the brim with neo-Nazis, especially considering that one of the most frequent whispers that people get in this community when they get pulled up is random schizophrenic neo-Nazis who actually fucking wait for the opportunity to go whisper people. Yes, I'm sure some people agree with you. I didn't say that there is no one in here. I'm just saying that the overwhelming majority of this community. Okay, bro, let's leave it now. Dude, I need you to not do this in your real world activism either. Okay? Please don't fucking do this. Please move on from teaching this guy social skills. No, it's very important. If this guy actually does like mutual aid, runs a mutual aid network in his own fucking community, he is a community organizer that also behaves this way in the real world. That's not good. It's not a good and accurate reflection of left activism in general. This kind of shit is genuinely fucking annoying. What the fuck does Hasan even do? Nothing. I just go online and shoot the shit. That's all I do. I mean, KCD is great work, but you're running the same defense r/Kanye run on a new release of his Nazi shit. Who cares? This shit's fire, but fuck him. I didn't realize that the fucking Kingdom Come Deliverance guy was an out and about neo-Nazi, and he put swastikas prominently all over his new product. I didn't realize that this was an adequate comparison. Things have context, things have nuance. Obviously, if that was the case, if he was doing all of that shit, I wouldn't be having the same exact conversation right now. I don't know why. Yeah, we call it discriminatory behavior. No, you're not. You're not doing that. You think you're doing that. You think you're doing activism. You're not actually doing that. There is a level of permissibility in terms of the way people approach things. I make jokes about trans people here all the time as well. This is a heavily trans and queer focused community. From the outside, people with no charitability whatsoever can look in and say, wow, this guy's fucking saying a bunch of shit about trans people. What the hell is this? Right? And assume that this is an anti-trans community. They would be wrong. If someone came in here, just like you did, and said, Hasan, the way you talk about trans subjects is actually quite problematic. Most trans people in this chat would start dunking on that person and make fun of them. What you're doing is exactly the same. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to change your mind anyway, but basically the reason why I do this, the reason why I sometimes will take a step back and try to explain to people like, don't do this kind of stuff, is because it's not only unproductive, it also makes you think like you're engaging in activism when you're not actually engaging in activism. You just like have a personal distaste and have decided that that personal distaste is actually at the forefront of your anger and resentment. You know? Like, I don't think he's trying to be an activist right now. He's just being vocal about a creator he respects offending him. Yeah. Ironically enough, I had this conversation with the New Yorker magazine in the New Yorker magazine piece as well. Of course, there's going to be different boundaries for other people, right? There's going to be different boundaries for other people. This is mine. Like, I use terms like psychotic, or sometimes even say schizo, or sometimes talk about autism in general, whether it be my own personal experiences or whether it be, talking about how sometimes neurodivergent people don't have the best approach to understanding nuance, myself included. Now, having said that, if you consider that to be a boundary that you can't, see past, you're missing the forest for the trees. I still love you a lot, and I think you're a very talented propagandist. Okay, then if you think I'm a very talented propagandist, then understand that there are going to be instances where I say things that you might not immediately understand or even consider to be genuinely harmful, okay? In short, chatter, you're coming in here policing an autistic man with heavily autistic language and are claiming to be advocate for autistic people and against ableism while actually not listening to us. That's what I mean. Like, this is a community virtually entirely comprised of neurodivergent people. Many of them are autistic. Okay, like obviously, if there was a level of ableism that was, truly repulsive, the community itself would play a big role in checking that. The reason why we're even having this conversation right now is because I genuinely started today. Okay, I genuinely started this conversation today by saying, hey, leftists, don't fucking be annoying. Being annoying is not a substitute for activism. A lot of people personally think being annoying is a substitute for activism, real activism. There are a lot of things that I say that in the rear view mirror, you look back at and you understand why I carry on in the way that I do. It might not be for you in the interim. It might not be for you in the immediate moment. Okay? You might not understand it, but obviously it's the dynamic is similar to like Latinx, right? There was a time and place when everybody was like, you got to say Latinx. You can't be woke unless you say Latinx. People need to know where you stand on this. And I was like, I'm not going to do that. Why am I not going to do that? That's technically accommodating, right? It is. You're being accommodating. You're being super accommodating. Why was I not doing that? Because I'm a fucking white dude. And if I were to run around saying Latinx, every Hispanic person that I've ever encountered, both in the real world or in this community, would look at me and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Okay? Because that's just not how most people approach language. It's not how it works. And it's the same principle behind like using pejoratives or using terminology as a substitute for like stupid or using terminology as a substitute for being crazy, right? Like, yes, these are all like pejoratives across the board are going to reflect behavior that most people look at and go, that's abnormal. You feel me? Like, in terms of the euphemism treadmill, the R word is an understandable boundary that I try not to cross. And the reason for why I try not to cross that boundary is because it is an understandable boundary that is a catch-all term that a lot of people are not just simply offended by it, but also it's one that immediately says like, I'm planting my flag, I'm saying this is my advocacy. I'm going to focus entirely on saying the R word. That is the hill I will die on. Like, I don't want to fucking die on that hill. It's stupid. Yeah, I mean, here, Matt Christman talked extensively on this stuff, obviously, specifically modern disability politics. This is always an atom bomb, by the way. Disability discourse brings out, I think, some of the least productive anti-solidarity conversations. But here, let's hear what he had to say.
Disability politics, Matt.
And before you say anything, Matt Christman, pre-stroke, was also still very disabled, which he will also say in a second. Like, disability doesn't always mean visible disabilities, but Matt, you could,
What do you think about modern disability politics, Matt? Wow, I'll end on that one. I won't say too much. I don't want to. I mean, anyone who listens to this understands. I'm not going to get canceled. I just don't want to insult people. But I do think that a lot of disability politics is people desperately seeking a subaltern status. And I say that as somebody who is, I'm sorry, way more disabled then many of the people who I see make it the fulcrum of their political identity. And like they pitch it as like, well, I have to be the defender, because of how of the trauma that my life has been trying to be disabled in this country. It's like, not really. And you can't argue that you're part of a community because due to the incredible variety of what it counts to be disabled, I mean, my God, by certain definitions, you could say everybody is fucking disabled in one way or another, that there is no community to speak for. I sure as shit don't feel like I'm part of some community. And yeah, it's like it does feel like it's an online phenomenon more than any expression of the real experience of people. Like, yeah, obviously, you know, uh, capitalism is at war with anybody who is not able to fit as a cog within it. That's true. Yes, read Caliban the Witch and all that. But as with most things, the way to fight that is to fight capitalism and trying to play gotcha with people for being.
It's far too diverse and broad to be a community. Yeah, but it doesn't matter because like you're still a part of this community, whether you're disabled or not. Ironically enough, neurodivergence is a prominent fixture in this community, as we have done censuses on this year over year, and it's reflective of both the way that chat operates, which also obviously reflects upon the streamer and the way the streamer me operates. But having said that, the way I operate is not that complicated. It's like I'm not going to cast aside coming across, like I'm not going to cast aside like making jokes sometimes at the expense of entire subgroups that might come across as minimizing or whatever. But like the reality of the matter is like you should be able to do that, especially if like everybody understands that this is not a community that's going to cast aside disabled people or not advocate for their rights. You know what I mean?
Discriminating against your disability of whichever one you have it's a recipe for the opposite of that. It's really just a way for you to be the center of attention and for you to have a.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that Matt identified and something that I identified as well many years ago, which is that the left does have a tendency to use activist language, emancipatory language specifically, to make a narcissistic desire to be heard into a political movement. And you do it more and more often. And I think it's incredibly harmful to any kind of solidarity. And I think that it plays really well in these sorts of communities. It was literally a part of the fucking CIA handbook, dude. Like, when the FBI and CIA were doing COINTELPRO, they straight up created field manuals for disrupting leftist organizing. And in the fucking field manual, it straight up says, be an annoying fucking scold, okay? I'm paraphrasing, but it's straight the fuck up. Use process and be an annoying scold over and over again and rage bait to stop solidarity dead in its fucking tracks. So yeah, there is in historic left movements, there's a term for it. It's called wrecker behavior, right? That's what it is. And unfortunately, because all other expressions of radical politics have been completely fucking shut off from mainstream discourse, any kind of like Marxist politics, real labor militancy is completely stopped dead in its tracks in leftist discourse, and even on college campuses, as a matter of fact, especially because it goes against the well-established hierarchy of the ruling class dominating over the working class, that the only permissible radical politics comes from identity. This does not mean that we cast aside different identities. Okay, it's not like saying, be racist. That's the whole point. You got to be racist to be working class. That's not what I'm saying at all. Okay, you can never throw that away. You can never stop advocating for other people. That's the entire purpose of leftist movements in general. But because that's the only form of radical politics that is permissible in these progressive institutions, that's the only button that people hit. Okay? The only button that people hit is just being like, yeah, I don't like this. This is problematic. You're not featuring enough BIPOC voices in this conversation. You're not doing enough for disability activism. Especially when the conversation in and of itself was about solidarity, and the conversation in and of itself was about, don't fucking be annoying. Don't substitute being a woke scold for, for real political activism. Because a chatter brought up that the BDS movement is similar in a joking manner, by the way. That person literally didn't even mean what they were saying, because they very quickly followed up and was like, I'm just being annoying, my bad. Or something along those lines, when he tried to make a comparison to someone being like, Kingdom Come Deliverance is a fascist product or whatever the fuck, and acted like there was already a well-established like boycott movement against this product in and of itself, and then made a comparison to boycott, divestment, and sanctions on Israel, the BDS movement that was created by the Palestinians. This is a very carefully crafted, very directed, very directional boycott movement with like tangible results that they want out of this. In any case, here's what I wanted to show you, and this is obviously the simple sabotage field manual, and I believe it's on the 18th page, right? Yeah. Make mistakes in quantities of material when you're copying orders. Confuse similar names. Use wrong addresses. Multiply paperwork in plausible ways. Start duplicate files. It's just like using process. General interference with organizations and production. Insist on doing everything through channels. Never permit shortcuts to be taken in order to expedite decisions. Make speeches. Talk as frequently as possible and at great length. Illustrate your points by long anecdotes and accounts of personal experiences. Never hesitate to make a few appropriate patriotic comments. When possible, refer all matters to committees for further study and consideration. Attempt to make the committees as large as possible, never less than 5. Bring up irrelevant issues. Bring up irrelevant issues as frequently as possible. Haggle over precise wording of communications, minutes, resolutions. Refer back to matters decided upon at last meeting and attempt to reopen the discussion about the advisability of that decision. Like expanding on, and this will happen, for the record. Chat does this without a fucking CIA field manual. Chat does this on its own because we have this somewhat selfish tendency to refuse to analyze things, refuse to interpret things, and try to understand where someone is coming from, and then instead go, no, this is my plight, this is my cause, this is completely fucking unacceptable that you're doing this, and then we expand upon that, and then we further have a conversation. When initially the conversation itself started off by saying, don't do this, okay? Don't do this. It's annoying, and it is harmful to try to instill solidarity and try to bring people to your cause. And then in that fucking process, chat immediately started doing it, and then we doubled down on it, and now we're having a conversation about not doing this after the initial... After the conversation started off with, don't do this. This doesn't mean that there's no room for dissent, for the record. Of course there is. That's what makes this process more enjoyable in general. Having said that, bro, I'm very familiar with COINTELPRO. Providing training on inclusivity is not COINTELPRO. Lamau, we focus on action, not debates. I literally write everything in layman's terms and refrain from political language to attract as many people as possible. Yes, but you're coming into, once again, a heavily neurodivergent community, and policing language in a heavily neurodivergent community in a way that like the rest of the community doesn't entirely agree with you on and you're getting your fucking notes from a couple people that you say are whispering to you and going, no, my cause is just. You're not understanding the point that I'm making if you don't understand what I'm saying here. Ironically enough, $24 people, dude, and a gifted sub. Oh my God. There's 28,000 people here. 28,112 people here right now. People jokingly gift subs to the fucking dumbass hogs that I pull up on screen as well. Does that mean that they're actually, their cause is just, or they're making a fucking coherent point that must be heard? Is that what you think it is? The reason why we had this conversation that is entirely unproductive instead of covering the news for the past 45 minutes is because I don't shy away from demonstrating how these things derail. I don't think you're going to reflect on this. No, of course I'm not going to reflect on this. I have a well-established position on it. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. And I'm saying if it's not something that is to your liking, then, you know, you're just not going to enjoy my commentary, I guess, after enjoying it for 45 months. Especially because the energy that you brought to the table was that I was crashing out. And the reason why you said this was because I was telling another chatter to stop being fucking annoying and stop being a goddamn woke scold over utterly irrelevant, nonsensical bullshit, because that makes everyone here, that makes this community and that makes left movements look undesirable, as though they are unable to entertain normal things that other people enjoy. And because there is no way to have a nuanced conversation about this shit, people will then go, well, what about this valid thing that people would get mad about? Yeah, that would be valid. Like, someone compared fuck Kingdom Come Guy to Kanye West, okay? What do you mean? Stop being woke and soy, okay? Stop being woke and soy. That's what I'm going to start saying. The leftist position on this is to say you are behaving in a wrecker way. You're behaving like a wrecker, specifically to halt progress or to talk about things, like, because you want to stop people from having any sort of discussion, and you want the discussion to be revolved around your own personal project here. Entirely projection from the shadow. Why are you allowing this egotistical, autistic asshole to derail the stream? This is just narcissism. I don't think this needs to be addressed for this long. But then again, I'm not a content creator. I just think kids like this don't deserve any more attention. Then stop being such a bitch. No, I want to, because that person is a 45-month subscriber. What do you mean? Like, and they're saying that they're a community organizer. I just don't want him to, like, behave like this out in the real world. You know what I mean? That's it. Bro might not be autistic, Lamau. He could be LARPing. I don't think he's LARPing that good. You know? I don't think he's LARPing that fucking good. No, that person is most likely autistic, okay? The Can record behavior be utilized correctly against the right? Yeah, but you would have to infiltrate right-wing movements and behave like a hog for an extended period of time and try to get them to engage in sectarian infighting. One version of that that's happening right now, a version of that is already happening right now within the right is the anti-Semitic right versus the anti-Semitic right that doesn't want to openly say that they're anti-Semitic. That's it. The anti-Semitic right that likes Israel versus the anti-Semitic right that doesn't like Israel. And they're kind of quietly fighting in the background right now. That's the hot button sectarian infighting occurring in the right. I'm autistic and I understand the point you're saying. It hurts a bit. It doesn't get in the way of the larger picture. Why do all dumb people equate anti-Semitism to anti-Israel? Because all the quote-unquote smart people do that as well, actively, which is why it turns into a much larger issue. People respond to what they hear from both a neo-Nazi like Nick Fuentes and also a guy like Jake Tapper. You know, if the liberals in mainstream media are basically saying dual loyalty but wokely, and then the reactionaries and independent media are saying dual loyalty but not wokely, then the entire marketplace is captured by dual loyalty, both wokely and not wokely. Okay? The woke dual loyalty narrative is the idea that, like, if you criticize Israel, then you're fucking anti-Semitic because all Jews are Zionists, and that's like the well-established fact. The reactionary way to do that trope is to basically say all Jews love Israel, and that's all they care about, and that's why it's bad, because what Israel is doing is bad. Which one do you think is going to win out in that conversation? Which attitude is going to be more, like, which attitude is going to be more successful in penetrating collective consciousness? I think it's the second one, because most people at the end of the day see what Israel's doing and go, that's fucking horrifying. I don't like that at all. Even if I don't like Muslims, I still don't like what the fuck they're doing. Austin Show acts like he's woke scolded. He's been woke scolded one too many times by how he backtracks so much. It's hilarious and makes for great podcast material. Yeah, that's the beauty of the joke. Exactly. That's us making a joke about, like, that's the joke. Thank you. Exactly. You're literally just as toxic as your audience. You curate this audience with your behavior. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Using the term autistic as an insult is so fucked up. You're super toxic in that regard. You're one of the worst people when it comes to weaponizing mental health and medical conditions. Yes, dude. I am the worst person in terms of that. You are correct. Fuck it. I'm just the worst person in general. I'm the most racist person. I'm the most ableist person. Bro, it's so funny because, like, just click on any other content creator on this platform right now. Any of the top English speaking content creators right now. They're slinging the fucking R word like nonstop. Okay? Like, what happens when you encounter any other community that's not, like, heavily fucking moderated? What happens? Do you just perish? Does your brain fucking explode? You're manipulating. You are manipulating, not you're manipulating. RE. So what? So because there's something worse makes my behavior okay? No, your behavior is not okay because you said something insane. You literally said, I am one of the worst people when it comes to weaponizing mental health and medical conditions, which is an insane statement to make. I said that it is entirely normalized to say way, way, way more ableist shit without even a second consideration for it in most communities. And you came in, and when I directed that, when I established that your premise was faulty and said you're wrong and here is why, you turn around and go, oh, well, okay, just because there's other people that are out there that are worse doesn't mean it's okay. No, you're moving away from the main point that you made. You said I was one of the worst people. I said there are infinitely worse, more ableist content creators out there that that think that we're incredibly woke and incredibly annoying. Then you turned around and acted like I didn't make that point and said, taking accountability for your own faults is not your strong suit. Now you're moving on to an entirely different conversation. We have a disagreement here. You will never understand it, I don't think. That's it. Look at this. It was a self-aware autistic chatter who used the term to describe chat. You just read the comment out loud. The narcissists are truly out in full blast today? Yes. Yeah. Is all this hate today trying to get you to avoid talking about Israel? No, it's not. I think these people would probably quiet down if I moved on to talk about Israel. The reality of the matter is that these people just want to fucking have me respond to them. That's it. It's the same reason. It's actually, ironically, a much better. It's ironically a much better way to derail the stream. Really, it's fucking annoying. But it's a much better way to derail the stream than coming in here and LARPing as a hog and being like, I'm gonna fucking shoot you in the head when I see you out and about, right? Because the principle is the same. The reason why you're saying this is the exact same. You want recognition. You want someone to reach out to you. You want someone to respond to you, right? This is a person that truly cares about this. Look, he said it again. I can't stand to see you always weaponize mental health on your platform. And now I'm rewarding it, which is why more people are coming out of the woodwork. So we're going to move on from this. And we're going to get to the actual news. After an entire hour of this completely unproductive back and forth, we have now moved on. We are officially moving on. If you try to come back to it, if you try to bring this back, it's not going to happen. Chat can't act like this. Content has no value. Just learn about a CIA left book sabotage handbook. Yeah, I mean, I try to use this as a educational moment because I do think it's important. I do think it's important to bring this back every now and again because I want people to not behave like this. I will never be able to stop people from behaving like this because they're so used to doing it. I just want others to understand that this is not a community where you can do that, which is why so many dumb fucks come in here and go, seems like the cult is eating you alive. It's like, bitch, I've been saying these exact same things for the past fucking decade. It's not about avoiding accountability. It's about my vision, okay? If I were to listen to people that are incredibly sensitive about what kind of content or what kind of commentary I engage in, you think they didn't? You think that people weren't chiming in the same exact way when I had 35 people in here? Of course they were. That's the one thing that the left knows how to do, right? That's it. The one thing that the left knows how to do is like try to actively gatekeep, make it seem like this is some hipster position. God forbid we actually have a broad, expansive movement of people that are at least like-minded or at least recognize their class position. God forbid, that would be terrifying. So we have to do everything we can to be as annoying as fucking possible and try to stop getting people on board. Just because they disagree with you, they're from the left. Gotcha. The left, lol. Maybe you are wrong. I don't know. I think you're too stupid to make a coherent point. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, this is a leftist community, and I was having a conversation about cancel culture and purity testing and how stupid it is, and I think, demonstrated why it was stupid. All right.
Good evening.
Putin, Adolf Putler, had a conversation with Donald Trump. Let's take a look at how that went on.
A much trailed phone call between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. It seems a number of issues were discussed, but a ceasefire with Ukraine remains to be agreed. The White House says good progress was made, and a Kremlin official even said the world had become a much safer place today. So what exactly was agreed in that 90-minute phone conversation? Well, Vladimir Putin ordered his forces not to attack energy infrastructure as part of a mutual 30-day limited agreement with Ukraine. They also discussed a potential maritime ceasefire in the Black Sea as part of that deal. Russia and Ukraine agreed to engage in a prisoner swap tomorrow, where each side would return 175 people. The Russian President Putin said he would also hand over 23 wounded Ukrainian servicemen as a gesture of goodwill. But the Russian president has a list of conditions, including that the West halts foreign military aid and intelligence information to Ukraine. Donald Trump also supported Vladimir Putin's idea to organize an ice hockey match between Russian and American players. Well, our US correspondent...
That's so fun, dude. That is Donald Trump. Donald Trump lives in the universe of movies. He is so perfect for America. He is such a perfect American president. That's incredible. That is incredible. This is movie mindset, dude. Straight up. He's like, yes, we should do boxing afterwards. Bring your best boxer. We'll put him up against one of our best boxers. That's right.
James Matthews is at the White House. But first, let's speak to our Moscow correspondent, Ivor Bennett. Good evening, Ivor. So a limited ceasefire when it comes to energy and infrastructure, but really President Putin reaffirming those conditions.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. So they have, as you say, agreed some kind of ceasefire, but it's nowhere near the ceasefire that was initially discussed and what was principally the aim of this call. Donald Trump wanted Vladimir Putin to sign up to this immediate 30-day truce along the front lines, which Ukraine accepted this time last week. It's taken them this long to get down to it. But what we've got instead is a much lighter version, a ceasefire whereby Russia and Ukraine have both agreed not to strike one another's energy infrastructure. And we're told by the Kremlin that Vladimir Putin has given the necessary military order for that to happen. And I think that's because Vladimir Putin had a bit of a balancing act with this phone call. He didn't want to upset Donald Trump, of course. He didn't want to incur his wrath because Russia has a lot to gain from better relations with Washington. There is talk in the last month of potentially the US lifting sanctions on Russia, readmitting them to the G7 to make it the G8 again, a reset of relations. That is what Vladimir Putin wants. So he had to give him something. But at the same time, he wanted to emerge from this call with Russia's red lines still intact. He didn't want to give any ground on his maximalist positions. And it seems like he hasn't, because in the Kremlin's communique, there is quite a telling line, which is a bit of a refrain from Moscow. He said that, or the Kremlin said, the Russian president declared his readiness to thoroughly work out possible ways of settlement together with his American partners, which take into account the absolute need to eliminate the root causes of the crisis.
Kremlin readout of the call is different than the White House one. The White House one didn't mention end of foreign aid. Quick breakdown of the Kremlin readout of Trump's call with Putin. It doesn't look like Putin is prepared to give any ground on his maximalist positions. Putin stresses that Russia's key condition to stop a conflict from escalating and moving towards a settlement would be a total end of foreign military support and intelligence sharing with Kyiv. Ukraine thinks that any deal like this would leave it vulnerable to future attack. Understandably, they feel this way. There's no indication that Putin has dropped any of his maximalist goals. Any deal must take into account the unconditional necessity to remove the initial reasons for the crisis and Russia's legal security interests. That means effectively ending Ukraine's independence and post-Cold War security architecture in Europe. Putin hasn't agreed to Trump's proposal for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire, which Ukraine has. Instead, he pointed to a series of significant issues about how a ceasefire would be enforced and serious risks about whether Ukraine would adhere to it. Dude, I think I have something to say that I don't think anybody's going to like. I think that America's time as the global hegemonic power is coming to a fucking close, and both our allies and our adversaries are noticing the lack of motion that we have on the global stage and basically saying, what the fuck are you going to do about it? Oh, really? Oh, really? It is kind of Jover. It's kind of Jover, like big time Jover. No more credibility at the global stage. And while we're doing that, while that's happening, we just like our inability to recognize that is making us more angry, more resentful. And Trump's way of getting out of this rut is basically to just attack the remaining allies that we have, weirdly enough. It just doesn't make any sense. Hey, come on, man. What about all the tech stuff we have? We're 99% ahead in tech. All the world's biggest companies that people use are here. No, first of all, MindDrive, LibDrive, China. One word, China. Secondly, even if we are dominating in the tech field, and we are certainly dominating in certain aspects of tech, like America is still an industry leader in key sectors. That's not wrong. It doesn't matter. It's no longer the singular hegemonic power player. That's simply what I'm talking about. And a big part of why we're no longer the hegemonic power player, even in the field, in like tech or commodities, consumer products, things, services, is also because of a deep focus on short-term profit seeking. Like short-term profit seeking also creates a negative incentive structure where many of these corporations only care about their quarterly earnings reports and how their actions reflect on the stock price in general. And that also is putting America behind global competition coming from China. It is a very interesting predicament. But what I'm talking about here is foreign policy. I'm not even talking about like tech leadership. I'm talking specifically about America and the way that America used to operate. Our allies like Israel and our adversaries like Russia are taking note of the little power that the United States of America has, as long as they have the backing of a very powerful global competitor like China. Even if China itself, with respect to Russia, even if China itself is not an active participant in the same way that like America is with Ukraine, the fact that China is now seen as a global competitor that can still keep you going no matter what you do, as you are attacking a foreign nation. The fact that China exists out there in the periphery and can say like, look, we're not fully on board with everything that Russia is doing, but like we're kind of on board with it. You know what I mean? We're just going to let them do whatever they want to do, which is kind of the Chinese position at this point, right? If that alone is enough for Russia to be able to resist American dominance, if that alone is enough for Russia to say like, yeah, we're going to get all of our maximalist positions that we won over in the battlefield, that's a terrifying prospect for America enjoyers, I think. For those who have enjoyed the age of America. Is skipping again? Hold on, I'm going to do something real quick. It's going to skip a lot. Okay, it should be good now. No, I know. I did that on purpose. Calm down. I did that on purpose. I tried to fix the ingest with the hopes that like I tried to skip the ingest, fix the ingest with the hopes that like the skipping goes away. Because I think that it's happening at the server side, not on the Twitch server, but my cloud server that I run this stream off of. But let's get back to this conversation.
That is a phrase we've heard a lot in the past week or so, because when Vladimir Putin talks about root causes, in his eyes, that is NATO's eastward expansion. It's essentially Kremlin code for saying that our security concerns need to be met, and for Ukraine never to join NATO. And I think he was probably also talking there about Russia's desire not to have any foreign troops there, any troops from NATO countries acting as peacekeepers. So it seems like Russia's red lines are intact. And the reason why Vladimir Putin is so reluctant to sign up to a straight ceasefire, of course, is because he feels he doesn't have to, whilst they have the military advantage. The longer talk.
Yeah, Putin made Trump wait for the call. Classic power move. Putin is meant to be seeking the Trump around now, but he's talking to a room full of oligarchs instead. Instead, if he's going to be late, Putin waves off the question. Asked if he's going to be late, Putin waves off the question and says not to listen to his spokesman.
Заявлением Дмитрия Сергеевича Пескова ваш разговор должен до 18 часов состояться.
I'm willing, by the way, questions like that with Vladimir Putin are asked ahead of time, okay? That is a carefully crafted question coming from a spokesman who asked that question not as like a polite conversation or on accident. That was deliberate. The reason why he had his spokesman ask that question is because of the same reason why he was late to the conversation. Is deliberate. And no, when it comes to diplomacy, it's not dumb alpha shit. Are you kidding me? No, there's a difference. Dumb alpha shit is entirely different when we're talking about global diplomacy. The reason why he's doing that is to say, I hold the cards, you don't, to Donald Trump. No, this is a part of diplomacy. He is not just aura farming or clip farming or being like an alpha bro or whatever. He is saying to Donald Trump, you look weak. You are weaker. You have to entertain. Because you came out and you said, I'm going to end the war in Ukraine in a day, like an idiot, and then actively undermined Zelensky, actively undermined the Ukrainian position, even went as far as like refusing to do intelligence sharing for an extended period of time with Ukraine. You set yourself up for this. You are reliant on me coming to the table and conceding to any demands that you make. And if I have demands of my own, you have to concede on that side because you've made assurances to your audience, to your voters that, you know, you've made assurances to your audience and your voters that you were going to end this. So now the ball's in my court.
Дональдом Трампом. Не знаю, насколько он...
Работа такая.
Ну, не знаю, сейчас надо посмотреть, что на эту фразу скажет.
By this count and the timing the Kremlin announced earlier, Putin was 1 hour late to his call. 1 hour late. He made Donald Trump wait for an hour. He made America wait for 60 whole minutes, dude. Are you crazy? Yeah. You look at that and you think, oh, that's like alpha behavior or whatever. He's just trying to be like alpha. It's like silly. It's silliness. And in any other circumstance, you're right. In diplomacy, you're not right. Putin, let's continue. Putin did agree to Trump's proposal for a moratorium on strikes on energy infrastructure and a maritime security initiative in the Black Sea, but Ukraine and Russia have reached agreements on that before, even though they've broken down. Ukraine is just one topic amid Russia's broader goal of normalizing relations with the U.S. They discussed a broad spectrum of directions where the U.S. and Russia could cooperate further, including mutually beneficial partnership in economics and energy. Russia and the U.S. will work together on other issues like the Middle East. There will be joint efforts to stabilize the situation in crisis zones, as well as establishing cooperation on nuclear non-proliferation and global security. The U.S. and Russia are going to host hockey matches, the NHL and KHL players. That would do a lot to end Russia's sporting isolation after invading Ukraine. Incredible. He's getting bitched at. Straight up. Art of the deal, baby. Vladimir Putin's going to turn around and be like, have you said thank you once? Vladimir Putin's going to turn around and have, I don't know, some national news broadcaster dress down Trump in the same way that, like, Trump had Marjorie Titan Greene's boyfriend yell at Zelensky. Then turn around and say, have you said thank you once? Suka blyat, have you said thank you once? Давай, давай. Anyway, let's get back
Talks
to it.
go on before a ceasefire.
White House readout says they agreed Iran should never have the ability to destroy Israel. Yeah, that's a dramatically different way to approach this. Russia and U.S. will work together on issues like the Middle East. There will be joint efforts to stabilize the situation on nuclear non-proliferation. Okay? White House's attitude on that same conversation is, they said they would destroy Iran. Yeah, he's going to have Lukashenko behave like his J.D. Vance. Yeah. The leader spoke broadly about the Middle East and region and potential cooperation to prevent future conflicts. They further discussed the need to stop proliferation of strategic weapons and will engage with others to ensure the broadest possible application. The two leaders shared the view that Iran should never be in a position to destroy Israel. This is some crazy stuff, man. So I guess Iran is getting that nuclear program after all. Who knows? Who knows?
The more gains Russia makes, and particularly in Russia's Kursk region, where it seems like Ukraine's incursion there is all but over. I think Vladimir Putin is very keen to get that secured and get that wrapped up before there's any kind of pause in the fighting. So I'd say that the Kremlin would be very pleased with the outcome of this call.
Because in effect, President Putin now has a little more room.
Yeah, these guys saying that, like, these guys saying that Iran nuclear proliferation must not happen basically means like the nuclear arms race is on the one hand, Russia potentially giving nukes to Iran, and then America giving nukes to Saudi Arabia. Fucking awesome, dude.
To carry on this war.
Yeah, I think so. There's room to maneuver, clearly. Yes, there's no strikes on military infrastructure, but the key thing right now, the key goal for Moscow is totally expelling
What happened with Charlie Kirk?
The Ukrainian forces from the Kursk region. That was hugely embarrassing when that started at the beginning of August, that cross-border assault. It took the Kremlin and Vladimir Putin by surprise, and it's hugely embarrassing that it's gone on this long. Now that victory is in his sights there, he wants to kind of make Russia all Russian again. He doesn't want to let up. And he was in the Kursk region last week, dressed in military fatigues, as you can see. That was a very symbolic visit. And I think it really sent a message to Washington and Ukraine that he doesn't want to give up his military advantage, because he fears, of course, any pause in the fighting will allow the Ukrainians to rearm and regroup, and he fears he might lose that advantage. This is a way of giving himself that room to maneuver on the battlefield, and that could happen within days that the Ukrainian forces are completely expelled. So I'd say it's a bit of a fudge here, a ceasefire light, nowhere near the ceasefire that was initially touted and agreed last week with the Ukrainians and the US.
Ivor, thank you very much. Let's go to James Matthews in Washington. And James, I suppose what President Trump can claim is that things are progressing.
Yeah, and you know what? He can make these claims because the Russians have given him that opportunity. Look at the dressing around this deal, the hockey match between Russian players and American players. That will speak to Trump. He likes to talk sport. He likes to sell sport. And Americans, many in this country, care more about ice hockey, frankly, than they do about a war far away that they don't think affects them. The prisoner exchange, you can bet that Donald Trump will headline that as an achievement of his. So, you know, there is the dressing that allows Donald Trump to style himself as the artist of the deal, if you like. But I think he's been outboxed in this particular set of circumstances. If you look at the guts of this, I mean, key phrases jump out. Ivor talking there about the root causes and how Putin is ring fencing what he sees as the root causes of all this. The root cause and the roots of this are that Putin thinks Ukraine belongs to Russia. Talk about the root causes. You talk about disarming Ukraine and essentially giving Putin the territorial advantage that he wants long term. So I can't see Ukraine agreeing to anything with regard to that. But more than that, there is the key line about American and presumably European assistance to Ukraine in terms of weapon supply and intelligence supply. Putin wants that to stop, a complete cessation he speaks about. So the scenario being presented by Putin is for Ukraine basically to stop having fresh weaponry, to do nothing, to be weakened during the period of any ceasefire, whilst, of course, at the same time, Russia can arm itself and rearm to the teeth, therefore strengthening its position during a ceasefire. And, of course, if the ceasefire results, if that breaks down, then you have a strengthened Putin, whilst Ukraine has been playing the gentleman's game and is left far weaker. So I think in Ukraine and in European capitals, they are looking at this through their fingers and praying that Donald Trump doesn't find a television camera anytime soon and say that is a deal worth signing, because I think that is a scenario whereby Europe and Ukraine have to turn to Donald Trump and say we simply cannot accept this. There are red lines drawn by Vladimir Putin through this agreement, really unacceptable to us. So I think we're at, you know, there have been crisis points, have there not, throughout this whole episode. I think we've reached another one here.
The ceasefire, which held for the best part of 2 months, ended warning. Israel says that it targeted Hamas officials and infrastructure, but our teams filmed children among the dead and wounded. Many of the images are too graphic to show. This is one of the single deadliest days in Gaza during the war. Bodies were laid outside Gaza hospitals that were mostly destroyed during the war and are struggling to cope again.
So just utter...
Sorry.
carnage and destruction overnight. I was here in Gaza a year ago during the peak of the fighting in Khan Yunis, and the mass casualties back then looked exactly like the mass casualty that I saw today.
The Israeli airstrikes began shortly after 2 a.m., wave after wave across Gaza, and then backed up by tank artillery and fire from naval ships off the coast.
We were sleeping when suddenly, like a volcanic eruption, the strikes rained down, taking out children.
The Israeli airstrikes and the number of dead continued to rise through the day. During the ceasefire, Gazans had started to rebuild what was left of their lives after more than 15 months of war. But many feared that this moment was inevitable. Israel has issued evacuation orders for parts of Gaza. Palestinians who'd returned home in recent weeks are now being forced back to humanitarian zones. It is perhaps a prelude to a ground invasion. Benjamin Netanyahu met with his key security officials hours after he gave the orders to resume the war. Outside the Israeli parliament, an anti-government protest.
Yeah, there's already an anti-government protest that was launching against Netanyahu. Netanyahu had some internal drama with the head of the Shin Bet. He fired the head of the Shin Bet, and yesterday he was supposed to have he was supposed to be called in to answer. There was an inquiry related to why he fired the head of the Shin Bet, and of course, you know, classic Netanyahu, only one speed, turned around and used this as an opportunity, used punishing innocent Gazans as an opportunity to move the conversation away from, is it effing again a lot? I don't know why it's just happening. I'm gonna have to see. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. All right. Anyway, basically, this is a win-win for him, where all the conversations stop because everybody has to stop because all of a sudden the war is back on. Right, the war. It's not a war; it's a genocide. No more questions no more inquiries about why he fired the Shin Bet guy. No more, and now he can bring back Itamar Ben-Gvir to the coalition as well to get more support from the far right, the even further right in Israel. It's a fantastic opportunity for him.
Protest gathered to oppose the airstrikes. 59 hostages remain in Gaza, 24 of them thought to be alive. Renewed fighting could put their lives at risk.
I think nothing good will come from renewing the war and the fight. Not for the innocent people living in Gaza, not for the hostages there under the tunnels, nothing.
Many Israelis believe that Netanyahu has deliberately collapsed the ceasefire for his own political survival and to ensure that his coalition remains intact.
This protest is pretty small, let's be honest, maybe 100 people or so. And it's hard to say whether or not the views expressed here reflect the majority of Israeli views. But a lot of people in Israel, it's safe to say, are quite skeptical about the reasons Israel is returning to fighting.
Hamas hasn't yet carried out counterattacks against Israel. They say they're working with mediators to prevent an escalation. But Israel has said it is ready to increase its attacks, and for now, they have the White House's backing.
The end of the ceasefire in Gaza. Israel launched extensive strikes across the Gaza Strip overnight. Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz is tracking the latest from Washington. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, George. There had been hope for the release of the remaining hostages, hope that the ceasefire could hold. But this morning, make no mistake, a major Israeli assault on Hamas is once again underway.
Yeah, major Israeli assault on Hamas. What an incredible way to frame Israel's genocide over and over and over again. It is always the same. This is why I think Western outlets are also morally culpable for the continuation of this genocide. They are misinforming their audiences deliberately. Okay? 400 plus dead, killed. 400 plus killed, majority women and children. 180 plus children. And these guys are like, oh yeah, it's an assault on Hamas. And then when you question them, when you're like, what do you mean it's an assault on Hamas? It's just like mostly women and children they killed. They'll turn around and say, oh, it's because Hamas is hiding under children. hiding under kids. You're using kids as human shields. An insane concept that is always unaddressed. Like, what do you mean? And what's interesting about it is that while some on the Israeli side are disputing the numbers immediately and saying 400, that's a lie, Israel's own outlets are claiming that they killed 400 enemy combatants. So they actually don't dispute the number of the dead. They just say they're all enemy combatants. Israel claims to have killed a handful of mid-level administrative officials in Gaza, not even combatants, in last night's massacre that killed over 400 people. At least 73% of those killed were women and children or the elderly. There is no justification, no conceivable rationale for this scale of slaughter, especially when Israel agreed to and signed a ceasefire deal that would see all the hostages released, and Hamas has already agreed to relinquish governing authority in Gaza. But of course, it's not about Hamas or the hostages in it. That should be clear at this point. Reminder, as the governing body in Gaza, Hamas has both the political and military wings, civilians and combatants, but Israel considers anyone on the public payroll in Gaza to be legitimate targets, from municipality officials to hospital administrators to street cleaners. Absurd. Yeah. There's a civilian police force. They've executed members of the civilian police force for the crime of actually organizing and bringing about some order to the humanitarian aid drops. They did that the day after people were receiving humanitarian aid, the limited amount that was entering into Gaza, in a single file line. Hamas, they're all Hamas. Source, I don't know, go F yourself. They killed Abu Hamza, Hamas spokesperson? No, he wasn't a Hamas spokesperson. Abu Ubaidah is the Hamas spokesperson. The person that they killed is Abu Hamza, who is a Palestinian Islamic Jihad spokesperson. Yeah. They used the ceasefire to make lists of the children and relatives of anyone who posted about the genocide on Twitter. Now they're executing every one of them, says Izzy. Israel killed my sister and her children tonight along with her entire family. Israel may kill us at will, burn us alive and tear us apart, but it will never succeed in uprooting us from our land, says Rami Abdul. Justice and accountability await no matter how long it takes. Okay, I agree with you 100%, but couldn't Hamas just release all the hostages so Israel does not have that defense anymore? What are we talking about? What do you mean Israel doesn't have that defense anymore? Israel doesn't need any defense. It's doing a genocide right now. It's doing a genocide in spite of the fact that there are literally already hostages, Israeli hostages, inside of Gaza. Israel doesn't care about those hostages. That is a ridiculous assessment to make. What leads you to believe that Israel cares about the hostages? They're killing the hostages themselves. They're starving the hostages themselves by refusing to let in humanitarian aid. Israel is killing its own hostages, sometimes directly with small arms fire, as they did to the 3 hostages that were waving the white flag. And other times they're, bombing them. They've done this consistently. YouTuber Swiftor found 3 hours ago that his cousin's family was killed by Israel. Oh my God. The quicker people recognize that Israel's ultimate goal here is genocide, the easier this conversation will be for many of you. I think a lot of people still don't want to believe that America's close ally would ever be so openly, so actively doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. It's just, that's the reason why you ask these questions where you're like, I don't understand. Hamas said that they would release all the hostages on October 9th. They said they would release all of the hostages on October 9th, 2023, as long as Israel basically followed the current ceasefire, 3-phase ceasefire proposal. They had a hard line that was not dissimilar to the current ceasefire proposal that has been that was supposed to be implemented. Now Yemen is saying that there are no more red lines. Syed Abdul Malik al-Houthi has just declared in a televised speech that there are no red lines anymore, that Israel has crossed every boundary imaginable, and that Yemen will resume operations at the highest level of escalation to support the Palestinian people. Considering that they've been able to successfully penetrate the Israeli security boundary by sending in loiter munitions and even sending like hypersonic missiles, I suspect that that means that they're going to start dumping payload into Israel proper. Oh. I don't know where this goes, you know? I mean, I do know where this goes. The reality of the matter is, if Israel continues doing this, it eventually is going to implode due to the stress being put upon it from other regional actors. You know, that's where it's going to. That's where it's going towards. That's where it's heading towards. And for the record, ballistic missiles from Yemen have already been launched in close vicinity towards Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor. The missiles were all intercepted, and yet the air raid sirens were activated as a consequence of this. And this happened earlier this morning. So last night for them. It quite literally is. I mean, fascism and fascist ideology is a suicide cult. It cannot stand due to the glaringly obvious contradictions presented within it. Fascist ideology inevitably dies because it cannot be maintained. There's always an outgroup that you have to dominate. And when you eliminate the entirety of the outgroup, then you look within to dominate and make the group smaller and smaller and smaller, excising those who are on the outs of the newly formed, even smaller in-group. It's impossible to continue. It's impossible to continue behaving in a fascist way, even without resistance. I would go so far as to say that neoliberalism, without any sort of resistance, ideological resistance on the global stage from communism, in the aftermath of the USSR's dissolution, has led to America and the state of affairs now, income inequality that has grown overwhelmingly over the period of the past 3 decades at this point. America is also falling as a consequence of not having any sort of global competitors. America is failing because of its own success. And the same goes for Israel. Whether it is Yemen resisting or ascetic groups in the region that are resisting against Israel's genocide and American imperial ambition, without them or with them, Israel inevitably will fall apart due to its undying loyalty to implementing this fascist ideology. And that's where we're at. From an Israeli Telegram news channel with 66,000 subscribers, a Gazan girl who tried to be like Sinwar eliminated today. Notice the reactions. If this is the attitude that people have towards a little child that they eliminated with American weapons, I mean, this is a deep moral rot at the heart of Israeli society that will, it's just not healthy. I don't know how else to explain it. It's just not sustainable. Times of Israel correspondent says that the first strike from Yemen to Israel since January 18th, which goes to show that the Houthis are following the ceasefire. Yes, a ballistic missile launched at Israel by the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen was successfully intercepted by air defenses. There are no reports of injuries or damage in the attack. The IDF says the missile was shot down before crossing the country's borders. Sirens have sounded in Beersheba, Dimona, and numerous other towns in southern Israel. It marks the first Houthi attack on Israel since January 18th, right before the ceasefire took effect in the Gaza Strip. As in, Yemen 100% was following through on the conditions of the ceasefire. As a matter of fact, if you were watching closely, and you're never going to hear like Yemeni spokespersons on Western news, because it's important to keep repeating the lie that they are, these barbaric monsters who are just operating on anti-Semitism, and that's it. And also, don't ban all these people that say stupid shit, mods. Palestine always attacks, and Israel attacks back. It's genocide. Hasan is a terrorist, says Necrosaro710. It's interesting because Palestine did not attack Israel at all. As a matter of fact, Israel was the serial violator of the ceasefire. This entire first phase of the ceasefire, Israel is the one that actually violated the ceasefire deliberately over and over and over again. And there was no response from any sort of Palestinian resistance whatsoever, because they wanted the ceasefire to hold. And now Israel's decided it's over anyway. There's never been a moment where Israel has actually maintained a ceasefire. Just because you don't hear about it in this side of the planet doesn't mean that it's not happening. Okay? I never understood why other Arab countries take initiative in defending Palestine. Aren't Muslims supposed to be brothers and all that? They have nothing. They have security contracts and also have their own domestic affairs to worry about. And they know that they can't do any sort of security. They can't do any sort of security whatsoever and maintain their dominance if they don't get a steady flow of American weapons. That's why so many of the Gulf states have set aside either private security cooperation agreements with Israel or openly done it with the Abraham Accords. The Iran-backed group had threatened to resume its attacks on Israel last week. The reason why the Iran-backed group, the Houthis, the Ansar Allah movement, the reason why they said that they would restart their attacks against ships, like they restart the blockade, okay, was specifically because, oh, there it is. All right. The reason why they said they would restart the blockade in the Red Sea was specifically because Israel had denied humanitarian aid from going into Gaza last week, which is a direct violation of the ceasefire conditions. Israel never stopped violating the ceasefire conditions, but they certainly moved in that direction heavily. You mean the Lufis? How are you? Oh my God, 7-month subscriber. Oh my God. Yes, dude, that's what I mean. The Lufis, okay? The Lufis, yes. That's what I mean. The Ansar Allah movement. One of the only regional actors that actually is trying to do something, anything, with the limited amount of power and resource that they have to try to make Israel incur some semblance of punishment or penalty, the worst crime imaginable, which is a crime of genocide. Okay? They have a coastline that they understand. They have a coastline and a direct access and entry point into the Red Sea that they're understandably saying that they're going to defend. You know? Yes, they are morally correct in this process. That might frustrate you. That might upset you. Maybe you should do some re-examination of, your own personal worldview in this process. They've been breaking the ceasefire conditions tenfold since the beginning. How many fucking food trucks, how many supplies? They haven't given them shit. You treat them like animals. Do people in Israel genuinely believe they're killing Hamas and not just blowing up babies? No, they know they're blowing up babies. They don't care. They like it. There are definitely a non-insignificant amount of the Israeli population that likes it, straight up. There's so much indoctrination that goes into it, and it's very successful, and there's a decent amount of people who legitimately like that. And it's not like they shelter you from their opinion. I mean, here, it's the age-old adage from DKL Marxist. Translating an Israeli tweet from Hebrew is like discovering a lost page of the Mein Kampf. Let's hit translate post on this from Ayala Hasan. Bogi Ya'alon doesn't want the IDF to kill babies and women in Gaza. What's wrong with him? Shame on you, Boogie. There's a country here. For those who didn't understand, either maliciously or innocently, the wording wasn't a hit. My words, as the majority understood, referred to an interview with Boogie in which he claimed that he did not want the state of Israel to send the IDF to kill innocent people. This is a lie and a plot. The state of Israel has not sent and will not send the IDF to kill, God forbid, babies and women. After getting some pushback, she turned around and was like, oh, that's not correct. That's not, they don't do that. Except they do. Like I said, they don't shelter you from their perspective with regular frequency where they'll say, well, those babies were going to grow up to be Arab Hamas militants. That's it. And yes, this is why, as I always say, Israeli media is generally more honest about the brutality of the war that they're waging, the genocide that they're conducting, that they don't call a genocide, but the war that they're waging, because their readers don't care about civilian deaths, because their readers are already locked in. There's a reason why the New York Times and Western media outlets will play a different song and dance. Avram, Israel killing more terrorists? Hopefully they clap some more Houthis also. Poggies. Pathetic. Poggies. Imagine saying Poggies about genocide, dude. What a pathetic individual you must be. Oh, Poggies, more genocide, please. Like, we've completely devolved as a society. It's just like, I don't even know what to say about this. What? I'm just going to assume that this is not the right time again? Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Nice Twitch partner, dude. Love seeing people with not even a shred of decency, where they're just like, yeah, I'm looking at the situation and I'm liking what I'm seeing, dude. Awesome.
This morning, the tenuous ceasefire
Fucking
between
Nazi.
Israel and Hamas over. Israel launching a wave of deadly airstrikes across the Gaza.
Why are people supporting genocide? Because they're Nazis, dude. This guy literally is going, Holocaust, Poggies. That's what he's doing right here, okay? They like it. It's that simple. They like that shit. You know? What else can I say? They're cowardly. They don't have any power. They recognize their powerlessness. So they hope that this is a reflection of like the power that America might have, you know, on the global stage. The power that Israel might have as an extension of America on the global stage, to be like, yeah, we're really sticking it to them. You're not. Like, being openly gleeful at mass murder of babies, you are not a normal person. You are a depraved person. You have lost your humanity. You have dehumanized yourself, okay? You have lost your humanity. You will never understand it. It sucks.
Gaza Strip.
Babies, Lamau? Yes, babies, dumb fuck. 180 children were slaughtered last night by American-made bombs and weapons that Israel directed. Yes, babies. I don't understand this attitude that people have. Like, it's very shocking. It's very shocking. 180 children were slaughtered out of the 400. 73% of the 400 plus people that Israel killed yesterday were women, children, and the elderly. 180 of them were elderly. Don't try to cowardly get away from it by saying only babies. No, they didn't only kill babies. How many baby killings is it appropriate for you? How many babies does Israel get to kill before you go, maybe it's a bridge too far for me? I think I'm going to see myself out of this conversation. Don't you feel like you've lost touch with what makes you human when you say only babies? I mean, they killed women, children, and the elderly as well. They killed men as well. Don't you feel like you've just kind of, like, do you think this is good guy shit? A lot of these people think in Marvel terms, you know? Good guy, bad guy terms. No, it's just a manipulation I don't like. What manipulation? Were babies murdered last night? Absolutely. Does it have to be exclusively babies that were murdered? How many babies do you think Israel gets to murder? Because the number is in the thousands already. You think I'm the one who's being manipulative for correctly stating facts? You went babies, question mark, Lamau, because you made it seem as though Israel had not killed any babies whatsoever. Just because you don't know something, I mean, here, this is a YouTuber, Swifter, found out my 9-month-old cousin, his mom, his uncles, all their kids killed by Israel last night. Fuck Netanyahu and anyone trying to justify the evil shit all for the sake of greed, land, and staying in power. No, it's just a manipulation I don't like. No, what you don't like is that Israel does this kind of shit and you're such a goddamn bot, such a fucking thoughtless NPC that you want to unconditionally defend Israel because America is defending Israel. And therefore, it kind of conflicts with the humanity that you might have inside of you, the remainder of that humanity that you might have inside of you. So you just turn around and go, oh, it's just, it's emotional manipulation that you're doing. If it makes you feel some type of way, if Israel's actions are making you feel some type of way, then maybe you should reflect on that. Maybe you should think about that. Take a deep breath and think, why does it make me feel bad that Israel is doing horrifying shit? Everybody has a little bit of that human inside of them that they actively suppress, especially when they're trying to defend an apartheid state that is doing a genocide, right? You have two options here. You can try and shoot the messenger, try and undermine the message itself, or self-reflect. I urge you to engage in the act of self-reflection because clearly there's something inside of you that says, well, Israel's killing babies and it makes me feel bad. I think you can do it. I believe in you. If accurate assessment of events makes you feel emotional, then there's something going on up here where this, what you feel here, is at odds with this, what you're presenting as your point, as your side. Think about it. Yeah, that's what happened, lol. Sure, dude. I don't know how to describe to you what is going on here. Sure, dude. Sure, lol. Emotional manipulation, lol.
Lighting up Gaza just after 2:30 a.m. local time in the largest assault on Hamas targets since the ceasefire took effect nearly 2 months ago. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordering the IDF to take forceful action against Hamas after the terror group refused to release.
Yeah. Nice try trying to make me feel something, stupid. Don't you know I'm a fucking moron? Ha! Guess what? I won't be feeling anything. Well, I tried, you know.
More hostages. Netanyahu calling for continued extensive strikes. Explosions could be heard throughout Gaza. More than 400 people killed and more than 500 injured, according to the Hamas-run health ministry. A number of people are trapped under the rubble, so that number is expected to rise. Hamas saying Netanyahu has overturned the ceasefire agreement. For 6 weeks, there has been relative calm in the region, with the return of about 36 hostages in exchange for almost 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. That first phase of the ceasefire ended 2 weeks ago. Since then, negotiations have stalled, with neither side able to agree on a path forward. The second phase was supposed to see the release of nearly 60 hostages and bring an end to the 17-month war that began with the Hamas attack on Israel.
Yeah, that began. Yeah, October 7th was the first time that anything ever happened. Please, no matter what you do, don't look at October 6, 2023. You know? Please don't look at 76 years of apartheid, please, because that would undermine the entire point.
Israel on October 7th of 2023. The White House saying Israel had consulted with the administration before the strikes. It was just 42 days ago that President Trump hosted Netanyahu at the White House, the first foreign dignitary to visit the White House for Trump's second term. Trump saying he could end the war and issuing a warning to Hamas if they delayed the return of the hostages. This new round of fighting will undoubtedly deepen the humanitarian crisis within Gaza, where food and aid haven't entered since March 2nd. As for the hostages, the last living American-Israeli hostage had been expected to be returned at the start of Phase 2, but clearly that is off the table for now. Hamas has rejected all of the proposals it received from President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and this morning, Netanyahu promises the attacks in Gaza will only intensify. Mary?
When did they start calling it the Hamas-run health ministry? Immediately after the Al Ahli hospital strike, which Israel claimed actually didn't have 400 casualties, not just deaths, but casualties across the board, a mistranslation, and then claimed was actually a misfired Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket. And then, many of the pro-Israeli brigaders came out of the woodwork to be like, Israel would never attack a hospital. They literally attacked every other hospital. They had attacked Al Ahli literally 2 days prior to the fucking courtyard bombing. And in that process, the new meta of undermining the Palestinian position came about, where they were like, oh, yeah, these are numbers coming from the Hamas-run health ministry. Biden repeated that. Biden turned around and said, I don't trust Hamas. These are Hamas-run health ministry numbers. Biden said it publicly. Genocide heir Joe Biden. Genocide Joe. It's not a new meta. No, it is a new meta. It was a new meta. Before that, they would say Palestinian health ministry or Gaza health ministry. Hamas-run health ministry is, I'm sure it's been utilized before, but never to this degree. It's not like it was never a part of the lexicon. All of a sudden, after Biden said that, all hell broke loose. Everybody started using it. Now they're using it for Yemen. The Yemen health ministry is Houthi-run health ministry now. That's where it became a thing. Yeah. Western media's reference to the Hamas-run health ministry. This is from December 29, 2023 from Mondo Weiss. Western media's reference to the Hamas-run health ministry is another dehumanizing tactic enabling Israel's genocide. Labeling every part of Gaza as connected to Hamas makes every part of Gaza a legitimate military target. This is what Israel did with the Gaza health ministry and the Al-Shifa hospital, echoed uncritically by Western mainstream media. Yeah, they tried to do that with Al-Shifa too. They were like, oh, Al-Shifa, we didn't attack the courtyard, except this time there was direct camera footage that undermined their position. That didn't stop them from lying about it and claiming that it was a misfired Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas rocket or whatever. Yeah. They also did it for Lebanon. They do it everywhere. Everywhere that Israel attacks, they have valid security concerns. Okay? Valid security concerns galore. It's always a valid security concern. And all of the targets are actually secretly sheltering, you know, insert enemy combatant, insert local enemy combatant here. The fact that the American media still goes along with this nonsense shows how morally bankrupt Western media is across the board.
Hamas is responsible for this war. It invaded our towns, murdered our people, raped our women, and kidnapped our loved ones. Hamas refused offer after offer to release our hostages. In the past 2 weeks, Israel did not initiate any military action in the hope that Hamas would change course. Well, that didn't happen. While Israel accepted the offer of President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, Hamas flatly refused to do so. And this is why I authorized yesterday the renewal of military action against Hamas. Israel does not target Palestinian civilians. We target Hamas terrorists. And when these terrorists embed themselves in civilian areas, when they use civilians as human shields, they're the ones who are responsible for all unintended casualties. Palestinian civilians should avoid...
Yeah, they're making me do this. They're making me do this. I really don't want to do this, except I really do want to do this. I love doing this, and I will keep doing it, and there's not really anything you can do about it to stop me. Any other country that behaved like Israel, America will be fucking drop shipping paratroopers, okay? They would be violently seizing control. There would be like a global a global call to arms, not dissimilar to Nazi Germany. As a matter of fact, identical to Nazi Germany, because the actions right now that Israel is engaging in are damn near identical to Nazi Germany. Just, you know, modernized for the internet day and age, the era of constantly being able to see exactly what's going on. When people say, look at Russia, okay, exactly. Look at Russia. Every single global superpower got together to try and, to the best of their ability, stop Russia, to make it as punishing as possible for Russia to engage in unjustifiable acts of violence on Ukrainian soil. Israel could not withstand a fraction of that. Do you understand? Israel cannot withstand a fraction of that. A fraction. Are the internet, are all of the Western leaders that launched into action, that sprung into action, are they arming Palestinian resistance right now in the same way that they armed Ukrainians? Is that what they're doing? No, they're arming Israel. That's the insane part about it. They're actively on the wrong side. Keir Starmer went to Cyprus to celebrate the British Air Forces. It was a very controversial affair, very controversial visit. Why did he have to do it quietly? Because they can't openly admit that British Air Forces are operating off of military bases in Cyprus to offer targets to Israel, to do surveillance on both southern Lebanon, as they did, and also on the Gaza Strip. They're cowards. They're morally bankrupt monsters, all of them.
Any contact with Hamas terrorists. And I call on the people of Gaza, get out of harm's way, move to safer areas. Because every civilian casualty tragedy. And every civilian casualty is the fault of Hamas.
Yeah, okay, dude.
I thank President Trump for his unwavering support for Israel. Our with the United States has never been stronger. To those who criticize Israel, I ask, what would you do if terrorists murdered and kidnapped your children? You would do what we are doing. Face a pure...
Who believes this? Absolute dumbasses. They genocidal monsters that want to at least like have a shred of moral seasoning, like a shred of morality associated with these monstrous actions. That's who believes it. People who are motivated in their reasoning. People who want to do fascist genocide, but simultaneously want to feel not so bad about it, you know? That kind of people.
Pure evil. Free societies have no choice but to fight. So I want to assure all our friends around the world, Israel will fight and Israel will win. We will bring our people home and we will destroy Hamas. We will not relent until we achieve all these vital goals. And we will not rest until we give our country a future of peace, prosperity, and hope.
And we start with a Fox News alert.
Here, you'll see who wants to believe in this right now, real quick. There you go. These
Israel
people.
is signaling plans for a broader offensive in Gaza as it continues.
If your child was kidnapped, wouldn't you want to bomb the kidnapper until your child is buried under a pile of rubble? Because we must eliminate the terrorists. This is why every time America has a school shooting, I always say, time to blow up the school. I love blowing up schools. After all, in schools, you might learn that Israel is not the best country. If you don't learn on accident that Israel is the only moral country, then we must bomb the school. We will bomb every school. Everywhere around the world, there are terror schools.
Continues to hammer Hamas targets.
All right, the fragile ceasefire ending over the terror group's refusal to release the remaining hostages, including American Edon Alexander.
Trey Yinks is live from Israel with the latest. Good morning, Trey.
Hey guys, good morning. Overnight, Israel went back to war against Hamas, launching dozens of airstrikes throughout the Gaza Strip. Massive explosions rocked major population centers, including Gaza City, Khan Yunis, and Rafah. We know many people were killed, though Fox News cannot independently confirm the exact number. Among the dead are reported to be numerous senior Hamas officials, including Issam al-Da'alis, who was acting as one of the de facto leaders of Hamas. Funerals were held this morning for some of the dead. We know that many are civilians. The question now is if this will continue. National Security Council spokesman Brian Hughes said in a statement, quote, Hamas could have released hostages to extend the ceasefire, but instead chose refusal and war. Hamas declined to accept a previous ceasefire proposal put forward by the Trump administration. And right now there are indications Israel could be preparing to enter Gaza on the ground. Evacuation orders were given this morning, with the IDF releasing a map for Palestinians to leave the entirety of the Gaza border area. Israeli officials quoted in local media today are telling Hamas to release the remaining hostages for the firing to stop. Israel.
It's just like the question I have for people is like, what would you do in this situation? I know it's virtually impossible for any American to genuinely feel what it's like to be destroyed with such overwhelming force as the world kind of looks on. But if anyone says they wouldn't fight it, they're fucking lying. You know? You're just lying to yourself and everyone else in your vicinity. Like what is the expectation? You just like die quietly. You either die on your knees, die quietly, or you die with a fight. Obviously, people are going to put up a fight. They're going to say, all right, well, we're not dying quietly. We will be able to control the ways in which we die. That's it.
Israel clearly changing their negotiation tactics here. Looking at the situation in both Doha and Cairo, they're trying to put new pressure on Hamas to free the remaining Israelis held inside Gaza. Guys?
What's the sense, Trey, inside the country? They feel as though this is overdue, or is there more angst about the hostage?
I know it's been lagging, specifically on my stream. I have people on it right now. Working on it right now. They're actively monitoring it, and hopefully there will be a fix for it soon.
So there are two parts to this. This is a little bit of inside baseball, but it's very important here. We just learned last hour that the Jewish Power Party, led by Itamar Ben-Gvir, the
KKK, the Jewish KKK, by the way, Jewish Power Party, white power. That's literally what it is. Itamar Ben-Gvir is an active Jewish supremacist, Jewish Power Party leader who is it's like having the KKK have its own party.
The country's former national security minister will be rejoining the government coalition. Now, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has to pass a budget next week, and this is going to allow him to do so. The other thing to look at here is the hostages. There are 59 hostages still being held by Hamas inside Gaza. They were dragged into the strip against.
24 of them are alive as of, were alive as of last night. I don't know if this bombing campaign actually killed some of them or not, but the suspicion is that 24 of them are supposed to be alive. And they were supposed to be exchanged in the prisoner swap that Hamas was engaging in with Israel in the second phase, but Israel obviously never wanted to get to the second phase.
On the morning of October 7th, and 24 of them are believed to be alive. And we've spoken with so many of the hostages who were released from Hamas captivity, from Hen Alma Goldstein, from Kfar Aza, to Shani Gorin from Nir Oz. To recently, I spoke with Nama Levy, one of those surveillance soldiers who was released during this ceasefire that went into effect due to the pressure from the Trump administration. And they all have something in common. You look into their eyes and see the terror that they experienced being held as hostages. And you think about the 24 living hostages that are still there, including Idan Alexander, an American citizen, and what they must be going through. And so there's a lot of frustration among the families of the hostages about this war resuming. They are concerned that this could lead to them being killed. And they're also concerned that Hamas is not agreeing to any sort of deal that will get them freed from Gaza. And so as we look forward, the hope here is that this will lead to some sort of agreement to stop the war. At the end of the day, the people who are paying the highest price, it is the hostages that remain inside Gaza and the Palestinian civilians who are being killed by the dozens as this war resumes.
Now, Trey, we got word last week that Idan Alexander, the American from New Jersey, really happened with that.
Yeah, absolutely. So without getting too into the details.
Yeah, what happened with that? Oh, that's right. America was having a America was America was having talks directly with Hamas, and then the guy who was responsible for those talks went on television and was like, "Of course, we're the United States of America. We're going to have direct talks with Hamas to release an American prisoner." You know, it is what it is. It's not like these guys are barbaric monsters. They're human beings. You know, you can negotiate with them. And then Israel got him moved to a different place. Like they literally took him out from that position. Because Trump is cucked. He knows who daddy is too. After all, he pushed him into his chair. So that's what happened. They mentioned that Hamas officials were killed. I'm guessing that's not true. No, it is. The problem is these aren't the armed wing of Hamas. The officials that were killed were a part of civil governance. They're civilians. Hamas is both a political party and an administration, as it is also a separate military wing. So yes, the people that they killed were in civilian positions. It's like killing a doctor who is also a part of the Palestinian Health Ministry, right? The Gazan Health Ministry, and then being like, well, we killed a high-ranking, Hamas militant because technically that is the party that runs Gaza.
here of what's been taking place in Doha as these negotiations continue. President Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, basically proposed a deal to Israel and Hamas that would see a two-phased deal. 11 living hostages set to be released in the first phase, and this would ultimately allow both Israel and Hamas to slowly but surely enter into phase 2 of a broader ceasefire agreement. Hamas rejected that deal that was put forward by the Trump administration and basically agreed to a deal of their own to release all of the bodies of American citizens that are currently being held inside Gaza and the final living American, Idan Alexander. This was seen by Israel.
Yeah, imagine if, like, I don't know, imagine if Russia, like, assassinated the head of the EPA, okay? And then Russian media was like, yeah, we killed a terrorist. Like, we killed a terrorist. That's what's happening. And also, in the assassination of the head of the EPA, the Russian forces also, like, blew up entire city blocks and killed 400 people, 180 babies. Okay, 180 children, not babies, sorry. Some of them were babies. I don't know if all of them were. Overwhelming majority, women, children, and the elderly.
Israeli officials and Trump administration officials as a spin by Hamas, trying to pressure negotiators and also trying to drive a wedge between the Israelis and the Americans. And so we did see that statement. We reported it out. But again, what we are looking at here is likely some sort of proposal on the table that remains. And at this hour, we do understand, according to Arab media, that negotiators are trying to say to Hamas, look, you have an opportunity to, again, come to the table and release the hostages. And this is the only way that this is going to basically give you an exit ramp and end what is now starting to become another major operation against the organization in control of Gaza.
So, Trey, what do the family... This is a tough spot for any family member to be in, because you want the hostages, you want your loved one home with you. But then you see Israel's point of view, which is Hamas is not negotiating in good faith. They're not releasing. They haven't stuck with any of the guidelines in the past deals that were reached. And so are they upset with the Israeli government, or are they supportive of these measures now?
So actually here in Israel, there are a lot of key disagreements about how to move forward with all of this. We saw overnight some of the hostages that were actually freed from Gaza and the families of those that remain inside the Strip posting broken hearts to social media and releasing statements of frustration about the war resuming.
Should Hamas release the hostages? Is a question that someone asked. Yes, they should, in accordance with the ceasefire proposal that was implemented and agreed upon. Why the fuck should Hamas keep the hostages? What are you talking about? And Israel should also, in the same process, remove its troops from the Netzarim and Philadelphia corridor and move into the final stage, the third phase of the ceasefire proposal, where there's still more prisoner swaps and prisoner releases taking place, and that a permanent cessation of hostilities can be implemented. Yes. I don't know why you're saying Israel won't follow the agreement. I know. Yeah, they should. What do you want me to say about that? I know that already.
Because there is real concern that this will ultimately lead to the deaths of the remaining hostages inside Gaza. But you raise a very important point here. Hamas has not negotiated in good faith, and it has led to a very challenging situation for negotiating teams and for President Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff. As they look at what's being presented, there is only one option, according to the Trump administration officials who are dealing with these ceasefire conversations, and that is a future for Gaza that does not have Hamas in control. And so they are encouraging Hamas to agree to a ceasefire, ultimately lay down their weapons, and release the remaining hostages. But the situation that we're looking at right now is incredibly dire, because if they don't do that, Israel is committed to continuing the war against Hamas. And as a result, many Palestinian civilians that are inside Gaza, remember, there are more than 2 million people inside the Strip, will be killed as a result. And so there are no winners in all of this. And again, at the focus here, the center of all of this, the remaining hostages, 59 of them, that have been held by Hamas, this organization in Gaza, since the morning of October 7th.
Right.
Guys?
And Trey, final question for you. Clearly, the Israelis completely dialed in the White House. We had heard that they were consulting with the White House. And you were speaking of the Arab media. I'm looking at the Jerusalem Post. And apparently, Israel coordinated this attack with the United States after Yemen. So it was going to be a 1-2 punch.
It's not surprising. There is incredibly close coordination happening right now between the Israeli government and the Trump administration, because when you think about the threats currently taking place in the Middle East, it's not just inside Gaza with groups like Hamas and Islamic Jihad, but it's also the Houthis in Yemen, who committed to firing once again on Israel with ballistic missiles and drones if the war in.
One must ask the question, why Israel is so committed to firing ballistic missiles on, you know, civilian population that it is the belligerent occupier of. One must also simultaneously ask the question, why did the Houthis stop firing missiles since January 18th when the ceasefire proposal was implemented? Why did they start again? I thought they were belligerent anti-Semites who just want to kill Jews. What is going on? This makes no sense. But don't worry, I'm sheltered from this information. I'm sheltered from any sort of perspective that might break through on the consent being manufactured in Western media. So I will never learn. I am not interested in learning. I will just go, la, 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 I can't hear you. And I will operate under the false notion, the understanding that these guys are actually just like fucking bad guys, purely committed to doing bad shit.
Inside Gaza resumed, but then you have Iran-backed organizations in places like Iraq and Syria that have participated in this conflict over the past 17 months. And then, of course, Iran-backed Hezbollah in southern Lebanon that still, this far into the conflict, has the capability to launch rockets and missiles into Israel. And so the Trump administration is looking at this in a holistic way. They're taking a 360 approach.
Cry harder, bomb's still gonna fall, lol, fafo. Yeah, dude. Sick, man. Your position is actually super sustainable. You're definitely cool. You're definitely strong. Thank you, ban me. I'm not going to ban you. I'm not. I think your embarrassing attitude talking about your embarrassing position talking about Israel assassinating 180 children, 400 people, 73% of them being women, children, and the elderly, should be seen by all. I don't think that people should, I don't think that we should shelter your moral depravity from the rest of this audience. Demanding that you get a ban out of this is so sad too. A pathetic display. You're nothing. You're lower than dirt. That's why you come in here and you're like, this is my active resistance, baby. This is my active resistance. Come on, ban me. Now you'll move on to say, oh, did I own you? Are you seething? Okay. Well, instead you said, what did the other side do? I don't know. Exist as Palestinians indigenous to the land. That's what the other side did historically. That's it. That's what the other side did. Is that too difficult for you to comprehend? Yeah, keyboard martyr over here. Cry harder. Bombs are still going to fall, lol. Fafo. Meanwhile, it's your tax dollars that are going to the baby murder machine. Your tax dollars. $1 that could be spent on your schools, $1 that could be spent on your roads, $1 that could be spent on your infrastructure, going directly to bombs, so that Israel can annihilate children at a rapid clip in an industrial scale. Not only are you an animal, but you are too stupid to recognize that there's a cost to all of this. And I'm not even talking about the moral penalty. I'm not even talking about the fact that you are actively dehumanizing yourself, actively reducing yourself to something less than human. Ha, değil. Hayır. Okay, bir dakika sonra takarım.
Approach, trying to not only support their key ally in the region, Israel, but also ensure that American vessels in the Red Sea, for example, are not targeted by these Iranian proxies, such as the Houthis. A lot of moving parts here, but as the war inside Gaza resumes, the big question here, as Benjamin Hall mentioned earlier on Fox and Friends, will the Iranians get involved, and how will the Iranians be a part of all of this? We saw that statement yesterday from the President of the United States, basically warning Iran that if they do not stop funding and supporting these proxy organizations that have launched attacks not only on Israel, but also on American forces in the region, there will be consequences. Guys?
And by the way, there's an unconfirmed report
Thank you, Trey.
That they've taken out the spy ship that Iran had in the Red Sea that's been sitting there for 3 years, offering coordinates to the Houthis to take out the merchant ships. That it was sunk.
right.
So
Well,
hopefully
coordinated.
that'll be it. That shows you there's a new sheriff in town.
All right.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Hundreds of thousands took to the streets in Yemen on Monday in protest against the latest U.S. strikes. But Washington says this may be just the beginning. President Trump's first military operation since returning to office continued into a third day, targeting what the U.S. says are Houthi sites in Yemen.
We will use overwhelming lethal force until we have achieved our objective. With that said, and this is a very important point, this is also not an endless offensive.
The Pentagon says the ongoing operation struck at least 30 Houthi targets over the weekend, including training and weapons centers, and resulted in several dozen military casualties. It denied any civilians were hurt, despite evidence to the contrary. The U.S. also said it shot down 11 Houthi drones, which had targeted U.S. warships. Meanwhile, Trump took to social media, claiming that the Houthi attacks were being directed by Iran. Every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as being a shot fired from the weapons and leadership of Iran.
Can you wear an Israel government hat and cosplay why they're doing this? I'm just having trouble understanding what their reasoning for this shit is. No, I'm not going to fucking do a Nazi cosplay on here. Okay? I already get close enough with the MAGA shit. I'm not going to directly do Nazi cosplay. Yeah. In terms of attacking Yemen's Houthis, no, my mom is walking Kaya. That's why I was away on camera. Remember, I couldn't. Like, she walked Kaya already. Walking her again because I couldn't take her to the park this morning because I was doing a podcast. Anyway, so the reason why Trump is doing this is clear. It's because Yemen decided to re-implement its blockade when Israel decided to violate its own ceasefire agreements by denying humanitarian aid going into Gaza. Okay? Israel denied humanitarian aid from going into Gaza, so Yemen said, we're going to restart the blockade. And then Israel started bombing. So then Yemen said, oh, it's over. We're definitely going to no more red lines. No more red lines whatsoever. And instead of Trump saying, hey, Israel, follow through on the conditions of the ceasefire set forth, Trump turned around and did the Joe Biden thing, which is attack Yemen for the crime of trying to stop Israel from doing a genocide, despite being the poorest nation on the planet right now.
Iran. And Iran will be held responsible and suffer the consequences, and those consequences will be dire. The White House press secretary reinforced that message to Iran.
There's a new sheriff in town, and this president is not just going to sit on his hands and allow terrorists to launch attacks on commercial vessels and U.S. naval ships.
The Houthis had not attacked ships in the Red Sea since the Gaza ceasefire took effect in January, but had warned it would renew its attacks on ships.
Remember I told you Trump to blame last week? You said it's all Biden. What are you saying, dude? Why are chatters arguing with a imagined version of me? I'm right here, dude. Okay? You don't have to like make up shit that I haven't said. This is very confusing. Either you're in an entirely different stream or I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Because none of the things that are happening right now were unpredictable. I, as a matter of fact, said it was going to happen. Over and over again.
Shipping if Israel continues to block aid from entering Gaza. The Pentagon says the operation against the Houthis will continue until the Houthis pledge to stop their attacks. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
Meantime, to the case of another Columbia student.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're now going back to the domestic front to talk about the actions being taken by the Trump administration on the domestic front against people who are speaking against this genocide. I guess the silver lining, if you want to call it that, on all of this stuff is the Houthis won't exist much longer, probably. Yeah, I don't know where you're making this inference from, because their blockade on the Red Sea has only galvanized the Houthi position and has actually restored almost singularity to the entirety of Yemen. Yemen undergoing a civil war backed by Western-backed coalition forces with the UAE and Saudi Arabia, literally all put their arms down to unite against Israel. So you're entirely wrong on this. And if Operation Prosperity Guardian showed us anything, it is that you can spend $1 billion worth of munitions by bombing heavily, densely populated civilian areas, claiming that you're like blowing up, enemy military positions. Israel directly targeted the Sanaa airport in Yemen, while the leader of the World Health Organization was inside of the fucking airport, by the way. And yet none of that has stopped Yemen from successfully implementing a blockade on the Red Sea for as long as the genocide continues. Yeah, bombing guerrilla terror groups has always worked, right? I haven't paid attention to any foreign conflict for 30 years. 30 years, basically almost 100 years. You can bomb guerrilla insurgencies all day, every day. Look at fucking Vietnam. It never works. It never works. You can't do it. Look at the Taliban. Look at Viet Cong in Vietnam. And Yemen is yet another blip on a long and convoluted chapter of American imperialism and its ineffective methods of dealing with insurgencies. Yeah, look at North Korea. Exactly. It's so stupid.
Student whose future is uncertain.
Also, yes, the bottom shelf is correct. The point isn't it for it to work, it's to sell bombs anyway. You have to have a steady flow of weapons. You have to consistently recycle. You have to consistently find new targets. That's it. It's that simple. You don't have to actually bomb these countries into oblivion and destroy them. That's That's not the real purpose of all of this. The real purpose of all this is to just keep making new weapons, keep making more unique ways of murdering children.
Amid the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, PhD candidate Ranjani Srinivasan says she fled the country after her student visa was suddenly revoked. She sat down with Lilia Luciano to tell her story in her first TV interview.
The events in the last 2 weeks have sort of spiraled out of control.
37-year-old Ranjani Srinivasan is originally from India. She's been in the U.S. legally as a PhD student of urban planning at Columbia University. But in early March, she was suddenly notified that her student visa was being revoked.
I was talking to the advisor from the international students office on Zoom. She was reassuring me that I'm fine. And while that was happening, ICE was knocking on my door.
Without a visa.
The excuse being repeated by media outlets that Israel stopped this. Hamas doesn't want to release the hostages. Is that true? What do you think? Of course it's not true. Anything that Israel... Dude, I'm sorry. There is a handful of moments where Israel has told the truth. Okay? Not even a handful. There's like... It's much easier to figure out when Israel has told the truth than not. They always lie. Literally, always. Governments lie all the time, but Israel is a particularly gross offender. All governments lie, but Israel is egregious and consistent. No. The reason why the ceasefire fell apart is because Israel already was violating the conditions of the ceasefire to begin with, not letting in enough aid that they previously had agreed upon, or even shutting off aid in its entirety this past week, but then completely ending the ceasefire talks. We want to move on to phase 2 of the ceasefire, where the hostage, like the prisoner swaps would continue. They didn't want to get to the second phase of the ceasefire because they never wanted to stop bombing Gaza. They wanted to continue bombing Gaza. It's that simple. They want to continue the ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing campaign. Everything Israel says and does is projection.
Her enrollment at Columbia was terminated, and fearing she'd be detained indefinitely, she fled to Canada. The issue seems to stem from last year's pro-Palestinian protest on Columbia's campus. On April 30th, students occupied a building. That night, NYPD officers arrested hundreds on and off various university campuses, including Srinivasan. But she says she was not involved at all.
You were not inside Hamilton Hall?
No, I was at a department picnic with my friends and faculty.
You weren't even protesting that day?
No, I was on the way back home. Barricades. I think the police charged.
Maybe skip the cloud server for now. You got it, man. Let me just end the broadcast for today. Like, I can't, okay? I know that it's effing. I know that it's skipping. You're just going to have to live with it, all right? Thanks for the feedback, chatter. Yes, every now and then there's going to be a minor blip. It's okay.
At us.
She was cited for obstructing the sidewalk and failure to disperse. Those charges were dismissed. But according to DHS sources, she did not include those citations in her visa renewal application.
If I made a mistake, I would be happy to clarify that with the state. I never meant to conceal anything. I've been in complete compliance with my visa. I would like a chance to clear my name.
In a statement, DHS accused her of being involved in activities supporting Hamas without providing any proof.
The Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, said that you are a terrorist sympathizer.
I just found it absurd. I'm not a terrorist sympathizer.
For now, she's stuck in limbo and worries the crackdown will have an effect that goes far beyond free speech.
I came to the US because I really like the academic culture, and you have a lot of academic freedom, something that you don't really find anywhere else in the world. But currently, I do think that there is a crazy climate of fear in universities, and especially in Columbia.
So do you think the thing that brought you to the U.S. is ending?
Yes.
Colombia told us once a student visa is revoked, it has to unenroll a student. Srinivasan's lawyers argue that those dismissed citations should not have had any impact on her visa eligibility. We asked DHS for clarification on this case, but we did not get a response. To be clear, the government does have ample discretion when it comes to revoking student visas.
Yeah, this is more so a process of should they. We just talked about a student. We just talked about a student having their visa revoked and having to escape the country. Okay, for the most minor of reasons, which again, not because of like the fact that she was falsely detained and didn't report on it or anything like that, but instead because she dared to protest against Israel. Now let's move on to the doctor from Rhode Island who was here in the United States on an H-1B visa, denied admission to the U.S. because of photos on her phone. This is a doctor that works in a very specialized unit in Rhode Island that has an H-1B visa for this reason. She also happens to be from Lebanon. Okay, let's take a look at why she was denied entry into the United States of America.
Information about why a Brown University professor was denied entry to the U.S. even though she had a valid visa. As WBZ's Louisa Moeller shows us, because of photos on her phone and her answers to certain questions.
It's a kidney transplant doctor. She works in my family. This shit is insane. Yes.
Customs officials consider her a possible threat.
Court documents say Rasha Alloway had just gotten off a plane at Boston Logan last Thursday, on her way to be an assistant professor and doctor at Brown University on an H-1B or work visa, when she was detained and sent back to her home country of Lebanon. Now, new court filings are providing evidence as to why. After arriving in Boston, officials searched her phone, and Dr. Alloway was interviewed by Customs and Border Protection.
Bro, this is straight up Israel shit, by the way. This is what Israel does to the Palestinian citizens of Israel. This is what Israel does in the West Bank to Palestinians in the West Bank. America is now doing Israel shit for Israel, ironically enough. It's just Nazi shit. Oh, let me see your phone. Sorry. That's a thought crime. That is crazy.
Protection official. She was asked why she had photos of
Yeah, it's what people say China does to everybody. That's what's so crazy. This is literally like, oh, yeah, I bet that's what they're doing in China. They don't, by the way. That's crazy.
Hezbollah fighters and martyrs, including photos of the designated terror group's assassinated leader, Hasan Nasrallah, on her phone. She answered,
"Oh my God. I can't believe that she had a photo of Hasan Nasrallah on her phone. I guess, nope, sorry." Visa revoked. We are straight up psychopaths, dude. This is insane. But why would she have the pic? I don't know, a million different reasons. Maybe she loves Hasan Nasrallah. Is that a good enough reason to be like, yeah, sorry, no more H-1B visa? What do you mean, why does she have the pic? I have pictures of fucking Osama bin Laden in my phone. What are you talking about? Okay, let's hear her answer. What are you entertaining in this process? What kind of fucking photos do you have on your phone? Does that mean I love Osama bin Laden? No. The fuck do you mean? What is this fucking take, dude? What are we doing? No, don't, Hasan. Don't say that. They will see it. No, that's fucking ridiculous. I have pictures. I'm a political commentator. I have pictures of fucking many prominent political figures on my fucking phone from memes that I've screenshotted. This is idiotic. It could be for any number of different reasons. What are we talking about? The greater crime here is not the potential thought crime of having Hasan Nasrallah on your fucking phone. The greater crime is the fact that the American government is going through the phone of a person coming into the United States as though it's a normal part of the process of entry. What the hell? It's a direct invasion of people's privacy. Did they have proper search authorization for this? Like, did they have a search warrant for this? You can't just like go through someone's phone like this. I hope you understand. Yeah. Imagine they're going to start revoking people's like citizenship and revoking people's visa status for having Saddam Hussein whole pictures in their fucking phones. You know what I mean? Sorry, this meme means that you love terrorism. And for the record, she literally could say over and over again that she loves Hasan Nasrallah. Revoking someone's entry into the country over that, regardless of what the czar is, psychotic. I disagree with it on principle. What the fuck do you mean? This is why I this is why I kept talking. This is why I kept talking about the Mahmoud Khalil story, where I said it's completely. She's coming to the States with a picture of a terrorist that country deems a terrorist. They have a right to refuse. Like I said, really? Okay. So if she had a photo of Nelson Mandela coming into the United States in 2008, that's like perfectly reasonable grounds. Of anyone. Fuck it, Adolf Hitler. What do you mean? You can't just fucking deny people entry to the country for that reason. That's such an idiotic fucking reason. He's no longer... No, that's why I said 2008, dipshit. 2008. The fuck are we talking about, dude? Not only is having a photo on your phone not an endorsement, but what if they did have... What if it was an endorsement? I don't give a shit if it's an endorsement. What are you talking about? That's what I keep explaining to people. Free speech is not just like, oh, I'm scared now, so it doesn't matter. That's not how this works. Same with fucking due process. Okay? Having an opinion on something aside, like not appreciating something or being very critical of something aside, the government violating your rights is unheard. It's completely unacceptable. Is that a law? No. The law is that she can, there's no problem with her fucking having a picture of anybody. What are you talking about? Sure, make it the law when I come to your country. Then, oh my God, you're not even American. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's nothing. Dude, American hogs are incredibly low on the bottom of the fucking totem pole, all right, in terms of like being servile little piglets. But a guy who's not even an American, who's LARPing as a fucking American hog is unimaginable, dude. Oh my God, you are lower than the dumbest inbred hog, you fucking Ian Miles Chong ass motherfucker. Holy shit. Fantasizing about being an American hog. LMFAO, if you think I'm a hog, well, you're oinking like one right now. You're squealing like a fucking little piglet.
Many came from family and friends through a WhatsApp group. And about Nasrallah, quote, he's highly regarded in the Shia community and he's a religious and spiritual person. As I said, he has a very high value. She also told the official she attended a Hezbollah rally, quote, I attended the commemoration of the death of Nasrallah during this trip while I was waiting for my visa. The customs official refused her admission and canceled her visa. She was detained and put back on a plane to Lebanon on
This right here is completely unacceptable. Is it a matter of Customs and Border Enforcement? Yes. It's still completely fucking unacceptable Do you understand? It's completely unacceptable. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. If someone came to the U.S. with a picture of Hitler on their phone, Trump would hire them on the spot. True. Yeah. So within legal rights, but you don't like it, so change it, but don't get mad they're enforcing the current laws. Okay, you can't say I'm not a hog and then say the most hoggish motherfucking thing on the planet, dude. It's like if I was doing commentary during the fucking slavery era, being like, this is unjustifiable, and you're like, well, just change the rules around slavery then. Stop complaining about it. No, the photo part is not. The Customs and Border Patrol has broad discretionary powers over denying entry into the United States of America. Many of those rules are outdated, antiquated, oftentimes not applied because it's fucking idiotic. The picture part of this conversation is not a part of the law. Having said that, you can be like, oh, well, I saw that you went to the Hasan Nasrallah funeral. We don't like that. We are denying you entry into the country because Customs and Border Patrol have broad, expansive powers in comparison to revoking someone's citizenship. This is something that I stressed when I was talking about the Mahmoud Khalil, the Mahmoud Khalil story. It doesn't really matter though, because they're burning the candle on both ends, as they are obviously engaging in insane levels of enforcement on American legal permanent residents anyway. Having said that, however, the notion where you're like, oh, we'll just change it while I'm actively in the process of criticizing the fucking existing mandate that is so ridiculous that the government usually doesn't apply this, okay, and will apply leniency because it would be fucking impossible to enforce and also ridiculous once again. You're turning around and being like, well, change the law then. Okay, dude, I can't even change the law in the direction of giving everybody health care, okay? Hope you're ready for the Ethan clip to say this. You're pro-terror. I don't care. I don't care. The real terrorism here is what the American government is doing. What are we talking about? The notion that like someone going to the Hasan Nasrallah funeral is enough to be like, yeah, you're a highly specialized doctor that works on patients. Sorry, fuck your patients, your American patients. We don't care anymore. You can't come into the country is psychotic. It's insane. Yeah. It's also idiotic to assume that Ethan Klein was not going to call me a terrorist or a terror lover or an Islamist fundamentalist or whatever insane thing that he comes up with on a daily basis, call me a fucking anti-Semite over and over again without this clip. You know, he's been doing that. Trust me. I agree with you 90% of the time, but this one I can't see it. Okay. Let me explain this in terms that you could understand. Is there anything, are there any photos of I don't know, memes or even an endorsement of a political figure that the American government doesn't appreciate? Do you think that should stop the American government from letting you into the country? She even deleted the pics. They went through the recently deleted folders. She took some precautions that they still found a way. I'm also from Lebanon, cannot go back because I'm scared of my visa being revoked. I was interrogated by Customs and Border Patrol under the previous administration and cannot even imagine what it's like now. The funeral part is a bit odd. Why is it odd? This is a leading political figure, or was a political in fucking Lebanon. Why is that odd? Because the American government's like, he's a terrorist? Is that why it's odd? Okay, that's why I always bring up the example of fucking Nelson Mandela. He was on the terror watch list until 2008, okay? It doesn't matter. It's ridiculous. This doesn't apply. This standard does not apply across the board. If that was the case, then Kahanis would not be allowed into George Bush funeral. Did you just compare Hasan Nasrallah to fucking George Bush? Are you out of your mind? George Bush. First of all, I don't think that anyone should be denied entry into the country for going to the George Bush funeral. That's number one. Number two, George Bush killed millions. What are you saying? I appreciate that you're willing to say it so bluntly. The media is too scared to say the truth. This is free speech that we need to fight for, not the right wing's imaginary fight against same pronouns. I know. All of the free speech defenders, when actual violations against free speech occurs, are not only not quiet, but they're actually actively on the side of violating free speech. This is ridiculous. Like, how many people that are directly in the IDF and have done war crimes have been able to come back into the United States freely? What are we talking about? I'm not even talking about people who are pro-Israel, pro-baby murder, pro-genocide. I'm talking straight up people who conducted it. And they get to walk in freely and operate on U.S. soil as though they did nothing at all. And you're over here being like, well, this doctor went to the HasanAbi March funeral. I think it's suspicious. What do you mean? How is that suspicious? The fuck does that mean? Say what you actually mean. Do you think this person is a terrorist? That's the question. Do you think this person is a terrorist? It pairs up so nicely with what we just talked about with the previous story of a person being falsely detained by police and signing off on a Architects Against Genocide petition and then liking Instagram posts and then having their student visa revoked for that reason. No, I don't. I just keep how the current government see that as a high red flag. What do you mean? I don't care what the government considers to be a red flag. I think it's a fucking ridiculous, erroneous reason to basically engage in a self-own here, by the way. Because an H-1B visa for a Lebanese doctor working at Brown University at the highly specialized like kidney unit is obviously the perfect example of someone that needed to be in the United States of America, where they were like, we have to give this person, a Lebanese doctor, this visa because we need her here. America is cooking itself in an effort to, it's a self-inflicted, okay? Denying entry into the country for this person at the behest of an idiotic notion that like this person has radical, dangerous ideas is so stupid. Just a hypothetical, not saying anything about the doctor, but under their ideal society, should we allow someone with pictures of fan-heads of Hitler in their camera roll? Yes! 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 I do. I do think that. Yes. Same with Benjamin Netanyahu. Same with fucking Adolf Hitler. Yes. Do you want to know why? Because this is erroneous enforcement. Okay? Yes. This is what an idiotic question. Shall I give you prominent examples of how people don't even look in that direction? I already did. I already gave you an example of that. Virtually, people that are pro-IDF get to travel freely into the United States as the IDF is doing genocide in Gaza, okay? They get to travel freely into the United States. The fucking former leadership. Like, we had Yoav Gallant here. He has an ICC warrant for war crimes. He fucking came to the United States of America to the press store. What are you talking about? We're not only letting Nazis in the country, we're putting them in prominent positions of fucking power.
Friday.
I mean, I think that they're within their rights to say, well, we haven't been properly served.
Lawyers for Alloway said Customs and Border Protection ignored an order by a federal judge allowing the doctor to stay in the U.S. for 48 hours while her case was reviewed. CBP argues their attorneys didn't get the order until after Alloway was in the air. And as for her interview, immigration attorney Stephen Roth says Customs and Border Protection can search anyone's phone for national security reasons inside an airport and reserves the right to refuse admission to immigrants even if their visa has been approved by the State Department.
But CBP has statutory, regulatory, and legal precedent on their side that allow.
Yeah. The previous incident and Mahmoud Khalil are incidents where the American government is grossly overstepping previously established boundaries. This right here is technically within the legal confines. Okay. Having said that, I still disagree with it vehemently. Do you understand? It's one of those circumstances where, like, the government does technically have the right to do this. I disagree with it because I think it's a fucking stupid way to operate. If you can't comprehend the dangers of behavior, if you can't comprehend the dangers of this sort of behavior, all right, you don't understand how this might impact you in the future. You have a million photos on your phone. The government pulls you aside. They look through your phone. You got memes of Osama bin Laden. You're denied entry. Your visa is revoked. Ridiculous. It's quite literally saying thought crimes. It's here. It's here. We're not letting you in for thought crimes.
Allows them to search anyone's phone coming into the United States.
A spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security.
Your boys in kneecap are currently in America. I put money on one of the fellas having a Bobby Sands photo in their phones. Dog, kneecap literally posted a photo reading quotations from Hasan Nasrallah like a couple of weeks ago. Güzel yürüdü mü? Okay. Eyvallah. Eyvallah, eyvallah. Tamam, teşekkür ederim.
Said a visa is a privilege and not a right, and quote, glorifying and supporting.
Having memes of Hussein and going to a prominent public figure funeral is way different. No, it's still on the same. It is still the same principle. Okay, it is still the same principle. Like, we don't person. It doesn't matter. If you go to Luigi's court proceeding, the standard is this. Okay, let's say you are a green card holder, a legal permanent resident. Okay, let's say, because we haven't officially moved on to denaturalization yet. We're not there yet. Okay, I'm going to walk you through this. You went to Luigi Mangioni's court trial, okay? You showed support to Luigi Mangione publicly. Luigi Mangione is currently on trial for terrorism, okay? You have photos of Luigi Mangione on your phone. You come back into the United States of America. Customs and Border Patrol goes through your phone, sees that you have deleted Luigi Mangione photos off your phone. They find it in the deleted bucket in your phone. Okay, they look through the metadata. They figure out that you have Luigi Mangione sympathies. They find out that you've been to the Luigi Mangione trial. They take away your pathway to citizenship. They take away and revoke your green card. They take away your student visa. Do you think this is appropriate? Because both Luigi Mangione is considered a terrorist, and so is Hasan Nasrallah. Do you understand? How do you not recognize that if they can do this today, these arbitrary reasons can be applied today, right now? Mehdi says, Arbitrary reason for deportation is a clear avenue for legalized discrimination. Exactly. The whitewash narratives in defense of this shows how many people have lost the plot as to what free speech is and means. Thank you. Exactly. That is exactly what's going on. I had to use a fucking white dude for some of these dumb fucks to understand, even though they're in the fucking community of a dude whose name is Hasan and gets called a fucking terrorist every day. How do you not understand that you being in here right now could mean that your citizenship could be revoked in the fucking future? You're so stupid. Jesus Christ. It's the same fucking name. Oh. If they no longer care about due process, and if they arbitrarily designate people as terrorists or showing sympathies to terrorists, one day you will be in the fucking crosshairs. It's that simple. It's that simple.
Reporting terrorists who kill Americans is grounds for visa issuance to be denied. Dr. Alloway's case in federal court has been continued to later in the month. At Logan Airport, Louisa Moeller, WBZ News.
Spike in anti-Semitism we're experiencing right now in America began after the worst instance of violence committed against Jewish people since the Holocaust.
Back in 2023, New York Senator Chuck Schumer made a passionate and personal speech from the Senate floor condemning anti-Semitism, and that is the topic of his new book called Anti-Semitism in America, A Warning. In it, he writes, the rise of anti-Semitism is a, quote, five-alarm fire that threatens American democracy. And Senator Schumer joins us now. Senator, thank you very much for being here.
Great to be with you all.
Wouldn't want to be looking out your window when I woke up this morning, right? You've got protesters out there.
I'm not looking forward to these clips being posted a year from now when everything is worse, exactly as you've said, in an effort to vindicate you. I know. It's just, there's nothing we can stop. I mean, there's nothing we can do to stop it, though, unfortunately, it seems. All we can do is keep resisting with the hopes that, like, you know, inevitably the government will back down from it. Interesting. Double Cirque Tony having a very different tone with Chuck Schumer as he did with Ta-Nehisi Coates, if you recall. You know, he's not saying that this book has writings that could be seen in the backpack of a terrorist.
It's been a difficult few days. We're going to get to that. We're also going to get to the book. But I want to talk about what's going on in the Middle East, because overnight, the ceasefire that had held and that you had celebrated between Israel and Hamas has been broken.
Right.
Your reaction to that, and do you think a ceasefire could get back on the table?
Yes.
Could it be reestablished?
They were really close. And this ceasefire, the second round of the ceasefire is important because first it says Hamas, which I believe has been a large cause of the trouble, would disarm and Israel would remove its soldiers from Gaza. So they were close. It fell apart. I don't know the exact details. It happened overnight. But I think our government has to work really hard to bring them back to the table and get those hostages home. And I think it's possible because they were close at one point.
Now, last week, you and 9 other Democrats helped avert a government shutdown by voting for a Republican-written bill, which many Democrats have been angered by.
Yeah. By the way, the government is considering keying Teslas an act of terror, and dumb fucks in the chat are like, I don't understand. It's just like you went to a funeral proceeding. It's perfectly valid for the government to just like deny you your visa. I have no thoughts in my mind. Certainly, the fascist administrative state will not expand on the definition of terrorism away from people that you agree to people that you like. Certainly, that's never happened historically. This is the problem. This is the issue with violating certain pre-existing protections.
And we've seen it described as a civil war, as a train wreck. Many Democrats believe, you know, if you have a government shutdown that will force President Trump and Republicans to the negotiating table, why not use your vote to push back and fight?
Because the idea that they would go to the negotiating table is they don't do it. This is a new group. This is not the old group. Let me explain. I knew when I took this vote there'd be a lot of protests, but I felt I had to do it for the future, not only of the Democratic Party, but the country. Because here's as bad as that CR bill was, and it was bad, a shutdown is 10 times worse. Let me give you what happens.
Been blamed on the Democrats.
And you're right, Gail. But can I just explain
But you had been saying you were not going to vote, I think people were upset with you, and people were very upset with you, because you had led people to believe that, no, I'm going to vote against
Okay, well, let me explain why first a shutdown is terrible. People ought to know that. The executive branch, in this case, Musk, Doge, and this horrible guy Vogt, who have no concern for working people, would have had sole power to determine what opens and what closes. They determine what is essential. You can't go to court. So on day 2, get rid of SNAP and food for hungry kids. It's not essential. Day 4, get rid of mass transit aid. Let New York City do it. Not essential. Cut back on Medicaid and health care. Within 2 weeks, everyone would have been howling. Furthermore, it's even worse.
Oh, my God, bro. Bro, you are, oh, God. Please step aside, dude. Please, just step down. Yeah, people would be howling. You know at who? The fucking Trump admin for refusing to concede. It's crazy because, like, his own audience, his own base of support don't want this. His own base of support is saying, like, fight back as the Trump administration. Meanwhile, you just gave them the legal jurisdiction to be able to do all of those things down the line. And they have. They immediately cut key expenditures from, like, mental health treatment and shit. What are you talking about? That was in the bill that you allowed to pass through. Pelosi in San Francisco says she has confidence in Schumer as Senate Dem leader, but offers this reflection on the shutdown fight. I myself don't give away anything for nothing. I think that's what happened the other day. Trump said he was ready to negotiate with the Democrats. Understand me? Trump said he was ready to negotiate with the Democrats. 1 day later, Chuck Schumer conceded. A day after Trump said he would negotiate and talk to the Democrats about this deal, Chuck Schumer conceded without any assurances. It's so crazy that he's still actively trying to make it seem like this was the right decision. This was a smart decision. This was the best decision possible. I know better. They have some dirt on Schumer then? No, they don't. They don't have dirt on Schumer. The only reason why Schumer did this and Kirsten Gillibrand did this is because they're close to Wall Street. It's that simple. They're close to Wall Street, and Wall Street was like, don't fuck up the bag. The market is already incredibly volatile with the tariffs. If you actually put up a fight against the shutdown, then the market is going to dive. It's going to nosedive even further. You have to protect it. That's it. And he did it against the wishes of his constituents. He did it against the preservation of future expenditures for incredibly important programs that people rely on. That's it. That is the only reason why he did this. The reason why he did this is because bosses made a boss call and said, if you actually put up a fight, a strong fight that leads to a government shutdown, then people are going to, if you put up a strong fight that leads to a government shutdown, then market volatility is going to cause a major crash. So he said, yes, sir, I'll play ball.
It has no off-ramp. Guess who determines when we leave the shutdown? The Republicans, and let's not forget how bad they are. This guy Vogt, probably the most evil man. He's the guy who came up with that Project 2025.
Yes.
Yeah, he has a whole playbook of what to shut down. So they had said, one of the Republican senators who knows said to us, you'll be in the shutdown for 6 to 9 months till we totally destroy the federal government. So the shutdown was a much worse alternative. I knew I'd get a lot of flack.
But Senator,
I took some bullets from other people.
And you're still taking bullets, but should you have let people know you're thinking ahead of time? Because really, people thought...
The problem was it came so fast. Hakeem and I had a strategy, which was to try and get a bipartisan bill, which meant in the House, the Republicans would have not been able to pass it. Only at the last minute did it happen that they all voted for it. And so Patty Murray tried to get that bipartisan bill on Wednesday. That's why I said we didn't have the votes yet. They pulled out Wednesday night, and Thursday we had 2 bad choices. But I assure the public, a shutdown would have been the greatest disaster we have to put the government in the sole hands of the evil, nasty, nihilistic people like Musk and Vogt and Trump. Would have been the greatest. We would have had half the federal government we have now. So I thought I did the thing a leader should do. Even when people don't see the danger around the curve, my job was to alert people to it, and I knew I'd get some bullets.
Senator, the leader in question, that is...
He's like, yeah, I fell on my sword bravely. It's not. You flopped. You showed your belly like a coward. There is no honorable way out of this. I don't know why he thinks he's charismatic enough to be able to play this song and dance to make it seem as though he did the right thing, by the way. I don't know who the fuck he's convincing here. Democrats' approval rating is in the dumpster. 29%, dude. 29% approval is crazy. They have a net negative 38% disapproval right now. 38 points in the dumps. They are unimaginably unpopular. Lowest ever. And this fucking dipshit thinks like, nah, you don't understand. I actually did something. I actually did something good. You guys are just too stupid to understand it. And it's funny because that lack of interest in trying to understand where the public is coming from is precisely why the Democrats keep losing. Breaking, Trump has just fired both the Democratic commissioners at the Federal Trade Commission in a potentially illegal move. Nice. Good stuff. Yeah, well, let's get back to Chuck Schumer. I'm sure he'll have some great takes on this too.
Is actually what people are debating right now. There are people in your party who don't want you to be a leader in the party anymore. And it's a question of what is this moment and what does it require? I want to ask a question about that moment involving the Venezuelan deportations and the court hearings around it. Put the charges or lack of evidence or whatever against these men aside for now. And let's just talk about the interaction of the Trump administration.
Can you counter his argument as that the government shutdown would accelerate towards more federal cuts? Yes, because government shutdowns are unpopular. When you furlough employees, you immediately accelerate the process. And when you accelerate that process, there is a messaging battle that the Democrats can engage in where they can actively communicate to the population, this is what the Trump administration is doing. That means all of the harm and all the responsibility will be attributed to the Trump administration. Okay? And they can't attain that level of unpopularity for too long. People are going to start freaking the fuck out. People are going to start panicking. The market is going to start collapsing. In that process, it is infinitely better for the Democrats to have put up a fight and communicated the real villains here, especially because if you pass this continued resolution, you already give them the legal power to start closing the money faucet on certain expenditures that the government has power over that Congress is giving to the presidency, and the president has already done that. They're doing it with Doge in a slower process, and they're now doing it with the additional authorization that Congress approved. You've basically said, oh, I'm scared that people might yell at me for forcing a government shutdown, which, you know, if done correctly, would obviously, understandably put the blame on Trump. So instead, I'm giving Trump an opportunity to legally do the exact same thing that a shutdown would do in a way that also offers him cover, in a way that offers him shelter and legal protection.
And the court.
Yes.
They seem to take the position that this court doesn't have jurisdiction over them, and you have Tom Homan saying he doesn't care what the judge thinks. What did Democrats do if and when the Trump administration defies a federal judge?
First of all, yeah, those cuts he's talking about would not be permanent. It forces the party in power to come to the bargaining table and reinstate things that their base would righteously be angry about. Meanwhile, when you go without a fight and offer Trump the opportunity to cut down federal programs, you basically gave him the legal authorization to do so in a longer timeline. And you gave him shelter. You gave him shelter from scrutiny. It's fucked up.
We have to have rule of law. People say, well, that's not me. If we get rid of rule of law, the 248-year tradition in America, this democracy is over, okay? So it's vital to stop it. There are two courts.
How do the Democrats do that?
There are two courts. One is the court of public opinion. And the public has to make, if this happens, they have to make their voices known, Democrats, Republicans, everyone, in the strongest terms, because it's ending our democracy. Now, but we also have the courts. And so far, the lower courts have done a good job. We hope the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court will do the same job. When the lower courts, and I'm very proud that we put in all those judges last year, many of whom are making these decisions, when the lower courts thus far have said to the Trump administration, you must stop, in most cases they have.
But you hear the Trump administration saying we're not going to pay attention to the court.
If they don't, and we go to the Supreme Court and it is defied, democracy is at real risk, and there will have to be extraordinary action taken.
Tony touched on it, Senator.
And that is by the people, by everybody.
But there are people in your own party that are saying, look, it's time for you to go. They no longer trust your leadership. They want somebody else in there. What do you say about that?
Here's what I say.
In your own party saying you've got to go.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm the best leader for the Senate. We have a lot of leaders. You know, when you don't have a president, there's not one leader of the party. There are lots of them. We have a lot of good people. But I am the best at keep winning Senate seats. I've done it in 2005. Just in 2020, no one thought we'd take back the Senate. Under my leadership, we took it. So we now are executing.
You're not going anywhere.
We have a.
You lost seats. What are you fucking talking about? I'm the best. Why are you the minority leader right now? What does that mean? You were the majority leader, now you're the minority leader.
Great, we're moving forward. Hakeem and I have a plan. Let me just say this. There's a real contrast between the parties. The Republican Party now, particularly in office, is the party of rich oligarchs who want to really...
Yeah. Democrats learn from the Republicans and they're now lying too. Yeah, but they're lying in the wrong direction. I don't want the Democrats to lie. I want them to earnestly push for genuine changes. Okay? But even if they're going to lie, I want them to lie in the direction of seizing more power. Basically, his argument is that if they shut the government down, then Trump would violate the law. So they decided to change the law to make what Trump is doing legal. That means rule of law is still working. Exactly. Exactly. This way, they preserve the integrity of the institutions as Donald Trump keeps violating them. It's best to play dead, because if we put up a fight, God forbid, then Trump is going to hurt our feelings. Trump is going to violate the norms. We can't have that. Fucking Christ, dude. Coward.
Screw every average American so they can get tax cuts for the rich. And we are fighting that every day. So today, we just issued a statement at 8 o'clock that describes it. Hakeem and I, we have a day of action on Medicaid. In every state, in every corner of the country, Democrats are talking about they're going to Medicaid centers. They're going to people who would be deprived and
Senator, people
killed.
don't have faith in the Democrats.
Well, let me say this.
And those average Americans.
And we're going to do this day in, day out on issues. Why are they doing tariffs and raising your cost $2,000? It's beginning to work. Why are they taking away Fannie and Freddie and raising your housing costs dramatically? It's beginning to work. His numbers have come down. If we keep at it every day, relentless fighting and showing how they're hurting people so badly, Trump's numbers will get much lower. And his both popularity, but also his effectiveness will decline. That, I believe that strategy will work.
May I hold up the book?
Yes.
Yeah, let's get to the book.
This is why you were here.
Yes.
Because
news that stays news, anti-Semitism.
Yeah, it's coming out at a time where you said you never thought you'd have to write this book, but you never thought anti-Semitism would be as bad as it is. You said for many non-Jewish people, it's alarming, but it's not a real problem and not a priority. And to that you say...
Yeah, Jewish people, we carry 5,000 years of history on our back. Conor Cruz O'Brien, the great Irish poet, said anti-Semitism is a light sleeper. When things get bad, often, almost in too many societies, it turns on the Jews. You know, I was brought up between 1950, I was born in 1950. For the first 50 years, the Jewish people, we call it the Golden Medina. Jews did great in America, like everybody else. We were advancing up the ladder. There was very little anti-Semitism because the pall of the Holocaust hung over America, and people realized what could happen. But starting in 2000 with 9/11, a little worse in the financial crisis, where a lot of them accused.
Yeah. When I think of bigotry that was supercharged after 9/11, I think of the Jews did 9/11 conspiracies. Okay? And not fucking Islamophobia that became government mandated so that we could justify the atrocities that we committed over there. That's crazy, dude. I don't know. God damn, dude. That is fucking insane. Progressive, by the way. Progressive Party, by the way. You should be fucking embarrassed. It's crazy. You should be embarrassed to say this.
Jewish financiers, but it got much worse in 2017. So that for the first time, Jewish Americans say, maybe it could happen here. Like it happened.
Yeah, who could forget the first hate crime post 9/11, which was, of course, a Jewish man. Oh, wait, it wasn't. It wasn't even a Muslim man, actually. It was a Sikh person that the psychopath thought was Muslim.
Happened everywhere else. So I wrote this book.
Yeah,
I wrote this book aimed at 5 audiences, and then I'll add a 6th. First, my generation. So they see we're not alone. My experience is often their experience. Second, to my generation's children. They know what's going on, but they didn't know the struggles of Israel, the history of anti-Semitism. You know, they know
the struggles of Israel.
Our holidays. There's a joke about the.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there was post World War II in the United States of America. It was a historic period, according to Chucky here, where there was no anti-Semitism famously. Why? Because we deported Jews as the American government in the same exact way that the Nazis wanted to deport or put Jews into concentration camps for being suspected communists, of course. That's right. But that period was perfect for Jews, according to Chuck Schumer. Now, don't make any inferences on what the American government might do later down the line.
The 3 words that describe every Jewish holiday. They tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat.
Yes.
So they know bad. But third, it's aimed at non-Jewish people who say, you know, it's bad, but why are they so sensitive? You read this book, you'll see it.
Right.
Finally, I'm aiming it at my left, my people on the left, my friends on the left. I've always been a progressive, but we've always seen anti-Semitism on the right. You saw those people at 9/11, at January 6th wearing shirts that more than 6 million. But now a lot of it's trickled over to the left, and that's bad too.
Yeah, the real fear is the leftist anti-Semitism. Oh my God. Yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you for tackling the real issues right now in this day and age. Anti-Semitism coming from the left, which is, of course, having thoughts about Israel, saying Israel is an apartheid state. Because remember, this dipshit told the New York Times, yeah, he thought January 6th is 9/11, by the way, which is a fantastic Freudian slip from Chuck. But this dipshit told the New York Times that the UN anti-Semitically says Israel is doing a genocide. He said the United Nations is anti-Semitic. You're out of your fucking mind, dude. I'm not entertaining this conversation. I hate it. I hate it so much. I fucking hate it so goddamn much. There are varying degrees of fear, some of which comes from an understandable perspective, given Jewish history around the planet, okay? Given the history of the Holocaust. And then there is the other side of saying that my own personal feelings as someone who is in support of Israel are being hurt, and therefore the genocide should continue and you shouldn't say anything about it. The moment that you move into that territory, the moment that you start chirping about that, you fucking lost me, okay? Fuck you and fuck your feelings. Suck my dick.
I hope every student and every school makes this advisory or required reading. And you know who else should read it? Donald Trump.
I'm sure you're
He has shown, let me just say this.
Yeah, Donald Trump. Hold on. Let's finish the Chucky boy media, the stupid ass takes that he had, because I'm going to show you one more thing from. I'm going to show you a thing that he said on The View too.
He'd do a lot to read it because Donald Trump. Let me just finish this quick point.
How is that different from what Kanye West is saying? Wait, what? Your feelings in defense of Israel being called out is not more important than, one, free speech protections, and two, being able to actively criticize the Israeli government for doing a genocide with our tax dollars is the same as what Kanye West is saying? Are you stupid? Were you dropped on your head as a baby? You think that's the same? You think falsely conflating Israel's actions with Judaism and then assuming a defensive posture that centers your own personal feelings about Israel's continued genocide is the same as saying that, Kanye West loves Adolf Hitler, just over and over again, repeating that and making swastika merchandise. If my grandmother had wheels, she would be a bicycle. All the years of the left standing against modern neo-Nazis who spewed anti-Semitism throughout the rise of the alt-right, as shit-lips scolded the left for antagonizing the right, now the shit-lips are accusing the left of being anti-Semitic. Yeah. Yeah.
Point. Donald Trump has shown that he regards Jews as transactional. Oh, they're good for votes, they're good for money. He has no understanding of the Jewish people, and it leads him to do bad things, sitting down with that anti-Semite thing when Charlottesville occurred, saying both.
They made it back. Dude, I came right at the... Look at that.
And SpaceX Freedom, splashdown. Good main release.
You guys got to see it.
Copy, splashdown. We see main chutes cut. Nick, Alex, Butch, Sunny.
Look at the timing.
On behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
It is an amazing, what a ride. I see a capsule full of grins ear to ear.
And as you can see on your screen, we have visual confirmation of splashdown. Dragon Freedom has returned home, and NASA astronauts.
System safety verifications are in progress. We'll report back
Dragging
when recovery
these
personnel
nuts.
are en route.
One of them is going to lightly criticize Elon Musk at some point, and Elon's going to throw a fucking fit. Oh, for sure.
Section 2, 4.800.
Oh, for sure. Especially the ones that came back, because they were already criticizing Elon. And Elon called them the R word. Didn't he?
It is necessary.
He literally said the astronaut in space was like fucking stupid.
In the distance, we can see the recovery vessel making its way.
Copy, you're in Section 2 for the environmental assessment in 4.800. That is not necessary today.
Understand. Raising buzz.
So we will continue to have communications between the Corps and Nick Hague, the commander of Crew Dragon Freedom, which just splashed down 2 minutes ago off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Dragon Freedom has returned home with NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. They're back on Earth after approximately 17 hours of a return journey from space.
The SpaceX recovery ship and team have been waiting for Dragon's splashdown, and they will now make their way to the splashdown location. The teams have been ready and waiting about 3 nautical miles away, so it's going to take them about 30 minutes or so to make their way
and
to
SpaceX Freedom. Pretty sure we're in stable 1.
Copy, stable 1. We see the same.
It's going to take about 30 minutes for the recovery team to make their way over to Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander, who are still seated and secured inside that Dragon spacecraft there on your screen. Incredible views there of that thermal protection system, or TPS. That Dragon capsule was pristine, white color before it departed the station, and we can see how the reentry phase, the thermal protection system did its job. Now, if you're wondering what that hole, that like bucket area is, that is underneath the side hatch. That is where the main parachutes were stored.
This is CGI.
When we saw the Dragon capsule docked at station, it looked very different. The panel that protects and covers the main parachutes, that was still intact, as well as the panels that enclose where the drogue parachutes are located. We can see fast
Freedom,
boats.
SpaceX is go for recovery personnel to approach. Expect personnel alongside in the next few minutes.
Freedom copies.
We can see those fast boats. We weren't kidding when we said they were fast. While it does take about 30 minutes for the main recovery vessel to make its way over to the capsule, these fast boats will be doing a couple of things simultaneously. A couple of them are going to be working to retrieve the parachutes that you see in the background there of this drone shot. Those parachutes will be retrieved from the ocean
Clearly
surface.
flat.
We want to make sure we
The Earth, I mean.
we are able to pull those out. The recovery vessel there closest to the spacecraft is going to be performing some safety checks. We can see there they're using an instrument that is basically working to detect if there are any hypergolic vapors or fumes that are still residing in and or around the Draco thruster nozzles or outlets. The hypergolic fuel, which is necessary for on-orbit on-orbit burns to maneuver the spacecraft. Unfortunately, those hypergolics are unable to be breathed. They are toxic, and so this team here is doing those initial safety checks to make sure that it is safe for the rest of the recovery team to approach the spacecraft. They're also checking to make sure that any residuals from the pyros are safe and are not going to cause any issues. We can see the team working their way around the spacecraft to do these basically these sniff tests on all of those Draco thrusters.
And as we continue to await the recovery of our Dragon spacecraft with NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sunny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov inside, Dragon has autonomously completed several steps to safe itself following splashdown. We are continuing to see Dragon in what is known as stable 1 configuration. That's kind of the ideal configuration following splashdown. It's upright, and the Dragon capsule is in the right configuration for it to be hoisted into the recovery vessel Megan, which you do see a little ways off in your screen approaching. Dragon will continue to remain live on air with you through that recovery process, all the way through the point where the crew is extracted from the Dragon spacecraft. Now, if you are just joining us, the mission has gone smoothly so far. Dragon successfully splashed down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida at 2:57 p.m. Pacific, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon.
Approximately 17 hours prior to splashdown, Dragon autonomously undocked from the International Space Station, completed a series of departure burns, jettisoned its trunk section, and performed its final burn, the deorbit burn. This placed the Dragon spacecraft on a trajectory toward Tallahassee, Florida. Dragon successfully re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, followed by deployment of its parachutes to slow the spacecraft down to a gentle
that previously
splashdown.
went up there on a Boeing
We're now
mission
going to follow the
and bring them back down to Earth.
Unfired ordnance checks
This is a
are
successful
nominal.
mission.
Rigging is in progress. Approximately 25 minutes until capsule lift. Stand by for PMC with SpaceX flight surgeon.
And so what we did just hear there was communications that those hypergol checks were complete. They didn't find any of that upon those checks, so we'll continue to move through the timeline. Next up is a process called rigging, which you see happening right now on your screen. This is when a SpaceX recovery personnel actually works to climb aboard the capsule and work through procedures ahead of lifting onto the nest of the recovery vessel Megan. We heard it's going to be about 25 minutes or so until that lift actually takes place.
Okay, Freedom, the next call will be from the SpaceX flight surgeon on Dragon and Ground Private.
Stop the steal.
Understand. Thank you.
Too big to rig.
Callouts there indicating that the crew will have the opportunity to do a quick check-in with the SpaceX flight surgeon. This is standard procedure for every Dragon spacecraft when it returns to Earth. It's just an initial check-in, make sure everybody is doing okay. They will also have another check-in with the flight surgeon once they are on board that recovery vessel that you see there in the background. We can now see that SpaceX recovery team member they're on top of the Dragon spacecraft. They are going to be working to install plugs in the Draco thrusters to ensure that none of those and to ensure that no more hypergolic fumes or vapors come out from the spacecraft. They'll also place harnessing around the spacecraft that are required in order to lift it out of the water. Go Go ahead, Sandra.
Continuing to get some views of the recovery personnel, both the main recovery vessel Megan, as well as some of those fast boats that we've discussed previously. It looks like just a beautiful day there out off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. Weather was pristine. We were able to get undocked from the International Space Station as expected at 10:05 p.m. Pacific time yesterday evening, and Crew Dragon has since completed steps ahead of its splashdown at 2:57 p.m. Pacific, and we're now stepping through procedures to get Dragon hoisted up onto the Megan recovery vessel and get the crew extracted out of the spacecraft. And you did see some of the parachutes that were near the spacecraft. Upon detection of landing, Dragon automatically releases those main parachutes to prevent wind from pulling the spacecraft. Dragon then automatically safes any pyrotechnics that may still be present on the vehicle and may automatically perform additional minor system reconfigurations. The astronauts will remain seated and in their suits at this point, but the onboard air conditioning keeps things temperature controlled inside the spacecraft so the crew remains comfortable, and the communication systems.
Freedom, SpaceX, ComCheck.
SpaceX, this is Freedom. Yeah, loud and clear.
Copy that, Freedom. Have you loud and clear as well, and Dragon to ground is no longer private.
Understand, thank you.
As we saw there on the screen, we have a couple of fast boats in the recovery fleet.
Yeah,
that
they
have
better
quickly
they
moved
better make sure that the
into
astronauts don't have
splashdown
any weird
location.
photos on their fucking phones as they're denied entry into the States. You guys don't have anything in their camera roll? Exactly.
The two fast boats have very specific roles. Excuse me. The first approach is focused on immediate safety inspection, as we saw. They do this for spacecraft integrity and checking for any presence of those hypergolic propellant vapors. And this ensures that it is safe for the recovery vessel to approach Dragon. Once Dragon is cleared for full approach, as we heard is the case today, the team begins rigging the spacecraft for water recovery by the recovery ship. The second fast boat is responsible for parachute recovery and also serves as a redundant boat to the first one that makes the initial approach to the Dragon spacecraft. As we saw a little bit earlier, we were also able to see one of the recovery team members get on a jet ski to help gather up the parachutes that were automatically detached from the Dragon spacecraft upon splashdown.
And it will take a little over 10 minutes for the recovery crew to complete their safety checks. Once they complete, the team will begin preparing Dragon to be lifted. And as you see, they are preparing for that to take place at this point. As part of the preparation for this lift, one member of the recovery team has climbed on top of the spacecraft already so they can attach Dragon's hoist rings and connect to the lifting lines. It will take us less than an hour to raise Dragon to the recovery boat and remove the crew from the spacecraft. After medical checkouts, the crew will return to land within 4 hours by helicopter. And if no additional medical assistance is needed, the crew will board a waiting NASA plane and depart for Houston.
I got on right as they were doing the splashdown. Chatters that follow the HasanAbi broadcast got to see it. All right. Anyway, this stuff is kind of somewhat boring. Let's finish Chuck Schumer being a dipshit and then move on to Jon Stewart.
Sides are to blame. Cutting off funds to our synagogues that need protection from anti-Semitism.
Senator, this is an important question here. Yes. You're doing the one hand, it's like Fiddler on the Roof here. On one hand, and on the other hand, this is an important question, though, that a lot of people struggle with. Anti-Semitism, and then the line between anti-Semitism and criticism of Israel, its government, its actions.
Great question. To criticize Israel is not anti-Semitic. I've done it. I got a lot of flack when I criticized Netanyahu a while back.
Oh, yeah.
But when it goes over...
But I get to dictate how you do it, okay? I get to dictate how you do it. Yeah, when I criticize Israel, they call me anti-Semitic as well, even though I'm Jewish. But, of course, I will turn around and willingly do the exact same stupid thing to other people.
over the line and you call someone an effing Zionist or effing Jew, how about the guy who went on the subway car and said, all Zionists get out of the subway car? How about the head of the Brooklyn Museum, Jewish, but nothing to do with Israel, whose house was scarred in red paint? And when people say, from the river to the sea, that's the Hamas slogan. Hamas is genocidal. They want to get rid of all the Jews.
So funny. Israel currently doing a genocide, saying that that's a genocide is anti-Semitic. Hamas not doing a genocide, experiencing a genocide, those are the real genocidal guys. Very cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, it seems like you got your priorities in order for sure. Yeah. Yeah, keep repeating this fucking idiotic lie. Like, oh yeah, all Jews are Zionist. When you say fuck Zionism or fuck Zionists, you mean fuck Jews. This is great. It's definitely a great way to combat anti-Semitism. To continue the conflation between Judaism and Israel might, in the short term, make you falsely believe that you're able to eviscerate any sort of real critique against Israel. Not like what Chuck Schumer thinks is appropriate critique, just in general. But in the long term, all you're doing is teaching people to be anti-Semitic.
No, their charter says, that a Jew behind a tree? Shoot him.
Yeah.
When Hamas does these things
Senator,
and says river to the sea, that is anti-Semitic.
I'm sorry, the nature of these morning shows is the commercials come very fast. We're going to go to the break here. I hope people do read it. Anti-Semitism in America, a warning is on sale today. Senator Schumer, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for doing what you do, and thank you
We'll
for
be right back.
caring about the...
It's so funny that, like,
it appears that
he very openly talked about the real issue here, which is saying shit about Israel. Anyway, here's Chuck Schumer.
I don't think we have an authenticity problem. We have a real direction now. I feel good about it. I am hopeful that our Republican colleagues will resume working with us. And I talk to them. One of the places I told them to go in the gym, you know, when you're on that bike in your shorts, panting away next to a Republican, a lot of the inhibitions come off. I don't think we have an authenticity problem. We have a real direction now. I feel good about it. I am hopeful.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thanks, dude. Also, here's another thing that he said on The View. The women raped and the baby's heads chopped off brutally. Chuck Schumer is still spreading atrocity propaganda on his book tour. While promoting a book about anti-Semitism, he's literally spreading the lies that have been used to justify genocide. Debunked atrocity propaganda.
Senator, I want to talk to you about your book.
Yes,
because you're
thank
here
you.
to talk about this, a new book, Anti-Semitism in America, A Warning. Now, as the highest-ranking Jewish official in the U.S., this is clearly
Ever, by the way, ever.
Ever.
Who would have thought an exterminator's son?
But it's very personal to you.
It is.
Why are you writing it now?
Okay, good. So I was born in 1950, and it was sort of called the golden era for Jews in America and in our whole history, because first America was all moving up. You know, my father...
No, it was the golden era for Jews because all the bad Jews were getting fucking blacklisted for being communist. You know? That's why it was the golden era for Jews. You know? All the Jews that were getting blacklisted were the bad Jews that Chuck didn't like. You know, the socialists and the communists and those who were sympathetic to the plight of marginalized people. You know, those Jews, they were getting fucking threatened with deportation. They were getting blacklisted. Government commissions were being created. Golden era for Jews. Yeah, not allowed in the same like public spaces where the Gentiles were allowed to frequent. Cool. Cool. It's probably because Israel was established in 1948. No, there was anti-Semitism that was significantly more alarming and normalized in the United States of America in the fucking 50s. He's delusional for saying this. It's so stupid. Part of that was because, much like old Adolf, that America had fought not that long ago at that time, the American fascist movement was basically saying the exact same shit about Judeo-Bolshevism. But instead of saying Judeo-Bolshevism, they were just like, oh, these are communist Jews. That's what they were saying. Oh, are you in favor of civil rights? Or are you going to participate in the civil rights struggle? Oh, you're a Jew communist. The thing that frustrates me to no end is that throughout history, it is a relatively new phenomena. It is a relatively new phenomena where, like, Jews have not been on the historically revolutionary front. And they still are, but I'm saying, like, in overwhelming numbers. Like, this is why Zionism is such a blight. Is the real mind virus. Like, it is unimaginable to tell Jews in like the 50s and 60s that one day universally American Jews are gonna fucking run around and say the same fucking fascist shit that killed their immediate relatives. Like, they would be like, what the fuck are you saying? As a matter of fact, some American Jews did see that. Some German Jews did see that. And they were very frustrated about it. Albert Einstein, he was one of the early, one of the people that called this out early, fairly early. Condemning Zionism. Now he'd be called a token Jew. Or woke.
My grandpa worked in the paper mills. My father moved up and became a little more in the middle class. Everyone was. So that was a great moment. But for the Jewish people, it was an amazing time. When there's been so much anti-Semitism in 5,000 years of history, there was almost none in America. And the reason, to tell you the truth, the Holocaust and the horror of the Holocaust hung like a curtain over America. So in the past, when Jews were excluded from living in a certain place, from going to a certain company, or all that sort of went away, and even the innuendo language went away. In 2000, it started to change a little bit, because what we've learned, folks, when there's trouble, often, not in America, but even now in America, but in the past in America, people, well, they did in the past, but when there's trouble in the world, people often turn on the Jews. Yeah. That's been true for centuries of history. And so we had 9/11, and a few people were saying, oh, the Jews did it, they all escaped. Then we had the financial crisis caused by the Jewish bankers. But it was really never that bad until 2017. And until October 7th last year. Yeah. And all of a sudden,
when the Jews were attacked
were attacked by Hamas initially, and the women raped, and the little babies' heads chopped off, and all of that brutally. And all of a sudden, anti-Semitism developed, not just protesting what Israel was doing. That's legitimate. I've criticized, as you know,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally.
Netanyahu, because I think he didn't handle the war exactly right.
Overkill.
But real anti-Semitism. So a Jewish bakery, they threw a rock through the window. You're a Zionist. There's a woman who lives near me. She's head of the Brooklyn Museum. She's Jewish. She has nothing to do with Israel. They painted red paint all over her house. People who wore yarmulkes or Jewish stars were punched and vilified. And all sorts of nasty terms were thrown, not just for people for their support of it. There was a scene in New York, people got on a subway car. Whoever's a Zionist, stand up and raise your hand. That didn't mean whoever's a Zionist. They didn't know what whoever's a Jew.
Yeah.
So for the first time, my generation, who had lived in such a...
Yeah. This is why we should keep Israel. We should make it illegal to criticize Israel. You want to know why Chuck Schumer is a fucking charlatan and a fraud? Talking about anti-Semitism skyrocketing. Barely a fucking blip on the radar is Charlottesville, where neo-Nazis are fucking going through the streets. He basically says 2017 is when it skyrocketed, and then immediately moves on to talk about what he actually cares about, which is protesting Israel is actually being done by these like random fucking dickheads. Some of the stories that he's talking about are people who are actively doing shit at the behest of Israel and then getting protested. Others are like random anti-Semitic incidents that you're lopping up, that you're basically just compounding into criticisms of Israel. Those are not criticisms of Israel. If that was the case, why is the fucking Trump administration actively going after people who didn't do any of that shit? He said 2017, then corrected himself. He doesn't think it skyrocketed. He blamed October 7. Yeah, he accidentally said Charlottesville, and then he moved on from Charlottesville. Yeah, he loves criticizing. Benjamin Netanyahu. That's why he fucking welcomed him with open arms to the American Congress.
Great time is wondering. Jewish people wonder always in the back of our heads, could it happen here? So I gave a speech on the floor where I condemned anti-Semitism on the right and the left. It's in both places. It's like a pincer. But I kept thinking and thinking. I felt I had to write this book. And let me just say, I've written it for 5 audiences, okay? Quickly. First, my generation. So they know they don't feel alone. Here's me, the majority leader, then majority leader, now minority leader. And we always feel alone. Here's how I felt. You're going to empathize. Second, for their children, Jewish people's children, who know the history, but not really the way we do. How, we've been suffering through all the years. You know the funny joke about the 3 lines that describe every Jewish holiday? They tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat. Okay, so that. It's aimed at non-Jewish people who have always been sympathetic to Jewish people and to Israel. And I know what people think, because my friends talk to me. They say, why are you so sensitive? This is not so bad. But they don't carry the 5,000 years of Jewish history on their shoulder. When things begin to get bad, they could get worse. Everyone thought the Jews were in great shape in Germany in 1920, and look what happened. I lost relatives who were marched, machine gunned down from 85 years old to 3 months old on my great-grandmother's porch. And fourth, I wrote it about anti-Semitism, right, but I wrote it particularly to the left. Me being a progressive Democrat, I thought I ought to talk to people on the left that you can't be anti-Semitic and you're sliding into it. When you say by any means necessary, does that mean kill all the Jews? When you say genocide, a vicious term, that people may not feel Israel did it the right way, but it's not genocide. It's Hamas.
Huh. I was like, that's our term. What the fuck? He's like, you can't do that. Excuse me. Like, what do you mean, dude? Yeah, the Holocaust happened. It was a genocide. And now Israel is genocide. It's so shameless. It's so shameless to use the real issue of anti-Semitism growing only to literally contribute to its growth. Only to genuinely contribute to its growth by continuing the conflation between Israel and Judaism and writing a fucking book about a real issue, right? And then doing this book tour specifically to shit on pro-Palestinians by saying, oh, you're just not protesting the right way. There's a right way to do it. Don't say from the river to suck my dick. The fuck do you mean don't say from the river to the sea? what an insane thing to do. If you actually cared about anti-Semitism, like truly, you probably wouldn't be making these conflations. You'd be actually disparaging people who make these associations. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is so funny because, like, on the one hand, it correctly points out real instances of anti-Semitism. On the other hand, it then argues from the opposite position. It is an inherently hypocritical stance to make. You can't say Jews have dual loyalty to Israel. This is correct. This is correct. You can't say that. That is anti-Semitic. But also, if you criticize Israel, you're criticizing all Jews. Okay, what the fuck are you saying? What do you mean? So you can conflate Jews and Israel as long as you are pro-Israel. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It is inherently illogical. It does not make sense. These things, like these concepts, are directly at odds with one another. It's so fucking stupid.
Hamas who does genocide, who wanted to kill all the Jews wherever they are.
Yeah, this
And
part
fifth,
is also funny.
So I wrote it for them, and
like this is also hilarious. It's like, yeah, Hamas is actually genociders, not Israel, the people doing the genocide. Like, what can Israel do that Chuck Schumer would consider genocide? There were plenty of prominent Zionists, like the dude who founded the Human Rights Watch, who was a Zionist, or probably still is a Zionist, who said initially post October 7, I thought what Israel was doing was right. When I realized that Israel was denying humanitarian aid from going into Gaza, there was no other way to analyze the situation. This is a genocide. This is a genocide. That dude is like, that dude's a Holocaust survivor. You know what I mean? His fucking family members were killed in the Holocaust. He's a Human Rights Watch. He does not want to say Israel's doing a genocide. I promise you. Oh.
And finally, I hope this will be read by college students, high school students who don't know the history.
No, I know Human Rights Watch declared it a genocide. I'm saying the steps that Human Rights Watch took, even its like founder and its leader, and they did not want to call it a genocide. My point is that it was irrefutable. And it is irrefutable. It's impossible to look at the situation. Look at the situation that Israel has put Palestinians through and not recognize it for what it is. It's a fucking genocide. That's why virtually every human rights organization has branded it as such. That's why other instruments of international justice have branded it as such.
Who don't know what's gone on. And I believe if everyone read it, and I'll tell you there's one other person who should read it. Donald Trump. No, seriously.
I've been watching you for some time. I got to say, you really put yourself through mental gymnastics to defend Hamas. I don't need to do mental gymnastics to defend Hamas, dumbass. What the fuck are you talking about? If you've been watching me for a long enough time, then you would have recognized that I am not sitting here and arguing about how Palestinian militancy evolved. I'm telling you how it evolved with historical accuracy. Okay? That's it. These guys did not decide one day magically to be like, I hate Jews, I want to kill all of them. That's not how this works. That's what Chuck Schumer is saying. That's not the reality. What? Hi, HasanAbi. I've been watching you for some time. I just wanted to ask one question to make a final conclusion on you. What do you think about prosecutors such as Alvin Bragg? How is that wrong? Let's focus on our own before migrants. There is no mental gymnastics necessary. Hamas and every fucking Palestinian militancy group that is actively fighting against Israel inside of the Gaza Strip are literally doing something that is completely allowed by international human rights. Okay? It's called a spontaneous militia. You can organize and fight against a belligerent occupier. It is not only legal, it is the moral imperative. Understand that. In terms of October 7, I've said over and over again that targeting civilians, killing civilians is not appropriate, but I understand how the Palestinian resistance have evolved with the violence they've been subjected to as they've been backed into a fucking corner over and over again. I don't want that to happen. I don't want October 7 to happen, and I definitely don't want what has unfolded since October 7, which is on October 7 basically every single day that Israel is committed against the Palestinian population. And I've been saying this since fucking day one. There is no mental gymnastics here. There is no mental gymnastics. It's like saying, oh, dude, you're jumping through a lot of hoops to justify the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, the Jewish resistance groups during the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising seems to me. No, motherfucker, I'm not jumping through hoops. And neither will you. If history does have a bend towards justice, which I do believe it does, okay? Because people can't maintain cruelty forever. But if history does have an arc towards justice, an arch towards justice, then I do believe one day you won't actually fucking shelter this opinion. You will actually turn around and lie about the positions that you took back then. Yeah. I don't have to jump through hoops to defend the American Revolution. I don't have to jump through hoops to defend any kind of abolitionist movement against slavers in the South. I don't have to jump through hoops to defend the IRA. I don't have to jump through hoops to defend the ANC in apartheid South Africa, the FLN, numerous other movements that were all branded and declared terrorist movements. Motherfuckers would be like, Hasan, you're jumping through hoops. I literally have I had an entire merch line called John Brown Hunting Club. What the fuck do you think John Brown did? Who do you think John Brown is? John Brown is an American homegrown abolitionist terrorist. At the time, it was legal to have slaves. It was illegal to free slaves. That's what John Brown was doing. He was doing something illegal. He was branded a fucking terrorist for it. That's why it's so funny when motherfuckers will turn around and be like, Hasan, you've changed. It's like, no, dude, you just didn't know anything and you still don't know anything. Shut the fuck up. If you were to listen to what I have to say and then go back and actually read, not fucking listen to some dumb fuck drama slop tubers. Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Go and see for yourself whether or not there is historical accuracy. Okay? That's all you need to do. Don't do the fucking cowards. Don't do the cowardly thing. Read a book, Google it, research it. Don't do the fucking dumbass thing and be like, oh, I need someone to like disparage this person's opinions because I can't make up my mind on my own. That's all you need to do. If you can find something that is inconsistent or wrong, then you can come back and bring it here. And if you are correct, I'll apologize for it. Bro just likes to hear himself talk at this point. Keep yelling at the mic like it's making any difference. Dumbass, you're a slob tuber. You're a Twitch commenter. What are you talking about? You consume the slop. What the hell do you mean? Breaking. The Trump administration is considering to give the role of NATO's Supreme Allied Commander Europe, a role that began with then World War II hero and future President Dwight D. Eisenhower. Oh my God, JD Pondon, baby. He's doing it. My goat. All right, let's continue. That was pretty good. Stealing your guest, stealing your biz. What's next? Gonna steal Will from you? Maybe. All right. I want to understand. I want to help you understand the fever pitch and why it's not going to break. Sean Padrake McCarthy says, "Fat corn-fed loser, crying in his car because his hog followers don't want to die and get maimed for Israel. Your America first patriotism, sir." Here is the misfit patriot.
Okay, I've made some.
I don't usually get emotional, but this is one of the rare times I'm very fucking emotional. I'm ready to go to war with my own party over this shit, and it's time more people join me. If you're an enemy of Zionists, you're an enemy of mine. If you hate them, you hate me. I hate you right back. I don't give a fuck who you voted for.
Several videos like this over the past year and a half, so let's do another one. If you're anti-Zionist, you can go fuck yourself.
Dude. Soy right. Soy right. Dark woke and soy right. Dude, I love this. He's like, epic bacon time. I'm feeling not so great about this stuff, okay? Don't talk to me before I've had my morning coffee. If you're an anti-Zionist, get the fuck out of my face. Oh, you wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Okay, dude.
Yeah, that's right. If you say I'm not anti-Semitic, I'm not anti-Jew, I'm anti-Zionist, eat every dick until the end of time and...
Oh! Yo! I love this. Why does he sound and look exactly like Keemstar? Yeah, this is this is white Keemstar, dude. This is Keemstar of Germanic origin.
and then eat some more in hell. Because guess what? I'm a Zionist. I believe that the Jews have a right to live in peace in their ancestral homeland.
Yo, what the fuck? Yo, Ethan Klein. I know you love Keemstar now, but you can get this guy on the stream and make it seem like you have Keemstar on without your fan base going, why the fuck do you have Keemstar on the broadcast? You know, best of both worlds. He has the exact same opinion as you anyway. Oh my God. Walmart brand elder millennial. Yeah.
And that's what Zionism is. So when you say I'm anti-Zionist, you say I'm anti-misfit. And if you're anti-misfit, get fucked. Yeah. I'm an American patriot and Christian Zionist, and yes, you can be both.
Oh my God. Dude, this is so soy. This is awesome. Dude, God, I love this. I love like peak millennial cringe coming from a guy who's normally saying slurs from the car. Okay. Normally in other circumstances, he'd be saying slurs, but this time it's different. Once again, everyone is a liberal theory vindicated. Just want to point that out. Everyone is a liberal. Okay. This guy certainly is. Okay, let's continue.
Yes, you can be both. Because I read the Bible and I love my country.
Dude. I've never seen Yo, this is so awesome. Yo, Big Dog is gay as hell, dude. And no, it's not because he's wearing a cock hat, okay? Holy fuck. Oh, it's so good. Oh, I read the Bible, sweetie. He's going to start snapping. And that's on period. Moses parted the waters, and that's on period. That's the promised land. Is this a bit? Please tell me this is not real. This is a bit, right? This is a Hamilton watcher, but now is a fucking hog. How did this happen?
See, I'm not going to fucking sugarcoat this one bit. If we are friends, if we have mutuals, if we voted the same way, if you consider yourself on the same side, if you're MAGA, whatever, it doesn't fucking matter to me. You're a huge...
Yeah, he's like, the only thing that matters to me is Israel. None of that matters. And that's on period. Slayed the puss down boots or whatever the fuck people say. I don't fucking know. I'm sorry. I'm sure he knows what the proper terminology is. Oh, this is awesome. My moots. It's on site. My moots.
Huge piece of shit. And you can get fucked. You see, I'm not down with espousing the ideals of Adolf Hitler. I'm sorry, I'm not. And if you don't think that that's what you're doing, you're fucking retarded. Because yes, you are.
Ooh, he still said a bad word. That's how you know he's based. Ooh.
95% of fucking Jews are Zionists. If you hate not...
Bro, what the fuck? Okay. This has got to be a bit, right? Because this is a compilation of like everything that Ethan Klein has said coming out of the mouth of a dude that looks like he just drops slurs regularly, but also simultaneously looks like Keemstar. What is going on? Actually... Oh, this is amazing.
95% of anything, you hate that thing. There are 16 million fucking Jews out there, and...
Hell yeah.
Let's say 800,000 of them agree with you. You might as well be saying, I'm not racist. I got a black friend.
Wait, what? But that's all conservatives do. Wait, he loves Israel so much he became woke all of a sudden. Like, what? What the fuck is going on? What is happening? This is a curveball, okay? I wasn't expecting him to start like dismantling other forms of right-wing propaganda. This is woke right. This is soy right. What the fuck? What is going on?
You're a fucking moron. Do you realize that the people that you are aligning with, you make excuses for the innocent Palestinians and the evil Zionists that are creating a fucking genocide, even though you guys don't ever fucking talk about another fucking genocide ever! You care more about the USS Liberty, a friendly fire incident in the fucking, what,
Wait. Okay, this has to be propaganda. This has to be like... He's saying that it's okay that Israel shot USS Liberty and killed a bunch of... Wait. He's like... What is... Is this guy actually a hog or is he a liberal? No, he's MAGA, isn't he? Why is a MAGA guy being like, yeah, it's all right. It's all right that Israel shot. It's a friendly fire incident. It's okay. Calm down. The countdown begins on how long it takes to blame the Jews. I'm so excited. What? Read my logs for explanation. It's former liberals who have gotten conservative with age. This is K-High for Trump. He's a veteran hog, been at it since 2020. But I just don't understand. Like, I don't understand how. What? Fuck cancel culture. I do not comply. Violates community standards. Also, you know, but if you say anything mean about Israel, let me tell you, I'll come to your house and beat you up. Okay?
60-something fucking years ago? No, that's more important than the fucking Christians being slaughtered in the Congo by radical Islamic terrorists.
Wait, what about Christians being slaughtered in Palestine? I mean, I don't give a fuck what the religious background of anybody is. I think that genocide is still genocide. You know what I mean? It's still unconscionable. Christian, Muslim, Jewish, doesn't matter. I'm equal opportunity against genocide, right? But like, they're not, you know, the Christians are not only being slaughtered in Christians are not only being slaughtered in the Congo.
Over 67,000 terrorist attacks under the fucking name of Islam in the past 50 years. And you guys think that the 0.2% of the fucking population is the problem. Again, you're fucking retarded. And if you hate me because I'm a Zionist, I'll hate you right back, motherfucker. This
Dude, you can't do like the based car guy can't be this soy. It just like breaks my brain when I watch this. It's like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, just something about this just is so strange.
This is the fucking hill I will die on. I will fight for them, and I will fight you for them, because nobody else will. They don't have anybody else.
What do you mean? First of all, you mean Israel, okay? And Israel has everybody in the Western world. What are you talking about? You're agreeing with every fucking Western government.
They got me, motherfucker.
I don't usually get emotional. Nobody else will fight for Israel, but I will. Let me tell you, okay? They could kill as many babies as they want to. I will defend Israel's right to do so. It's one little country. They can have a little bit of a genocide if they want to as a treat. Fuck you. What is this? Oh, I already retweeted this. I know, dude. I know. IShowSpeed's going to China before me. I know. Don't even get me fucking started, all right? Don't even get me fucking started. I know. I'm very jealous. Islam Makhachev speaks out on his Instagram story after Israel dropped airstrikes on Gaza last night, killing 400 plus Palestinians despite a ceasefire. So I can't say what he said because it's illegal. Okay. Unfollowed. Wait, why? I know. IShowSpeed's going to China before me. I know. I'm washed.
We have some breaking news now. The Supreme Court chief.
I'm washed. All right, let's talk about.
Breaking news right now.
You know who's not washed? Actually, this person is washed too, but he's going to jail now. All right. Minnesota lawmaker Justin Eichhorn was just arrested for allegedly soliciting a minor for prostitution.
Now, a Minnesota state senator just arrested, accused of soliciting a minor for prostitution. 40-year-old Senator Justin Eichhorn is a Republican representing Grand Rapids. Bloomington police say that detectives posed as a 16-year-old girl and arranged to meet with him in Bloomington. Well, he was arrested after arriving in the area of the meeting spot. Eichorn was booked into the Bloomington jail, charges pending now with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office. And the Bloomington Police Chief Booker Hodges is saying in a statement, quote, as a 40-year-old man, if you come to the orange jumpsuit district looking to have sex with someone's child, you can expect that we're going to lock you up. We did reach out to the Senate Minority Leader, Mark Johnson. He told us he is just getting this information himself. He says he plans to have
Fox News say he's being detained without cause or legal representation. Jessica, a 54-year-old American who was born in this country, who had his stuff taken away, was thrown in a van, handcuffed, took 10 hours to be able to, 10 hours for him to be able to get out here. What?
There is a new lawsuit, and maybe you'll care about this because it's about an American, from the National Immigrant Justice Center. Here we go. Here's an American.
Oh, this is a separate issue. This is an American that was falsely detained. No, that's a totally separate issue. I thought you were talking about them defending this guy.
China, baby! Later in the day, Senate Majority Leader Erin Murphy releasing her own statement now saying in part, the felony allegation against Senator Eichorn is deeply disturbing and raises serious questions.
This was his ad?
Every Sunday night during session.
Oh, come on, bro. Come on. Come on, bro. This is what he looked like? And y'all voted for this guy, Republicans? I'm sorry. I know they say don't judge a book by its cover, but come on, bro. Really? Really? You looked at this guy and you were like, well, that's not a pedophile. I'm definitely voting for this definitely not a pedophile guy. Oh my God.
Every Sunday night during...
Like, you already have a very low chance of not voting for a pedophile when you vote for a Republican, okay? Like, luck is not on your side on this. If you're a Republican and you're voting for a Republican, like, you're probably voting for a pedophile. Sorry, that's just how statistics work, okay? You don't have your chances are not very good. If you're going, I'm going to go down the non-pedophile ticket route, okay, then good luck. There's plenty of Democrats that you also can't vote for, but goddamn, for Republicans, it's like you basically are cooked, okay? But this guy, this fucking guy, you looked at this guy and you were like, that's definitely not a pedophile.
During session, I say goodbye to my wife and kids and make the 3-hour trek to St. Paul to fight for our way of life because
to abolish the arbitrary age of consent laws. That's right. I'm there to do the bidding of Minnesotans, all right? I'm there to do your bidding.
Because day after
day, I guess you're going to have to get on a long car ride, never to return home again, this time to county jail, baby. Woo!
It is under attack from Metro liberals.
Minnesota state senator just arrested, accused of soliciting a minor for prostitution.
I wasn't paying attention. Who is this extremely pedo-looking guy in the video? Oh, just a pedophile. I would say a pedophile Republican state senator, but honestly, that would be reductive, don't you think?
40-year-old Senator Justin Eichorn is a Republican representing Grand Rapids. Bloomington police say that detectives posed as a 16-year-old girl and arranged to meet with him in Bloomington.
Oh, reductive. Did I say reductive? I meant redundant. Oh my God, my brain is doo-doo, is dookie.
He was arrested after arriving in the area of the meeting spot.
Every Sunday night during session, I say goodbye to my wife and kids.
Yo, he looks so scary. What the fuck? Yeah, here is an American citizen that was falsely detained and jailed under suspicion that he was not an American citizen, but instead I guess a criminal gang member who's an undocumented migrant or whatever the fuck they're saying nowadays to grab people off the streets. Let's hear what Fox 5 had to say about this incident.
Gaslighting. No, that was me. I had beans for lunch.
There is a new lawsuit, and maybe you'll care about this because it's about an American, from the National Immigrant Justice Center. Here we go.
You're
Here's
right.
an American. There are 22 people that they're saying in the state of Illinois who have had their rights violated since Trump came into office, including a 54-year-old American who was born in this country, who had his stuff taken away, was thrown in a van, handcuffed. Took 10 hours for him to be able to get out of there. Now, they had no reason to
got out.
Yeah.
Isn't that the
that,
point?
You know what? Then I'm going to throw you in jail for
Jessica,
10 hours and see how you feel about it.
You know what? Who are you fighting for?
Yeah, you're being woke, Jessica. What do you mean? This doesn't spell trouble that the American Gestapo is like arresting people without any suspicion other than the fact that they look a certain way, and in the process sometimes accidentally nabbing American citizens. Who cares?
Are you fighting for the criminals?
I'm fighting for an American.
Right.
Actually, if they, why can't you accept it? If
But he got out? What are you talking about? What do you mean, but he got out? The fuck? That's not a defense of this. It demonstrates that these guys are not executing warrants at all. They're just nabbing people that look fucking Venezuelan. How does that not shock people? Oh, you're just repeating what she said. You're repeating what by the way, Judge Janine Perot said.
Cases are being made that they should do a better job of this. ICE even had a declaration that came out last night.
You let them all in. What are you talking about? Do a better job.
We can always do a better job. I agree. But that doesn't negate the job that's being done. That's all.
Whew. This is some really interesting times that we are in at the moment. Some real fucking interesting times. What is this? Is this Power of Abuse or still comedy? I kind of want to watch this. What is this?
What happens when a content creator, someone with millions of followers, decides to use their platform as a weapon? Not
The
only
soft
against
take. Damn, this account has 1,000 subs, 50K views on this video. Holy shit.
trolls or content creators he doesn't like, but also against regular people who dare to criticize them.
At this point, you're totally f***ed. Here's the thing. We're going to get your IP address. We're going to find out your information. We have forensic, digital.
Ethan Klein has an interesting life. You know, go to work and hit the live button in your studio decked out with thousands of dollars worth of film production equipment. Producers left and right to chime in sometimes and hit the technical difficulty screen to save your ass when you say a few things you shouldn't say.
I don't know why I thought that. Apparently she did not have sex with Destiny, although it...
Maybe recklessly throw around a few claims here and there without anything to back it up.
They literally talk about doing psyops, faking posts, brigading, and all this shit. And I have 4 years of all of his chats. There's stuff in there that will put him in prison. I'm not even fucking kidding.
Okay, so apparently he has something to back it up. But I mean, it is kind of hard to trust his interpretation of what he sees, considering that he has proven in the past that he is incapable of interpreting things. He's not exactly the beacon of credibility.
I mean, because like it's not right. Like you want to, you think you're being the good guy and like you're just being a fucking bigot, bro.
The person he was claiming had sex with Epstein was Dems, by the way. Oh God. Oh, gross.
Oh, and also spread misinformation.
Yeah, the I have his logs that'll land him in prison. I think is about bad empanada.
Information to your massive platform as you please because you don't like someone.
That's what bad Hezbollah is. It's like a meme. Hezbollah in Hebrew means propaganda. It's like a weird slur that people started picking up, calling just like Hezbollah means like a lying Jew, essentially.
It's funny. In this live stream from last night, he mischaracterizes the podcast, proving his interesting imagination. Apparently, Hezbollah means lying Jew, which clearly indicates anti-Semitic implications. Oh, but just so you know, guys, Ethan's telling a lie here. It's just a card Ethan loves to pull at every chance. Something to critique about me? You're an anti-Semite. Hezbollah actually comes from the Hebrew word for explaining. Matt Lieb, a Jewish man himself by the way, clarified this on his Twitter. You can also just find this out through any Wikipedia or dictionary. And after that, maybe also...
It's also the terminology that the Israeli government has landed on in terms of doing information warfare. That's the crazy part about it, is that it's not about like intentionally lying or whatever the fuck Ethan is saying, but It is precisely what like it is what the Israeli government hands out to organizations that go and give it out to, you know, campus protesters that are protesting for Israel. It's documented and deliberate. It's not like even sheltered or hidden. It's not like some secret conspiracy. It's just like openly what the Israeli government wants young Americans to do, specifically young American Jews.
Also drop a few bits of information to kind of suggest to your audience that you should go and tell a company, sponsor, or community that you come from the H3 podcast, if you know what I mean.
This guy, Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. This guy is... Well,
yeah, the craziest part about this is that, like Ethan would be like, I'm not a Zionist. Or then we'll turn around and be like, but all Jews are Zionists. And if you were talking about Zionists, you mean all Jews. But then literally we'll do the exact same thing that the fucking Canary Mission does. Okay? Straight up fascist groups immediately be like, this guy works here. This guy works there. I'm going to dox random fucking Redditors. I'm going to try to do fake lawsuits, like ridiculous, frivolous lawsuits with the hopes of getting your background information so I can fucking dox you and then keep telling all of your friends and family that you're a fucking anti-Semite. It's insane. Yeah, it's mental illness. No, the mental illness in this circumstance is Zionism. That's what it is. That's the real mental illness here. It's not like an additional different kind of mental illness. I'm sure, you know, there might be extra problems there as well. But yeah, this is when you are hopped up, when your brain just gets broken by fascist ideologies such as Zionism, you start behaving in this way. It fucking rots your brain. And you think that you're wokely on a conquest against anti-Semitism.
This guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome. He's evil. I mean, he is just a disgusting fucking piece of shit. And I think it's...
I will not stop until everyone that has hurt Israel's feelings is fired from their jobs. Okay? I will not stop.
Insane that...
I mean, this is a guy who also actively petitioned to deplatform me, and when it didn't work, he fucking lost his mind even further.
Good Mythical Morning and hire somebody.
I mean, it works. Your fans show up to the brigade. They just aren't the sharpest.
Please watch the latest HT video and do your own research on your employees and who they're platforming and endorsing the views of. I hope Good Mythical Morning isn't condoning this behavior. Dude, seriously? After everything he has been doing to you put him on the show today? Bad Empanada fan club council meeting. Maybe get Bad Empanada on tomorrow.
His tools in the shed, though. You fool. He said that he works at Good Mythical Morning. He's not a guest. He's been working there since 2019. You've blown our cover now. I mean, look at this. They're brigading the video now. These are how many dislikes they got on a normal video.
Yeah, always. It's always so suspicious. Whoever Ethan has in his fucking crosshairs, they always, those videos, as soon as he talks about it, get mass disliked and mass comments. It's just everyone else is evil, okay? The guy who's operating a snark podcast, not evil. Everyone else actually that says, hey, man, why don't you fucking do that? Why don't you stop doing that? Please stop doing this. This seems insane. Nope. Those are the people that are evil.
And here is the episode that came out after Ethan said
he works for Good Mythical Morning. This guy works for Good Mythical Morning. I mean, he is pro-terrorism. He's evil. He is just a disgusting fucking piece of shit.
Look at how many dislikes they have now. And the comments. And then, for good measure...
I'm sad to say it, but I don't think I can continue supporting Good Mythical Morning with what has happened regarding ML, Matt Lieb. I don't think Red and Link are bad people, but this seems like a very unwise choice to continue their work with someone who is willing to platform harassment and lies. Why is your employee platforming pro-terror content on his podcast? Yeah, dude. Good Mythical Morning is going to fucking fire their Jewish producer for being an anti-Zionist. This is how we're combating anti-Semitism, okay? Not a single Jew will maintain their job as long as they are not unconditionally pro-Israel. This is how I will fight against anti-Semitism. It's psychotic. It's so insane.
Recklessly throw another comment.
When she comes out, please. What are they just watching an Israeli showing clothing and shitting on her? Like, is that what they're actually doing?
Even though they're
this is also so incredibly consistent, where he just like refuses to seek out the context of what they're doing and just angrily scrolls through it. And it's just like, yeah, I've decided this is fucked up. I've decided this is hateful. Also, I'm going to call a Jewish anti-Zionist, two Jewish anti-Zionists, okay? Two Jewish anti-Zionists, token Jews. And without a shred of irony, without even a shred of consideration for what that implies, you know, just going to call them bad Jews. Nice, dude. Yeah, definitely. Definitely combating anti-Semitism big time here.
They're actually watching a TikTok of a woman in New York who wants to sell clothing that she named after individual hostages, and then call it a day at work. And then make some Instagram stories too. Ethan and Hila have built an empire. Millions of subscribers, a dedicated fan base. With that kind of influence comes responsibility. But instead of using it wisely, they manipulate it. When you recklessly throw around unchecked claims, some people are going to believe you. The audience takes what he says at face value, or sometimes not everybody is able to listen to every moment of the podcast. Look at what he says here.
And he's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife, unironically.
Ooh, I gotta go. That's all I can watch. I'm late for my hot dog eating contest.
Wait,
but
what?
Damn, he tried to kill his wife? Here's what you would have seen and heard if you didn't tune out.
Or in a video game. But I do think, I mean, he is pro-terrorism.
The real problem is that it just doesn't stop with words. His audience absorbs the tone, the narrative, and the hostility. When you alter reality, when you mislead millions, when you encourage mob behavior, whether directly or indirectly, you're not only an entertainer, you're an abuser of power. So today, we're exposing how Hila and Ethan weaponize their influence and why it needs to stop.
If we can't have like words that we can all agree on, how are we ever going to talk about anything?
That's a great point, Hila. Let's first define some words to fully grasp what we're dealing with here. If this is your first time on Earth, there's this thing people often like to do called...
What is this? Genuinely stunned at this. He's not mentally with us, like, at all. Understand that when Hasan accuses me of being obsessed with him, that he does this type of shit 10x per day. And when I eventually respond that this is why... Yeah, that's right. I'm obsessive, dude. Is correct. He got me. Yeah. Me obsessively defending myself against a rapacious, relentless stream of smears and demands for deplatforming. Really fucked up.
Abuse of power. This is the abuse of a position of power in order to harm other people, to bully them, or place them at advantage in order to procure personal advantages for oneself or one's favorites. Doxing describes the search for and publishing private or identifying information about a...
You were right, though. Che did not kill a 12-year-old. Where did that nonsense even come from? Prager you. Who the fuck do you think? Some fucking insane right-wing garbage platform that Ethan is consuming that he didn't even actively consume. He just saw on the corner of his eye somewhere.
Particular individual on the internet, typically with malicious intent. Doxing is a common tool used by dictatorships and authoritarian regimes to silence dissent, intimidate opponents, and control the population.
Yeah, if you're not obsessive, then why is your name all over his Insta stories for the last months? You're right. I want to apologize to Ethan Klein. I want to apologize to Ethan Klein for existing and also being an advocate for Palestinian emancipation, and doing that was obviously a mistake, because that caused them to basically do an Instagram story on me every single day and then talk about me on every single podcast, and even hire new employees that apparently also actively about and my political positions. Like, basically just reformatting the show in a way where we're just going to sit there and lie about shit that either Hasan is saying or lie about political issues that he cares about, you know? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I was looking like a snack and that caused you to fucking lose your mind a little bit and talk about me basically every day.
Just to be clear, I am just defining phrases here.
I think he just needs to take a break.
Ethan frequently makes petty and accused.
I'm so obsessed. That's why Ethan took his content flop and brought it onto Twitch and has just been cycling it on repeat to like 20 people every day to an increasingly smaller audience of people as his follower count diminishes.
Accusatory remarks about Hasan, some of which veer into exposing aspects of his private life. He tries to expose that he might have a secret girlfriend, or how he is certain he has a housekeeper that he doesn't pay appropriately to socialist standards, and also that he communicates with her over.
Also, the part about this that he deleted because he was like, because his fans yelled at him over this shit, but the other side of this, oh my God. The other side of this that is so insane is that he only talks about this stuff when there's shit going on in his life. Like, he was being sued by his maid. So he's like, yeah, guess what, dude? This is what's going on.
For a translator.
So I dropped a bomb on Instagram stories yesterday that since our friendship was a farce, I have zero problem discussing these things. I put out a question before, who's making his chicken? People have been wondering what's making his chicken. His fans and supporters say it's his mom, which is, they really think his mom is just slaving away all day. A grown-ass woman with a job.
For someone who claims to watch enough of my content, I find it rather shocking that Ethan didn't hit me on what actually he could get motion on, which is that I'm a serial abuser of Uber Eats. Okay? Like, that's what's so funny about this process is that he thinks that I have like a permanent live-in maid that's cooking me every day and then making fucking food and placing it in various different containers, such as plastic containers that have Oh No Hawaiian Barbecue on it, like branded. Good stuff.
Who apparently just got a PhD. Like, she's like a real ass person with a life. She's just at home cooking chicken for her son all day. So
Anne. Gel bir gelsene. Gel bir, I want you to just wave at the camera from over there, if you can. There you go. No, just no reason. I just wanted you to. There's people who question whether or not you're at my house. Don't worry about it. All right. It's okay. You can go back to your work. Okay, well, now you got Kaya riled up. Okay. Kaya, please.
they're calling me a liar, which is good because it means that if it's true, which it is, it might affect their opinion of him. I met her. She's a lovely Hispanic lady. She doesn't speak English. She cleans and cooks, works full-time, I believe. Hasan grunts and uses Google to talk to her. Because I was shocked, frankly, when I saw her. So I asked him questions. I was like, is she, I think she's undocumented, which is, I don't know for sure, but that was my impression. To take advantage of people, I would have gone and got myself an undocumented worker to clean my house.
And on top of that, he demands Hasan to reveal his supposed housekeeper's wage. While Ethan spreads this misguided narrative around, here is a Twitch streamer who has also been to Hasan's house.
Cinderella, Austin, Will.
I've been there! Wait, am I not a real Hasan friend? Did I not get the full Hasan house experience? Am I not cool enough to meet the enslaved migrant Hispanic, only Spanish-speaking housekeeper who's undocumented?
Could it be that Ethan just saw Hasan's mom, took one look at her, and assumed that she's an undocumented migrant worker that can't speak English?
My suspicion on this, because I asked my mom about this, I was like, were you there? Did you meet Ethan? And I don't think she met Ethan. So my suspicion is most likely that Ethan met one of the contractors that my mom from time to time will bring over. There's also a person that does handyman work around the house. It's not just Marat. Every now and again, when shit's broken, I have landscapers that I also have contracted. Okay? A guy that comes in once a week to work on the pool. Like that in and of itself, I think, tilted him in this direction.
Just want to quickly say, I have been to a Turkish household before, and yes, it is absolute that a Turkish mother will cook an entire meal for their child.
Yeah, but the notion that my mom isn't around or isn't cooking me fucking meals every now and then is ridiculous. Genuinely.
Even when their son is like a fully grown adult. But that isn't the point. It isn't about whether Hasan has a housekeeper or not. Maybe he does. Who cares? The real issue is that Ethan is spreading a baseless claim, prying into Hasan's private life in bad faith. Personal matters like this aren't public property, and being a public figure doesn't erase someone's right to privacy.
How does it feel to have a mom who loves you? I'm very fortunate. Your mom was literally bringing in people off the street during the fires? Yeah, I know she was. She was trying to do that. Hey, it's me, your plumber. You got to stop stuffing paper toilets into the tower, clogging the pipes. It's also crazy. It's also crazy to like, even if you personally suspected that someone working in my house was undocumented, which is not the case, but even if you personally suspected that, why the fuck would you say that under the Trump administration? Are you insane? Like that's, you didn't think even a little bit about this when you were just like chirping about this on stream? You're talking about people fucking calling CPS to your house, which I think is completely unacceptable. Like ridiculous shit, right? You didn't consider that like that could potentially cause ICE to fucking come to my house? Yeah, they're gonna lock up my fucking mom or the landscaper or anyone with the hopes that they nabbed somebody and then fucking ship them off to El Salvador. Insanity.
Even if these details aren't inherently damning, Ethan is still pushing a narrative to make Hasan seem inconsistent or hypocritical, shaping public perception to fit his own agenda. And then
on Monday, they claimed your parents don't live with you and you probably own multiple houses. Why would I own multiple houses? I live rent-free in his mind, it seems. Even past all this, isn't he in a lawsuit for wrongful termination? Yes, that's why he said that shit. Because the reason why he said that is because like he wanted to move the attention from his audience that would have cared about this. His own personal issue. And then turned around and like started talking about my family, which I think is fucking crazy. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Like, there are unwritten, unspoken rules, right? In even like YouTube drama sphere shit, where like you're not supposed to take it to the Kiwi Farms level. You know what I mean? This is obsessive. This is straight up Kiwi Farm shit. Talk about Hasan, don't talk about his family. Exactly. It just blows my fucking mind, dude.
We also have Ethan endorsing harassment towards Reddit employees and their families.
Or I'll say there's a reason why I don't like. I rarely ever bring up my family. I talk about them every now and then, but or my private life in general. It's because I already have a bunch of rabid fucking haters. What the fuck? Like, I don't want them to be unjustifiably targeted and smeared and fucking attacked. Like, it's crazy. I can deal with it. Remember when they tried to say your father was a billionaire? They still do. Grok says it too. It's really funny. Someone was like, at Grok, what is Hasan's father's net worth? And Grok was like, Hasan's father has $5 billion. It's so stupid.
Say this. I do want to say Steve Huffman, Jen Wong, Drew Valero, do you think that is? Yeah. Christopher Slow. I would very much not want you to experience how terrible it is to have a snark subreddit digging into you and everyone close to you.
Like, this is, the irony is completely lost on him, where he thinks like, this video basically covering this in sequence kind of exposes the inherent hypocrisy of like his actions, and then how he's like turning around and being like, yeah, I'm going to do that to everyone. Not ever considering that maybe consistently doing that is the reason why a lot of people also come after you in ways that are completely ridiculous and completely unacceptable. This is precisely what I was talking about with the CPS shit, when people were mad at me, when they're like, Hasan, or his audience was mad at me, and I think Ethan was mad at me too, where I was like, I don't think this is even remotely appropriate. I don't think it's remotely acceptable to fucking call CPS on a YouTuber that you don't like. I think it's ridiculous. You're doing harm to the children. I think Ethan's children are significantly better off being with Ethan, regardless of his opinions, regardless of whatever the fuck he's doing. And I would never justify an action like that because I'm not Ethan Klein, is what I said. And people were like, oh, how does he not realize like him bringing up Ethan at all when defending himself is actually the reason why Ethan is getting CPS called on him? It's like, how do you not understand this? My point is, I think consistently fucking obsessively going after every single person every single day is unironically drawing a shit ton of negative attention towards them and their immediate family members. And it's what Ethan is doing every day. And there's evidence for it, like right here.
And organizing harassment in real life and online everywhere you go, because I just don't want that for anybody. It would suck to make a snark subreddit about the leadership of Reddit.
That probably exists the way that you just
think
said
so?
That. I mean,
well, let's
there's
go
nothing
join.
Redditors love more than complaining about Reddit.
I don't think so. I think we might be starting a movement. But if there is one, then God bless, let's join. You know what I mean? Let's join the movement.
I won't be joining that.
If you can't beat them, join them.
Considering Ethan has a massive platform, he is playing with fire by pointing out specific individuals and entertaining the idea of targeting them.
Yeah, he does. He does encourage harassment. I don't want people to harass Ethan Klein. I've said this time and time again. I don't. I think it's fucking ridiculous. Ethan, on the other hand, does encourage this harassment. Like, there was a dude that rolled up on fucking, what's his face? The Twitch CEO, Dan Clancy. And he posted the clip on his fucking Instagram. You're rewarding people for going out in the real world and just like targeting your enemies, dude. There's a million CEOs that you could be making out to be an enemy before you arrive at the fucking CEO of Twitch, okay? Holy shit. That is insane to me. Like, there are, the words of Bill Burr, there's dudes who, you know, own, there's dudes who privatize water, okay? There's healthcare CEOs out there And his gripe is with fucking the CEO of Twitch.
The passive
It was a lady, sir. Oh, I didn't watch the video. I just saw.
aggressive justification of saying
would very much not want you to experience
is an indirect encouragement of scrutiny and potential harassment. With his audience influence, even a vague suggestion can inspire people to take action. Whether
There's like actually anti-Semitic CEOs that own social media platforms. Fucking Elon Musk. Like Elon Musk is now a part of the federal government. He is literally a Sig-heiling neo-Nazi who owns Twitter. Okay? And instead of talking about that guy, you're like, you know who is the real, you know who's a real anti-Semite? Dan Clancy. Why is he anti-Semitic? Because he won't deplatform people that I want him to deplatform, even though he does deplatform them sometimes. But even then, it's not hard enough.
he explicitly commands it or not.
This was sent to my sister today. She's 16 years old. They haven't slowed down. This is the type of shit my family receives every single day.
This is a form of intimidation rather than constructive criticism. Encouraging a mob mentality can incite people to actively participate in targeting individuals. While Ethan and his fans may argue that this isn't doxing because the names were already public, the issue is how he framed it, which is problematic and falls into a gray area of targeted exposure, a form of soft doxing. Just because something is publicly available doesn't mean it's ethical to broadcast it in a way that could lead to harassment. Executives at Reddit aren't the same as celebrities or politicians. They likely don't expect or want their names amplified in a way that could lead to direct targeting on a personal level. Not only does he dox public figures, but he also doxes private individuals. On the 27th of February, Ela Klein posted a picture of the David Starr tattoo. One person wrote, "I used to watch you when you had only 15k subs. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell." Ethan then went live on his podcast the next day and scrolled through her comment section as content.
I'm obsessed with you guys when you only had 15k subs. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell. This guy's for real. Look this guy up. Enjoy hell. He said enjoy hell. That's halfway there.
He's not. Oh yeah.
Yes, he's a real guy.
Him 'cause he's not showing up for me.
Here he is. If anyone, let's see if I know, can identify him at all. Which one's Joe? Let's see. I think it's this guy. No, it is. Here, let me show you. That's him.
Oh.
That's him right there.
Ethan then calls him an anti-Semite.
Trust me, when I see an anti-Semite, I know I can spot him.
Wow.
And indirectly.
Yeah. Well, he says I'm anti-Semitic as well. So
he tells his community to find out where he works and tell his boss and family about it.
I don't know if any of you guys know him, but certainly anyone who would employ him, or probably even his parents, would be pretty disappointed to see that, although who knows?
This is a clear abuse of power because Ethan is leveraging his massive platform to dox, humiliate, and potentially endanger the private individual over a social media comment. Now, even when the last two words of his comment are not the friendliest of messages, does it justify Ethan's reaction? Ethan knows that showing someone's Instagram profile on a live stream with thousands of viewers invites harassment. Saying, "Let's see if anyone can identify him," is asking your fans to investigate and expose him. And because his audience has a history of dogpiling people he calls out, this makes it an intentional act of incitement. This is a thinly veiled call for his audience to dig up personal information.
it's not even thinly veiled. If you ever did something like this, you would lose 90% of your audience and be banned immediately. Yes. And the very same drama slop tubers that refuse to ever fucking talk about Ethan, or only talk about Ethan and defend him because he's coming after people like myself that they hate more than they even hate Ethan, would be writing an endless torrent of articles about how I am the worst villain that the internet has ever seen. Now, of course, I wouldn't do that because I think that's fucked up. Okay? Because I think it's fucked up. I think it's wrong. It's wrong to do that. Okay? With great power comes great responsibility. I think that you have a finite amount of time where, you could be doing things, especially on a broadcast. They try to compare you pulling up logs, but whenever you do that, you always, When I pull up logs, one, I tell people not to fucking dogpile. And secondly, they're anonymous. There is no equivalence here. I don't actively go like, oh, I wonder where he lives. Let me go find his fucking place of employment. And also, on top of that, the people whose logs I'm pulling up are people half the time being like, I'm going to shoot you in the fucking head. Like, the fuck? You defended me after me calling me woke of the day? Yes. I don't go after fucking personal details, try to figure out where this person lives, and then actively choose to find their place of gainful employment to get them fired from their job. I think it's very dangerous, regardless of your political perspective, to just like serialize this kind of content, to normalize this kind of thing, to serialize this kind of content. And I don't know. I wish that I wish that they would stop. I wish that he would stop. That's what I've been begging for from the jump. And not because I'm like terrified of his worldview or his opinions or I'm sheltering my audience from his perspective or whatever. It's something that you guys have heard a million times over. I've also openly stated that I would go and I would debate him in person, so we can't fucking clip context in person. And he doesn't want to do that because he knows that if he were to do that, he would look very stupid because, like it or not, aside from this kind of shit that he's doing, he also is not very knowledgeable on the issues he speaks of. And it's not just me. He can have Bad Empanada on. He can shit on Bad Empanada if he wants to. He can have Matt Lieb on. Shit on Matt Lieb if he wants to. There are plenty of people he could talk to that are still significantly more knowledgeable on the issues that he tries to speak out on than himself.
Encouraging his fans to contact his boss and family is a direct attempt to ruin his life over an edgy comment. And what makes this...
The other side of this, of course, is that like I don't need to do much to make him look silly. He's doing that all on his own.
All the more unsettling to a personal level, he begins to look at his mom's pictures, dragging innocent family members into the situation.
Here's his mom. I'm not going to click that for her. I'm not, you know what? F him. This is what you... Here's your mom. I wonder if she knows what you do on social media on your free time. You love your mama. Good thing she's not Jewish, hey, Joe? I love it. I love it. So anyway, best of luck to you out there, Joe. I don't know who you are, but you're a fucking asshole. And shame on you. Yeah.
And look at his eyes at this moment. I mean, this is quite irrelevant, but look at how he is hyper-focused in, with vacant eyes glazed over this guy's mom menacingly. The silent moments are deafening, and that occasional...
I love it. I love it.
It's just unsettling. You could submit that clip for an audition to be an antagonist in a movie like No Country for Old Men, and you would get the role. The original comment, while harsh, is still just an Instagram comment from a random person. Ethan, a multi-millionaire with millions of followers, is punching down hard on someone who most likely has zero power or influence. So this makes Ethan's behavior even more blatantly abusive because he publicly defamed a random person, dragged innocent people into it, incited career and social consequences, and potentially endangered someone's life. This is doxing, and for those that believe it isn't, because once again, his profile isn't private or wasn't private at this moment, you have to understand that Ethan's intent was 100% to expose. Actively highlighting his profile in images, zooming into faces, and identifying persons brings attention to personal details that wouldn't normally be so widely seen. It turns a private individual into a public target. He is actively digging for anything that could identify the person. His crew member managed to identify something recognizable and the location that particular thing is in.
That he's in front of, that's in...
Is that right?
Yeah, it's at the...
This shifts it from casual browsing to an invasive search for personal details. And Ethan is indirectly suggesting to his audience to investigate further. Even without explicitly telling them to harass the person, it often leads to harassment or threats, which is just what happened. Here is a lovely DM he received from somebody.
So shout out to Ethan Klein that my mom, who is an art teacher at an impoverished public school, has to deal with this shit. You are truly the morally superior YouTuber.
See, the power imbalance here also creates a culture of fear. The person he just doxed has below 200 followers, just an average person. Ethan has millions of followers on a variety of platforms. When someone like Ethan calls attention to a regular person like him, the regular person faces unprecedented levels of harassment they're completely unprepared for. At the end of the day, criticism, especially from a random person online, does not justify exposing their identity or opening them up to mass harassment. Ethan has countless ways to respond that don't involve punching down at someone who lacks the same platform, protection, and influence.
Harassment that me and Eli are receiving is just genuinely unfucking comparable.
Ethan constantly fights for silencing his critics and for the removal of free speech. One incident took place when Ethan Klein decided that he had enough of the H3 Snark subreddit. r/H3 Snark is a community on Reddit dedicated to criticizing and discussing Ethan Klein and the H3H3 podcast. It focuses on calling out hypocrisy, controversies, and questionable behavior by Klein and his podcast crew. Members of the subreddit often analyze his statements, business practices, and legal disputes, sometimes with a critical or sarcastic tone. Can you find hateful comments on there? Probably. But you know where I found tons of hateful comments without even having to scroll down much? This place. This freedom of discussing such topics would soon come to an end when Ethan posted this on his Instagram story.
I can't wait till I find out who the snarkers are, because I'm going to sue them.
He threatened to sue the mods of the subreddit, claiming defamation and harassment.
Listen, guys, at this point, you're totally fucked. Here's the thing. There's a subpoena that's going to come. You can't erase your data. Even if you didn't log in, we're going to get your IP address. We're going to find out your information. We have forensic, digital. It's all part of a lawsuit.
Saying this was a happy birthday cone on is crazy work. It's just like, it's cartoonish. Like, we're going to do forensic data analysis to figure out who has ever said a mean word about me is a crazy thing.
Suit that's going to drop in about 3 weeks.
What is this? I saw a clip that made me feel really sad about the path Ethan decided to go down instead of following what he says in the clip.
I don't want to talk about this whole conflict anymore, really, at all, ever. And I'm frankly also thinking about putting something that I need to discuss with Hasan, but I do feel like I'm probably going to pause leftovers for the time being. You know what I mean?
Okay, Ethan.
Because you know what I mean? It's just, I don't want to talk about it anymore. That's it. And it sounds like a lot of y'all don't want me to talk about it either.
Fuck. Fair.
So with all that being said, I shall go suffer at home in silence with worms infecting my fucking eye sockets, and I will just sit at home and stare at the wall in silence and in dark.
I think one of the craziest parts about this is that if he unironically stopped talking about Israel, like completely, if he was just like, I can't do this, you are the most deluded human in existence. I hope your downturn continues, bucko. Thanks, bucko. If a perfect victim confronted him, would it be enough to break through? No, I don't think so. My man said bucko, dude. That's crazy. Up yours, woke moralist. Anyway, if he had unironically stopped talking about Israel and like tuned that shit out and just went back to goofs and gaffs, I'm sure that he wouldn't have like kept getting pushback from his audience that were like obviously at odds with what he was saying, and were tuning in expecting him to basically like change his trajectory and his commentary on the matter. But instead, he just kept doubling down, KFC double down style every day. You know? And now, it's just like look at this. Look. What happened? Did Asmongold just sign off or something? Is that what's going on? Or the rape apologist who thinks America deserved 9/11. How's your boyfriend Luffy doing? It's like awesome.
That you guys are gonna love. I cannot wait. I am so excited. I am giddy to share this with you guys.
But let's be real. This isn't about justice. It's about control. Legal intimidation isn't a new tactic for.
Wait, we're getting a bunch of fucking silly comments. Hold on. Let's go to YouTube. Where is it? Nope, nothing there. So maybe not. Usually when I get a new flow of comments coming in from a place, like it's either Asmongold or Ethan Klein, but it doesn't seem like he's made a video. Oh, what in the actual he did. Never mind. 109,000 views 47 minutes ago.
Obsessed. What is this here?
Sue him, really. I mean it. Hasan is just angry that Luffy is no longer in One Piece. Just sue him. Problem solved. Yeah, okay. There it is. Never mind. Clocked it. Like fucking clockwork, baby. The moment that I see like insane shit in the chat of people being like, honestly, you're a fucking terror-loving piece of shit. I know that like someone made a video, okay? Someone made a video. Might have been Asmongold, might have been Ethan. But somebody out there made a video and uploaded it. And then those guys watched a 2-minute video and immediately came in to be like, I'll show you. I'll show you, sir. Let me tell you, okay? I'll freaking show you what's what, bucko.
For Ethan. These are average Reddit users like you and me. Imagine being so insecure about internet criticism that you'd rather use your money and legal team to shut people up instead of just ignoring it, or maybe reflecting upon it. How many random Reddit users have the resources to fight a lawsuit? Ethan Klein, a millionaire, knows this. Even if these lawsuits don't hold up in court, just the threat of legal fees and harassment is enough to silence critics. The type of environment this cultivates is one similar to countries led by dictatorships. Abusing by silencing critics through censorship and intimidation ensures control over the narrative and creates an environment of fear and obedience. He calls out everyone associated with his so-called enemy. People correcting him? That's a no-go in Ethan's world. How dare Ludwig make a correction on a sloppy mistake in Ethan's content nuke video?
Ethan posted a meme screenshot and reversed the order of events. Fucking Destiny fan confirmed. What a fucking lapdog you are. How pathetic can you be?
This shit's crazy, dude. Like, going after Ludwig is especially crazy because he's Mr. Golden Retriever. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this? Hasan being a terrorist sympathizer, rape apologist, and promoting anti-Semitism. Yeah, that would be crazy if Ludwig was on board with this shit. Except this shit is not real. You made it up. You just fucking made it up.
Any fan confirmed. What a fucking lapdog.
Yeah, I'm sorry that he didn't eat up whatever kind of insane nonsense that you just decided to neatly package alongside numerous other erroneous mistakes, ahistorical approaches, genocide revisionism.
Dog you are. How pathetic can you be to curl up on Hasan's lap like a good pussycat. Purr for him, bitch. What a gutless coward. You really got no problem here? Suck my dick. And by the way, having no problem with terrorists sympathizing, anti-Semitism, but God forbid Ethan gets the Order of the Rising Star wrong. What a dumb fuck bitch. So that's Ludwig for you.
He's a hypocrite, of course, obviously. I mean, who isn't, right?
We all might be a bit familiar with Ethan Klein not liking Hasan. And because he wants everyone to not like Hasan as much as he does, he deliberately misinforms in order to fuel a narrative. One of those narratives that he wants everyone to believe is that Hasan is a terrorist sympathizer. So, in this segment of his content nuke, he distorts what Hasan covers here and also deliberately leaves out some footage.
They take it over, and they tell the people in the ship, usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews, and they're like, all right, well, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us.
Ethan then criticizes what he says.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hasan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostilely kidnap the crew.
And claims that they have been...
Why would I not show the video? Why would I show the video and also explain this if I was trying to shelter you from the truth? I would just clip it out of context like Ethan does. I haven't seen this part of the content nuke yet.
MIA for a year.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a year. Prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys. Hasan says they have no problem with them.
However, these people did in fact say this to the hostages. And it is not true.
Yeah, the rebels told them in broken English that they weren't pirates and they weren't looking for money. They just wanted to stop the war in Gaza.
That they've been missing for a year without updates, as the kidnappers let the Red Cross, a global humanitarian organization that provides health services and operates in conflict zones, came on board twice by September 2024, 5 months before Ethan's video came out. He shows the headline of this article. When you scroll down on the same article, you only need to read a few lines until you see this. The seafarers, some of whom have been at sea for nearly 2 years, have been held against their will with only limited contact with their families, friends, and loved ones. Their location was known and their well-being was kept updated. This information isn't hard to obtain. All hostages were released alive 1 week and 2 days before Ethan published his content nuke, which is plenty of time to fact-check your hardly worked-on information bomb. Why didn't he know or correct it? It kind of...
Perhaps because he was omitting key details. Was it because he didn't know and he just didn't do his due diligence before releasing this, incredible video filled to the brim with fucking erroneous claims, misinformation, out of context clips that he didn't even gather himself? Because even on accident, if he had gathered the out of context clips himself, he would have recognized that he would have taken some of those stupid ones out. Spent months on this shit, made the dumbest possible mistake.
It looks like he doesn't actually give a shit about the movement itself and is just interested in making Hasan look bad.
The next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company. It's not. It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners...
Yeah. This was another very funny part of the video where he's like, you don't understand. They're from the Isle of Man. These are Isle of Manders. These are just a lot of... It's a seafaring nation, okay?
Are registered in the Isle of Man.
Not true. It's owned by Israeli tycoon Abraham Ungar. Takes 2 seconds to find that out. Or you can finish reading the screenshot Ethan showed. Ethan is right that the ship is registered in the Isle of Man, but the screenshot he shares states that it's owned by the Israeli tycoon. So, with a few clicks and clacks with a keyboard connected to a computer, a below average internet connection, we've just learned all this. Why misrepresent this? And now that it is declared that Hasan was right after all, what does that mean for Ethan's case?
You want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're gonna take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're gonna take over your ship. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're gonna enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review his claims. His first claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India.
Now that we've caught Ethan misrepresenting facts again, and the ship was indeed owned by 2 Israeli, is it possible that this could have led to speculation about its actual destination, Israel instead of India? And given that tensions in the Red Sea region are high, could it be that some ships with Israeli ties might avoid publicly revealing that they are heading to Israel to reduce security risks? It's certainly a possibility. But is this what Hasan claimed what is happening here? Let's see what Hasan said again.
No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore. Guess what? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza. It is funny. It is funny that, like, did he put this in the video? People not understand that this directly contradicts what he was saying.
The Houthis stated the Houthis themselves framed the hijacking as a targeting of Israeli.
It's just crazy because it's like I try to the best of my ability, because of the fucking endless sea of naysayers out there, given my position on a lot of issues are not exactly the most popular position, especially as it pertains to American foreign policy. I try to use my words very carefully. No, it's mislabeled. That part wasn't in. Oh, okay. He didn't actually put it in the fucking, he didn't actually put it in the context nuke. That makes sense. Because I was going to say, if that's in it, then obviously people will understand what the context is.
affiliated assets in the region. In the past, they have stated that they would target ships or vessels tied to Israel, especially if they were in or near Yemeni waters or the Red Sea. Furthermore, Hasan talks about the Houthi strategy, which Ethan twists around. He takes it out of context.
They're coming in hot with guns. Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hasan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hasan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab country?
Just a thing that I didn't say at all, but I'm glad that, you know, he's like, oh, I guess you want all the Jews to die in the Holocaust again, I guess. Like, the fuck? No. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hasan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as
Jewish heritage of the Middle East, genocidal apartheid state. That is single-handedly a more anti-Semitic statement than anything that I could have ever said. Okay? Yeah, the Jewish heritage in the Middle East is just like doing fucking genocide of the Palestinians. Like, what an insane thing. Yeah, I think he got you good, bro. You didn't even say or hint towards the word Jew, but he still picked out you saying Jew. He's just that good. He's just imagining me doing that. And it's funny because, like, if only Ethan knew what my perspective was on the matter, let's think. Oh, that's right. He knows I'm a one-stater. He knows that I want a secular state there. He knows that I want to afford all rights to the Palestinians that live there and also a right to return to the Palestinians. These are all perfectly moral, perfectly justifiable positions. Except the problem is, if he were to reveal that that is my position, he would have to also reveal to his audience that he has said that that would mean genociding all Jews in his mind. He thinks that giving Palestinians rights is the equivalent of genociding all Jews in Israel. That's what he thinks. He has literally said it. It's not like Mr. I'm pro-Palestine hasn't said these things. He has openly said these things.
Indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
The part where Hasan talks...
native to the Middle East. Not even native to the Middle East, okay? The MENA region. All the way, that spans all the way to fucking the Levant. Now, historically speaking, how did Jewish people get there? That's a great question. You know, obviously, It's because under the Ottoman Empire, the Ottoman Empire was considered a much safer, a safe haven for Jewish people. And secondly, native to the MENA region doesn't mean native to historic Palestine. Okay? Native to the MENA region does not mean native to Palestine. Jews are not monolithic, and neither are all Arabs.
About what led to the Houthi attack is left out by Ethan entirely because it is not quite convenient for Ethan to have Hasan cover a story about an act of resistance against Israel when trying to make Hasan look bad, does
And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence, right? So, like, their goal is to film it and show it to the world so, like, other companies that don't want to risk having this happen to their product, having this happen to their ships, literally are like, okay, we're not going to use the trade route anymore. All of a sudden, if you don't use the trade route, trade gets more expensive for the West. All of a sudden, if you can't use that trade route, the Israeli port is going to get bankrupt. Israel is not going to be able to get the materials in time that they, which has happened, by the way. One of the 2 Israeli ports have gotten bankrupted. Need for waging their war. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal. The goal is to be like, yeah, your shit sucks. Okay, well then stop, doing genocide in Gaza.
And it's funny, Ethan always talks about how comments and donations won't help Palestine and the cause.
Creators for Palestine raised $1.6 million. That's fantastic. Literally negligible. They've received billions of fucking dollars. It's a good thing. Has $1.6 million had an outcome on anything happening in Gaza? Absolutely fucking not. Let's talk about real activism. Let's talk about enacting meaningful change. Total fucking failures.
Well, I wonder if this is a more fitting way to help the cause for Ethan. Also, here are a couple of examples of ships changing or hiding their route and destination. The Wise Honest, a North Korean cargo ship, was seized by the US in 2019 for attempting to smuggle coal. It had attempted to conceal its route and destination to evade detection. Chinese fishing vessels have been found employing North Korean crews, violating UN sanctions. These crews were concealed and transferred between ships to avoid detection, indicating deliberate misrepresentation of crew compositions and potential destinations. Ethan wraps up this section by trying to take away the legitimacy of Hasan's words.
And they tell the people in the ship, usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews, and they're like, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hasan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostilely kidnap the crew.
Is Hasan asking you not to believe your own eyes? Was it not enough to stay true to the facts, that they indeed most likely captured the ship in international waters, but near their controlled territory? A year-long hostage situation for a seafarer is hard enough as it is. Did Ethan have to make sure to misrepresent facts in order to manipulate perceptions and strengthen his own argument? It would certainly help in appearing on the high ground and convincing others more easily, wouldn't it? This entirely unneeded situation was made more dramatic so people will finally side with him against his personal warfare against his nemesis, Hasan. One case of Ethan Klein taking it upon himself to push an unchecked claim as fact is one where he alleges that a rescued Israeli hostage was continually during her captivity under Hamas. He uses this story in his Hasan Piker content nuke as a narrative. But there's just one problem. Nowhere in her interview does she say this. She never once stated she was sexually assaulted. Yet Ethan presents this as undeniable truth. Dems, a Twitch streamer that watched this segment of Ethan's content nuke live on Twitch, she questions the claim.
Wait, wasn't this disproven? Was this clip from her disproven? Is he going to play the clip of her?
This clip of her.
But Ethan, instead of reassessing facts and claims, he reacts.
How do you disprove firsthand testimony? First of all, she's a fucking bitch. Shame on you. Fuck you. How dare you? You say you fucking.
No, he's wokely calling Dems a bitch. You don't understand. He's wokely calling her a bitch.
Support women, and you sit here and you fucking giggle and laugh at this girl who was raped, and then immediately you say, I believe all women, and they say, oh, wasn't she lying? This whole fucking thing is so hard for Israelis to process it. You're not going to fucking acknowledge what just happened? She will, to say that she's lying. This is a disgusting human being. She's a vile fucking piece of shit. This entire movement is rotten to the core. It is a joke. And yes, she is a fucking bitch. Somebody that laughs in the face of other fucking rape victims and immediately calls them liars, that's a fucking bitch. of a person.
Okay, before I continue, since this is such a sensitive topic, I try not to put too much of my own words and just stay true to known facts and information that exist. The girl in the interview, which was part of a documentary about women who talk about their experiences as hostages, some of them talk about sexual assault, but this woman in particular did not, nor has she ever stated in any interview that she experienced. So Dems is not incorrect here. Ethan saying she was a victim of being continually is just wrong. Ethan does not and cannot have any proof for those statements because there is no proof. And by the way, this woman experienced harassment after her release as a hostage. Some Israelis seem to have found her to talk too kindly about her experience as a hostage and became a target on her own social media platforms.
Yeah. That's the other side of the story, is that Israeli society is particularly vicious to even Israeli hostages that then will turn around and say, like, yeah, I mean, I was more so victimized by the Israeli government when they were blowing up the house that I was in. Like, this has been a consistent testimony from a lot of the hostages, is that because this was, the leverage point that the Palestinian resistance groups had, that they would try to do everything in their fucking power to basically defend the hostages, not because they like love Israelis or anything, just because like this is a bargaining chip for them.
Ethan is not only re-traumatizing a former hostage by falsely claiming she was a victim of sexual assault, but he's also using a hostile rhetoric to silence anyone who challenges him. He paints Dems as a villain.
First of all, she's a fucking bitch. Shame on you. Fuck you.
Misrepresents her reaction at this moment and smears her image.
Somebody that laughs in the face of other fucking victims and immediately calls them liars, that's a fucking bitch of a person.
All because she didn't agree with his claim. He also completely distorts her words. He now claims that Dems called this woman a liar, which she did not.
Wait, wasn't this disproven?
In reality, the only person spreading lies in this situation is Ethan. His refusal to engage in constructive dialogue or acknowledge the truth fosters an environment where misinformation thrives. His unverified and false claims not only damage his credibility, but also encourage a toxic culture in his community, where anyone who disagrees with him is targeted. Another case of Ethan and Hila twisting the narrative to how they see fit is one where Hila's potential collaboration with an artist was rejected for reasons unspecified.
The artist I wanted to collaborate with decided, I don't want to be associated because I'm Israeli. Here's the quote. Sorry, I can't be associated with this company. Thanks for considering. I followed them for years, always.
Like that, I heard that he was blaming me for this too. Like, I never made a statement on any of this shit. And apparently it was an artist that worked with them before, no?
Always supported them, and I have an ongoing painting of his at my house. And this is the result of Hasan's type of activism. Should I out him, Hila?
I don't know is it morally okay to say who he is. Whatever you guys think, I don't care.
What an asshole response to, like, it's almost like he's, yeah, and by the way, like, he doesn't even dignify you with the response of, like, it's like, no, I can't fucking be associated with this company.
I'm just annoyed because it's not the first one. There's another person right now that is doing the same thing to me, somebody that I'm already working with.
This is a result of Hasan's activism. This is what it resounds to. Alienation, hate, racism, and zero.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, bro. I didn't get you to fucking spend every waking moment shitting on every vocal advocate for Palestinians, dude. That's crazy. As a matter of fact, I did the exact opposite thing where I tried to fucking pull you off this ledge over and over again, both in private and in public correspondences. Those clips you used in the fucking context nuke, which is wild. Like, how do you clip something out of context in a conversation that you had with the person that you had a podcast with? This obsession with besmirching and smearing the reputation of every single person that has spoken out, that is in your orbit, or at least like in my orbit, is probably the reason why a lot of people were just like, damn, dude, you fucking really love Israel. All right, I don't want to fucking work with you. Like, that's what's so wild about this entire thing. He now denies calling Jewish Voice for Peace collaborators.
fucking progress for people in Gaza. Zero. I'm gonna think about if I want to blast him or not. I mean, because like it's not right. Like you want to, you think you're being the good guy and like you're just being a fucking bigot, bro. You're nothing more than a bigot. And also,
like, dude, oh, people have a personal distaste for me even after liking me for years. People have a personal distaste for me. Must be anti-Semitism. You know, no, dude, is what you're doing with your platform. If what you're doing with your platform is entirely negative against pro-Palestinian voices, yeah, of course people are going to think you're fucking anti-Palestine. And I personally think that too. I do think that. I didn't used to think that, but I do now after a year of torrent of relentless fucking smears.
also just to not even dignify you with like a reasonable response. Just so short and fucking rude. What a bitch. Scumbag. Why would you blame someone for something because of where they were born? This is what racism is. But apparently it's totally fine all of a sudden.
Yo, this is crazy. It's like an American. It's like somebody saying, I don't want to work with you no more. I knew you were American. I worked with you in the past. But then I found out that you think Jim Crow and I don't know, slavery was justifiable. Yeah, that's not because you're American that person is saying they don't want to work with you no more. It's because of your current position. With Israel, Israel's been doing a relentless genocide on the Palestinians for 16 fucking months, nonstop. Hundreds of thousands dead. Every standing structure has basically been destroyed. Every fucking hospital in Gaza has been bombed by Israel at this point. Every school has been destroyed. And in that process, if you're like still defending any of those actions, or if your only commentary on the issue is to constantly smear people who do attack Israel, understandably, justifiably, and terror jacketing them, constantly claiming that they're terrorists and claiming that they're anti-Semitic, then yeah, people are gonna understandably go, okay, fuck this. I don't want to be around you. I don't want to work with you. Like this is ridiculous. It's not because you're Israeli or Jewish. It's because of your opinions. It's because of your perspective. It's because of your advocacy. And that is if that person said, I don't want to work with you no more because of your opinions on Israel. Because the reality of the matter is that person didn't say anything, it seems. I don't know the private correspondence, but it's wild.
They're so delusional that if they think if I'm not the person that you want to associate with, then good luck in the world. Because like I am as progressive, you know. I left Israel. I don't even live there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I should be your model Jewish person.
Like, why are you
I should
talking
be your
about
best friend.
Instead of addressing any potential reasons or questioning why this response was received, Ethan and Hila spun the entire situation into an attack against Hila for being Israeli, straight into playing the victim card when a situation doesn't suit them. Let's read what exactly the message said again. I'm sorry, I can't be associated with this company. Thanks for the consideration. Is it maybe possible the brand's rejection had nothing to do with Hila's nationality? Instead, it had everything to do with the growing controversy surrounding the H3 podcast and its declining reputation. Ethan has stirred up multiple public scandals. Companies are simply less interested in associating with that kind of baggage. Ethan and Hila have reframed themselves as victims, immediately jumping to the conclusion that this was purely because of discrimination of her Israeli.
As someone who's new here, why did Ethan Klein suddenly go down the anti-Palestine route? Hardcore? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I can only speculate. And my speculation is that he was at a moment of crisis where, as someone who had become more progressive over the years, he had cultivated an audience of very progressive people that also like to listen to goofs and gaffs and drama and shit. And they did not like what he was saying. They did not like what he was saying about Israel and his own personal fans. Like people like Morgan, right? Like Frogan is used to be a fucking massive H3 stan. Do you understand? A fucking stan. It's probably embarrassing for me to reveal this about her now. And I'm sure she won't appreciate me saying this, but like literally a fucking H3 fucking stan. And when you're an H3 stan and the person that you actually enjoy the content of is just like putting the crosshairs on you and fucking beaming you into oblivion over and over again, and just like and calling you a fucking terrorist, and and you're seeing a torrent of Islamophobic nonsense in your replies over and over again. In that process, like, yeah, other people are going to see that and be like, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? So many of these people that are constantly attacking Ethan are people that were in his fan base. Damn near the entirety. He is one of the OGs. He is one of the OGs of YouTube. And I think when all these people basically turned around and were like, yo, I don't fuck with this anymore. I think you're like super pro-Israel. This is, you're being like weirdly defensive over Israel, and you're constantly shitting on people who are pro-Palestine while simultaneously saying you're pro-Palestine. That just like caused him to lose his mind a little bit. And he was looking for a reason. Like, it can't be that people came to this conclusion on their own, responding to what his output was on this issue. It must have been someone else that was moving the scales, tilting the scales against him. That's why he kept saying like, oh, dude, why don't you control your chat? Why don't you control your chat? Your chat is like coming after me. Your chat is coming after me. Your chat is coming after me. And I told him personally, you're a clown, and Asman owns you. Say goodbye to your Houthi friends. Thanks, chatter. Clockwork, baby. Not bots. These guys are not NPCs, okay? Anyway, the point I was making is that I told this to him straight up. I told this to him in private. I told this to him in public. I was like, if you keep saying stuff like this, that, you know, Michael fucking Rappaport and many other like ultra Zionists at the time were saying, then of course people are going to think that you're pro-Israel. And that's what happened. But instead of taking ownership over what he was saying, maybe going back and like reconsidering the way that he was Asmongold is a pedophile. He should be in jail. What the fuck? First of all, don't fucking say that. I never said that. You're baiting in here so you can get me to fucking say, yeah, that's true. So you can clip it, post it on Asmongold subreddit, and continue the fucking drama. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? I never said that, bitch. So smart, this guy. Ooh, he got me. Okay? Yeah. God forbid I post a meme after Asmongold fucking calls me a terrorist 1,000,000 times over who deserves to be deplatformed. And then the one joke that I make, because he watches that fucking lolly YouTuber from the state of Texas, where lolly might be illegal soon, you know? Anyway. God forbid I make a joke about that and all hell breaks loose. Comedy I thought was legal. What happened? Hold up, I thought comedy's legal now? No, it's not. It's illegal. Yeah, every time you respond with 1% of the energy, they get so mad, be it Ethan or Asman. Yeah. Oh, he apparently got really mad. Anyway, going back to what I was saying. You should watch that Asman video from the clip channel. I was the guy who called you out for that dumbass Asman tweet. He said it was support. He supported the law if they could implement it without misuse, which triggered the fuck out of you. And now fascist propagandist is telling a defamatory brothel narrative to millions of people for the first time in response. It's not the first time that he said that. And also, who gives a shit? It's fucking bullshit. I don't care. You are your own worst enemy. I like that you're in here again, coming in here to be like, dude, I was trying to protect you. Okay? Like, I post a fucking meme because Asmongold is not personally a lolly enjoyer, but he does watch a lolly fucking Gamergate YouTuber all the time. Something I've literally called him out for, by the way, in the past. And you turn around and he goes, yeah, this fascist propagandist is fucking saying that you went to a brothel. It's your fault. You're your own worst enemy. How about at a certain point you give ownership to Asmongold over what he's saying? Is he not a fucking adult? The fuck? Uh. 2009 account, goddamn. I didn't even know this website existed in 2009. That's crazy. Apparently the only reason Ethan talks about you is because you do this and speak about him in any way. Yeah, totally. That's why I didn't ever talk about him for fucking months on end until he actively tried to get me and everyone else that was pro-Palestinian deplatformed.
Identity, redirecting the audience's outrage into the abyss towards the unknown entity. According to Ethan and Ela, anyone who disagrees with Israel's actions is automatically an anti-Semite, ignoring the fact that political criticism and discrimination are not the same thing. This rhetoric is dangerous because it down all discussion and labels legitimate concerns as bigotry. Ethan and Ela are creating a culture where no one can question him without facing extreme backlash. They twisted the company's entire short message to the narrative that they are victims and Israeli, despite the reality. There is also a pattern that keeps repeating. Ethan keeps getting facts wrong. Ethan confidently presents something as fact only for it to be corrected, and instead of taking a moment to verify, his first instinct is to go on the attack. Rather than taking a correction with humility, Ethan's response is often aggressive. He insults the person.
I have decreed, let it be known, that Dems is a dumb fucking bitch.
Calls him names.
What a fucking lapdog you are. How pathetic can you be to fucking curl up on Hasan's lap like a good pussycat? Prefer him, bitch.
Then, after the barrage of insults, sometimes, not always, Ethan realizes he was actually wrong.
She is an ex-Destiny orbiter. In fact, it's rumored, I'm pretty sure that they had a sexual relationship. I don't know why I thought that. I swear I read that somewhere, but that's okay. My bad. Apparently she did not have sex with Destiny, although it... I spoke out of turn. She did not have sex with him. She was friends with him. She benefited from him. She did not have sex with him.
That is a fact.
So, I know I should apologize once again to Dems, the dumb fucking bitch that I hate. Just because I was wrong about her sleeping with Destiny, I spoke out of turn there, and I apologize for that, even though I despise her for every other conceivable reason. Is there anything else I should emphasize?
This kind of behavior has real consequences. Not everyone watches every episode, and by the time Ethan admits he was wrong, if he ever does, his audience may have already clicked off the video, missing the entire part where he confirms that he was incorrect after all. The person bashed is left dealing with the fallout. The reputation is stained, and many of Ethan's viewers will never even know that he got the facts wrong in the first place. When you have a platform as big as Ethan's, you have a responsibility to get things right. But instead, he repeatedly spreads false information, attacks those who correct him, and barely acknowledges when he's wrong.
You got got. You got there.
But I mean, like, ultimately, I still feel like it's not that material, considering, again, that she was nominated once and won.
Yeah, you used the wrong image. So, and you reversed the years, which, again, I do agree, slightly makes it worse, the way that you presented it versus reality.
I disagree.
His audience, whatever he may have left, trusts him. But misinformation combined with aggressive responses to correction creates a toxic cycle where the truth often takes a backseat to entertainment. If you're going to critique others, you need to hold yourself to the same standard. Getting facts wrong happens. But how you handle corrections say everything about your integrity. The way Ethan treats his mistakes, especially when it involves publicly bashing innocent people, sets a dangerous precedent for how online discourse functions. Also, when he admits he was wrong, he always has to deflect by pointing out something he thinks the other person got wrong.
She was the victim of the crime of Atriarch and the recipient of my inappropriate joke, okay? My problem is with Ludwig being a spineless coward of a human being.
He can't just take accountability and leave it at that. And on top of that, he usually downplays the significance of his mistakes.
Do you think that's a meaningful distinction?
And what happens when someone responds to his Instagram stories and livestream content? He downplays what the person on the other end receives.
The timeline of events literally shows that you were unaware of the petty attacks. Me being a casual H3 watcher at the time, hadn't even known that there was beef since leftovers, merely disagreement. It wasn't until so much later that he started posting to Instagram that I realized what the fuck happened. His fans turned on him and he was apparently blaming you all while the election was going on. Yeah. Yeah. The point is, everyone else is at fault. It's ironic because it reminds me of that Tim Pool clip. This one, hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, here, this.
Then I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. Because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man. You know what the problem is, though? It's definitely not me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's everybody else.
Yeah.
This part.
It's definitely not me.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's everybody else.
That's it. That's the consistent through line here. Like that's what it is. It's not that like people came to their own conclusions after hearing what he was saying and had disagreements with Ethan. It's actually, it must be Frogan. It must be it must be the creators that worked on Creators for Palestine. It must be Hasan. It must be every single other person. And it's ironic because then they fucking turn around and say like, oh, Hasan, you're obsessed with sex pestiny. You claim it's sex pestiny. When in fact, none of these other fucking people, especially someone like myself, rarely ever talked about Ethan at all. I spent an entire fucking year being like, I don't give a fuck about what Ethan is saying. He's not your enemy. Defending him over and over again. Okay? Defending him over and over again. And yet the entire time he thought I was like, secretly an anti-Semitic pilling his own fan base somehow. I was mind controlling his fans. I would yell at chatters actively. Tell them to shut the fuck up about Ethan. Ban chatters that constantly kept bringing Ethan up. Only until after the election and after he like consistently tried to get me deplatformed and did successfully deplatform a bunch of other content creators for the crime of saying Sabra Hummus is dog shit, which apparently he agrees to as well. Did I ever start talking about Ethan and oftentimes to just like clear the air about the relentless, dare I say, vicious attacks from his fans that had no interest in this issue at all, but instead were, this is the video. I like this on TikTok as well. Here. For an entire fucking year, dude.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong, okay? Trust me. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude. Time and time again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I do not care. This is petty drama, okay? I don't care. And neither should you, okay? I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective, okay? That's it. Ultimately, Ethan has the capacity to arrive at a meaningful position because he has empathy for Palestinian people. He is literally better on this circumstance, this issue, than 99% of like Americans who are ultra-Zionists, okay? I'm not saying the entire country is ultra-Zionist, but like 99% of Americans in the media and 99% of Americans in position of power that literally are just like unconditional support to Israel. Shut the fuck up. I've always demonstrated that until it reaches a boiling point, that I will always be kind to those around me that I believe I can communicate with, that I can lead by empathy.
Sorry to say, but this age like milk. Yeah, big dog. Notice what I'm saying here. I will always show charitability to those who demonstrate empathy. I think the boiling point happened. That's the difference. That's the difference.
Okay? This has been my policy in perpetuity. You know this if you've been in here long enough. I fucking tried with Aiden Ross, okay? And Ethan is not Aiden Ross. I think he will inevitably come around. Ethan is my friend. I think he's an empathetic person, and I hope that here no one.
By the way, this got posted in H3 subreddit as a defense of Ethan. Wait, what? People don't understand that while this was happening, Ethan was shitting on me, and I was like completely unfamiliar. What the fuck?
Like changing your perspective on an issue that is like near and dear to your fucking heart is virtually impossible. It's one of the hardest things you can do. I will forever have respect for him for doing that on his own. Okay. Everything that people say cynically he did to like win favors with a larger crowd. Fuck that. He did it on his own. You want to know why I know he did it on his own? Okay. You want to know why I know he did it on his own? Because look at the situation. He has family in Israel. He is like he's absolutely shaped. Like his worldview is shaped by this experience. And instead of just like writing off every single thing that people have said and very comfortably finding himself in the bosom of like Zionist sentiment, which he could have just as easily done. He could have just turned around and been like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm scared. These people are being anti-Semitic. And there is a lot of anti-Semitism that increases in times like this. That much is absolutely true. Instead of fucking turning around and being like, fuck that, he's like trying to tackle it head on and go through the internal conflict, that internal struggle that he feels with his own personal experience, with his own personal worldview and his morality and the way that he sees it from what he perceives as a completely hostile audience.
And you need to, as a community, also stop fucking ripping into Ethan nonstop. As I've said it over and over again, leading up to the conversation that we had on this broadcast. You guys are so fucking stupid for doing that. You are. And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. How does it feel to be wrong? No, I'm never gonna stop doing this, for the record. Like, this is a consistent position I've held for every single person. As long as they're like, I always think it's not okay. It doesn't give you brownie points or bonus points when you're fucking right ahead of time. Okay? Especially considering that the reason why I didn't want to fucking talk about Ethan at that time was because I was busy covering actual shit that was happening. And there was no reason to offer any fucking space to what Ethan Klein was saying. Also, I think you guys misunderstand, but like, his perspective did shift over this past year. He became a lot more outwardly supportive of Israel. I don't think you recognize that. There's two things that I'm not going to do. I'm not going to stop being charitable to people until they've shown me that they just don't care and that they're disingenuously doing everything in their power to come after me, my friends, people I care about, or issues that I care about from the opposite perspective. I don't think I was wrong for being charitable. You know? And I'm not going to stop being charitable to people, even if they're not charitable to me, until it reaches a boiling point, regardless. Because this community has grown to this size because of that principle. Because I actively try to you know, explain to people that I understand where they're coming from. I understand what their initial positions are. And I understand the effort that it takes to make your own conclusions, to undermine your social conditioning from your development that you've taken for granted. So yeah, if you're demanding that I stop being charitable to people, you're wrong. It's not going to happen. That's why I love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed course, recognize their mistakes in the past, and now advocate against those sorts of things, I think are very valuable, because every single person has a reactionary perspective deep down inside on one issue. We are all totally susceptible to the intersectionality of privilege. Privilege causes us to have blind spots. Ethan is my friend. We may have disagreements every now and then, but I have maintained the position that his heart is always in the right place, and he's on a journey of learning. Every single day I went live in the beginning, every single day I would spend at least 5 minutes to 30 minutes talking about how Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is a good person. Be more charitable to those who are open and susceptible to your opinions. Every single day. I'm still friends with Ethan, by the way. I still talk to Ethan every day. Every single day. Throughout the stream. Just say Ethan is a fucking idiotic take. Ethan and I obviously have disagreements on this stuff, but Ethan has also personally said it isn't apartheid. What the fuck do you want? As a dude who did go on Birthright, he is infinitely more progressive than, you know, a lot of these people that are writing these fucking, a lot of these people that are writing these letters. And Ethan fans will watch this clip and not understand what changed without a shred of irony. And what changed in this process is his commentary, is his focus. If the only thing that you have to say about Israel is how mean pro-Palestinians are, then you're not fucking pro-Palestine. That's it.
shit, okay? Please stop fucking yelling about Ethan all the time. Jesus Christ. Time and time again, I told my adult community to shut the fuck up about Ethan. I even banned the mention of Ethan in this community, and I think still to this day, it is banned. The idea that I did not try to genuinely scale back the harassment that Ethan was experiencing is ridiculous.
How you do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist? You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. How can you tell her not to defend a Zionist when you defend Ethan Klein, who's openly Zionist? Are you okay? Ethan Klein, Israel, an apartheid state in, I think, 2021. Okay? Ethan himself has been very critical of the state of Israel and has even called it an apartheid state far before October 7th. That chatter was right. I was doing fucking PR for a Zionist. At that point, I didn't even know what his latest shit was. If you guys remember, at that, I think this is like basically the turning point, but like, I did not know why people were constantly fucking up Ethan's ass because I was not paying attention to what the fuck he was doing. But I think this is when he starts like talking a lot more about, this is when he starts like hammering at fucking pro-Palestinian advocates. Okay. I personally don't even care if he's like calling me out or whatever. I heard that like people were saying that Ethan talked about me on his podcast today or some shit like that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. For me, you know what I do care about? Ethan considering what Israel's doing to be genocidal far before October 7th. Okay? I do care about that. I think that that matters, especially when he is so close to the subject matter, so close to the different aspects of social conditioning that play a pretty prominent role in the development of American Jews, who are very progressive people overall. Okay? I don't care. No matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still firmly believe, okay? I still firmly believe that regardless of everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online, regardless of all of that, I place a lot more emphasis and a lot more value on those things that he has said. There's very real anti-Semitism directed towards him, directed towards Hila, directed towards Jewish people across the board, and that fucking terrifies him. And I think that there's a real element there. For a lot of...
Okay, the rest of this is clipped out of context. I think this is, at this point I'm talking about, this is clipped out of context because I remember this. I was talking at this point about how there's real anti-Semitism directed toward, but I think like he mistakes that with like the pro-Palestinian crowd.
And I think that there's a real element there. For a lot of Jewish people, especially, like, yeah, they see anti-Semitism rising. And if at any point do they actually associate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and people like Dan Bilzerian play a fucking formative role in people assuming that all people who criticize Israel are just like him, they're like fucking Holocaust deniers or whatever, yeah, you're going to freak the fuck out. He's got Jewish children, you know what I mean? He doesn't want them to grow up in a fucking anti-Semitic country.
Yeah. I think this is where the last couple of ones where it's like, I'm figured out. What do you think it would take for Ethan, the reformist perspective? It's just self-reflection. Anyway, yeah, I'm always gonna be charitable. Oh, here it is. They actually cut so many parts out of it. Wait, this is a fucking, how long is this video?
Fucking Holocaust deniers or whatever.
This is a 7-minute video. They took the 7-minute video and clipped certain parts of it and posted it in here in case H3 snarkers continue to call Ethan Zionist here. The few times Hasan even says Ethan is not a Zionist and is supportive of Palestine. Why wasn't this in the nuke? I see things every day that could easily debunk all the snark lies. Sorry for not getting passionate, law. I'm just sick of the BS. Oh my God. Hasan now calls Ethan a Zionist, but the funny thing is that Ethan hasn't changed his position at all since he multiple times said Hasan said he's not a Zionist. Was Hasan lying at one point, or does Hasan only hold whatever position that will benefit him at that particular time? Hasan calls him a Zionist now that it suits his narrative while defaming Ethan. Classy dude. These guys will literally never understand. They won't understand it. They're done, I think. See the November 1st, 2025 part? He cut the part where you say you'll be charitable until it reaches a boiling point. Dude, he denied the fucking Nakba. He said that the real harm during the Nakba, which was a planned mass ethnic displacement event against indigenous Palestinians conducted by early Zionist brigades, was not the evil evil that took place, but instead was all of the Jewish people, sometimes voluntarily, other times individually, personally leaving the surrounding region. The surrounding region that is not Palestinian, by the way, just other Arab nations and North African nations to go voluntarily to Israel. He said that that was a bigger harm, a bigger evil than fucking the Nakba. I'm sorry. When you say stuff like that, you're obviously not fucking pro-Palestine. You're doing genocide revisionism. To me, it's like no different than being a Holocaust revisionist while it's currently ongoing.
I'm 100% against anyone calling CPS on YouTubers they don't like. 48 hours after being harassed by Ethan Klein. Bitch, it's not harassment. Grow up. These people are so pathetic.
And as usual, expect twisting things around to make the other person look bad.
You choose to participate in a snark Reddit page with your name on it, and then it's a problem that Ethan points it out. I'm sorry, it's
he interviewed Bad Empanada, bro.
Disgraceful to participate a snark. It is.
And I think it's
Ethan
disgraceful as a-
is allowed to point it out.
And also,
And
as
if
a
that's too much for you, maybe get off the internet.
right,
And
or at least get off.
maybe don't work for a reputable company like Red and Link.
I was
You
gonna
don't deserve to work there.
But Ela knows. Ethan did not only point out a Reddit post that speaks critical of Matt, he also posted this, and this, and this, and this, called him evil and a piece, and went on, making sure everyone and their mum has heard of where Matt works. Why did Ethan do this? Well, Ethan says it himself.
And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired because he's pathetic.
She would tell her friends to back off.
Isn't the whole point that you are saying difficult things, that you're taking the difficult stance? You're not it's not about going along with the crowd and being like, I hate racists, guys. Aren't we all the best? It's about actually fucking doing the right thing when it's difficult.
Yeah, no, you're right. Doing the right thing when it's difficult, as in join my mass harassment campaign against all of these creators that I want deplatformed for, one, being pro-Palestine, and then two, actively saying I'm out of my fucking mind when I claim that those people are all anti-Semitic and successfully deplatform them. It's wild. Why won't anybody else also join in on the fun here, guys? After all, this is all to combat anti-Semitism, which is why I'm going after people who are not anti-Semitic. Jesus Christ.
To do.
Yeah.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like not risking anything?
Ethan has faced criticism, sure. But let's not confuse criticism with actual systemic oppression. To equate someone disagreeing with your podcast to the struggles of a marginalized group fighting for basic human rights shows...
Yeah. The least protected identity in America is not like, we're not even talking about Judaism or Jewish people who are marginalized, okay, who are a minority. There's a different kind of marginalization that takes place for sure in comparison to like black people, obviously. But having said that, no, the only group of people in America that are actively marginalized are people who are pro-Israel. Famous people who are pro-Israel are under attack, and we have to put a stop to this, please. Nobody ever wants to stand tall and stand proudly by the side of influencers who are pro-Israel. Why won't anybody think about at a time when pro-Palestinian getting their legal permanent residency revoked by the Trump administration? You know who's the real victim? Unimaginably wealthy fucking podcasters who are pro-Israel. That's who. Those are the people. Why won't anybody stand with the people that are basically channeling the exact same position of the State Department? It's like you got everything. You got everything you want. If I was winning so hard in terms of policy, if I had free health care for all unconditionally, if I was able to put a dent in American foreign policy, if I got all of my wishes from the government, I would not be fucking chirping that people don't like me. You know? It's crazy. It's crazy. You got everything you wanted, and you're still complaining because people don't like you. It's like, what the fuck do you want?
A serious lack of understanding. So here's the real question. Where does this end? How far does Ethan get to go before people finally say enough is enough? How many people will be harassed, misrepresented, threatened, or dogpiled before he's held accountable? Because at this point, it's not about defending himself. It's about controlling the conversation by any means necessary. And the longer this continues, the more obvious it becomes. Ethan Klein isn't fighting against harassment. He's weaponizing it. Thanks.
Yeah, this is a good video.
Tommy Robinson, who's a well-known far rightist in the USA and UK, is extremely pro-Israel. They've been embraced by and Jewishness too. What the fuck is extremely pro-Jewishness? What the fuck does that mean? They've been embraced by those who in the past would have been prejudiced against them. Tommy Robinson is super pro-Israel, and he's a fucking massive rabid Islamophobe, and a straightforward neo-Nazi. There are many people like Tommy Robinson. You know. Anyway, we're done. We're done with this bullshit. Hopefully. What? I can't believe you're in attendance for your best friend's attorney right now. What the fuck? Will Neff can't stream tonight. He's playing point guard at High Point. Oh my god, that does look like Will. What the fuck? Mahmoud Khalil made a statement from prison, which I will read to you now. Palestinian American green card holder and Columbia graduate Mahmoud Khalil described himself as a political prisoner of the Trump administration in his first public remarks since his arrest by ICE agents on March 8th. The full letter from Khalil, shared with The Guardian, is below. Letter from a Palestinian political prisoner in Louisiana, dictated over the phone from ICE detention. March 18th, 2025. My name is Mahmoud Khalil, and I am a political prisoner. I'm writing to you from a detention facility in Louisiana where I wake to cold mornings and spend long days bearing witness to the quiet injustices underway against a great many people precluded from the protections of the law. Who has the right to have rights? It is certainly not the humans crowded in the cells here. It isn't the Senegalese man I met who has been deprived of his liberty for a year, his legal situation in limbo, and his family an ocean away. It isn't the 21-year-old detainee I met who stepped foot in this country at age 9 only to be deported without so much as a hearing. Justice escapes the contours of this nation's immigration facilities. On March 8th, I was taken by DHS agents who refused to provide a warrant and accosted my wife and me as we returned from dinner. By now, the footage of that night has been made public. Before I knew what was happening, agents handcuffed me and forced me into an unmarked car. At that moment, my only concern was for Noor's safety. I had no idea if she would be taken too, since the agents had threatened to arrest her for not leaving my side. DHS would not tell me anything for hours. I did not know the cause of my arrest or if I was facing immediate deportation. At 26 Federal Plaza, I slept on the cold floor. In the early morning hours, agents transported me to another facility in Elizabeth, New Jersey. There, I slept on the ground and was refused a blanket despite my request. My arrest was a direct consequence of exercising my right to free speech, as I advocated for a free Palestine and an end to the genocide in Gaza, which resumed in full force Monday night. With January's ceasefire now broken, parents in Gaza are once again cradling 2 small shrouds, and families are forced to weigh starvation and displacement against bombs. It is our moral imperative to persist in the struggle for their complete freedom. I was born in a Palestinian refugee camp in Syria to a family which has been displaced from their land since the 1948 Nakba. I spent my youth in proximity to yet distant from my homeland. But being Palestinian is an experience that transcends borders. I see in my circumstances similarities to Israel's use of administrative detention, imprisonment without trial or charge, to strip Palestinians of their rights. I think of our friend Omar Khatib, who was incarcerated without charge or trial by Israel as he returned home from travel. I think of the Gaza hospital director and pediatrician Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, who was taken captive by the Israeli military on December 27th and remains in an Israeli torture camp today. For Palestinians, imprisonment without due process is commonplace. I've always believed that my duty is not only to liberate myself from the oppressor, but also to liberate my oppressors from their hatred and fear. My unjust detention is indicative of the anti-Palestinian racism that both the Biden and Trump administrations have demonstrated over the past 16 months as the U.S. has continued to supply Israel with weapons to kill Palestinians and prevent international intervention. For decades, anti-Palestinian racism has driven efforts to expand U.S. laws and practices that are used to violently repress Palestinians, Arab Americans, and other communities. That is precisely why I'm being targeted.
While I await legal decisions that hold futures of my wife and child in the balance, those who enabled my targeting remain comfortably at Columbia University. President Shafiq, Armstrong, and Dean Yarhi Milo laid the groundwork for the U.S. government to target me by arbitrarily disciplining pro-Palestinian students and allowing viral doxing campaigns based on racism and disinformation to go unchecked. Columbia targeted me for my activism, creating a new authoritarian disciplinary office to bypass due process and silence students criticizing Israel. For those of you who turn around and say, Hasan, why do you fucking cover Ethan Klein drama? I need you to understand something, okay? Liberals who have also participated in the active undermining of pro-Palestine advocates at a time when we all know deplatforming is the least of most people's worries, okay? And now there are some various legal repercussions that pro-Palestinian advocates might have to worry about, especially with this idiotic fascist administration. It's not just fucking drama. It's complicity, and it should be called out. Okay? That's it. It's petty, irrelevant fucking drama. When people actively put the crosshairs on those who do something that they're too fucking morally sheltered to do, which is to demonstrate courage in the face of oppression, which is basically a fraction of the harm that you could ever experience in comparison to the daily existence of Palestinians under the brutal apartheid practices of a genocidal Zionist settler colonial regime. That's the least we can do. And yet, the purpose here with content creators and those who engage in these sorts of attacks and endorse tacitly this sort of action from the administration are doing this in the exact same direction. This is the intention, ultimately. I need you to understand. The goal there is to shut everyone the fuck up. That's why I don't have any time for people to say, oh, I'm pro-Palestinian, but these people are real fucking radicals. They need to shut up. They need to get deplatformed. They're anti-Semitic. Are there anti-Semitic people out there? Absolutely. Maybe you should focus your fucking attention on them. Columbia surrendered to federal pressure by disclosing student records to Congress and yielding to the Trump administration's latest threats. My arrest, the expulsion or suspension of at least 22 Columbia students, some stripped of their Bachelor of Arts degrees just weeks before graduation, that they earned, by the way. Not only did they pay for it, but they earned it. And the expulsion of the Students Workers Union President Grant Minor on the eve of contract negotiations are clear examples. Grant Minor also is Jewish. If anything, my detention is a testament to the strength of the student movement in shifting public opinion towards Palestinian liberation. Students have long been at the forefront of change, leading the charge against the Vietnam War, standing on the front lines of the civil rights movement, and driving the struggle against apartheid in South Africa. Today, too, even if the public has yet to fully grasp it, it is students who steer us towards truth and justice. The Trump administration is targeting me as a part of a broader strategy to suppress dissent. Visa holders, green card carriers, and citizens alike will all be targeted for their political beliefs. In the weeks ahead, students, advocates, and elected officials must unite to defend their right to protest for Palestine. At stake are not just our voices, but the fundamental civil liberties of all. Knowing fully that this moment transcends my individual circumstances, I hope nonetheless to be free to witness the birth of my firstborn child. It is truly repulsive. And a lot of people are sleepwalking towards fascism. I mean, it's here already. They're sleepwalking through fascism, rather. If you were grifting to the right, this is the last stop before you're not just complicit but taking part. Yeah. At a time when this sort of stuff is happening, if your entire point is to go after fucking pro-Palestinian advocates, like, you're not an ally. You're not an ally at all. Apparently, we missed a devastating Schumer interview. This appearance on All In with Chris was devastating for Schumer. Ignoring the criticism from all corners of the party, can't articulate a strategy. It's bizarre. He thinks his 2017 seems oblivious to how Musk's unlimited money changes the incentive structure for GOP lawmakers. All right, let's look at it. Chris Hayes.
It's good to have you here, Senator.
He's got some smoke.
Book, which I read over the last 24 hours, and I enjoyed.
Oh my God, 37 minutes long. Oh no, did Chris ambush Schumer by claiming he was gonna fucking make him talk about the book, and then the entire purpose of this was to actually address the understandable criticisms? Holy moly, that's the based. That right there is the strongest fedayeen of the HasanAbi heads out there. Okay, right now, he's leveled up. He's one of the best.
Quite a bit. The last time I had you on Friday was on the day of the shutdown being averted, and you came on the program. You said why you thought it was important, and since then we've had this enormous backlash. And obviously, you're in politics a long time. You understand this comes with the territory. Has it made you rethink anything?
No, look, I knew when I made this decision I'd get a lot of flack. I'm a smart politician. I can read what people want. But I thought, even though the CR was a terrible, terrible bill and would allow...
Dude, I can't get over the glasses, dude. It's like, everyone jokes about it now, but it's just like, I guess I never noticed it, but it is kind of funny that they're just like not ever on his eyes. What is that? Is it because it's like a reading glasses? Is that what it is? Like when he goes to the optometrist, like, does he go, hey, I want you, because the optometrist has to like identify where your iris is, where your pupils are, right? So that they can frame your optics to make sure that you're, using the glasses. So he goes to the optometrist, and the optometrist is like, please, no, I want you to to pinpoint where my pupils are if I wear it right here. It's called being an old man. That's his steez, bro. Shut the fuck up. It's called being an old man, Hasan. You should know. Bro has plus 25 vision. We can't even comprehend what he sees. Yeah. Chuck Schumer sees, the mere mortal sees in decades. Chuck Schumer sees in centuries. Okay.
Within the CR, the administration to move things around, I thought a shutdown was so much worse. 20 times worse. And let me explain why so people understand it. Under a shutdown, the executive branch has absolute power to determine what is, quote, essential.
Right.
They have the sole power. Court rulings have said the courts have no say. Right. Now, under normal time, if it was a shutdown, okay, it'd be a Republican government. They do that. You have these fanatics, right, these anti-government, vicious nihilists in charge. They can say anything. Anything is not essential. So it could have been today if we were in the shutdown. They said, feeding hungry children, not essential. Eliminate SNAP. 2 days from now, the only thing we need in transportation are air traffic controllers. Cut off all mass transit funding to New York and the other cities of the country, all transit funding. Day 6, Medicaid. They could cut off Medicaid almost totally.
Dude, I can't stop looking at his glasses. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I can't stop thinking about how hard it must be for him to see. It's so stupid. Is there a point where he uses his fingers to push him up? They slid counties. Push them shits up, man. Lol overruled. Yeah, POV, you just told 74-year-old Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who's been in Congress for 27 years, that President Trump just suspended habeas corpus and is mass arresting political enemies.
What did he do? You better not do that, Mr. President. He did what? Oh my God. He can't do that. Somebody's got to stop him. Mr. President, you can't do that.
Oh, dude. This is from a month ago, dude. This is from 1 month ago. No. Oh, Jesus Christ.
So within 2 weeks, they could just so decimate the federal government, almost throwing a bomb at it, that we could never recover. And wait, one more thing that's worse. There's no exit ramp. In other words, how do you get out of the shutdown? Solely up to the executive branch. And one Republican senator who's close to these horrible Doge Musk people said that they expected to close it down for 6 months,
the nihilists.
9 months, till the whole federal government was obliterated. Musk's dream to get $2 trillion out of the federal government.
I love his argument so much because it's so fucking stupid, where he's like, no, you see, you don't understand. Trump actually really wanted a government shutdown. It would have been his dream. It's like, so why did he actively threaten congresspersons that weren't voting for the CR? Oh, he really wanted the shutdown. We're actually hurting him by giving him more legal power with the legislative body to do the things that he wants to do, which you would do in the shutdown. You see, it was a 5D chess move. Okay, you don't understand. That's why the Republicans all voted for it collectively, with the exception of one, who Trump said he was going to primary. That's what happened.
Could happen under a shutdown. So I felt the very people who are upset now.
Yeah, we must pass the Enabling Act. Otherwise, Hitler might declare martial law ass argument. Yes.
If we went through with the shutdown and all these things happened, would be coming 2-3 weeks later and saying, get it open, get it SNAP open, get mass transit open. I'd say, well, it's a shutdown. We can't. They say, well, why'd you let that happen? So one more thing. Yeah. I knew I'd take a lot of flack. But, you know, when you're a leader, sometimes you have to do things that you know are right, despite the consequences. I've always said to people in politics, the higher up you climb, the more fierce the winds blow. The only thing that keeps you from being blown off course is your internal gyroscope.
I cannot, dude. The Democrats certainly do have a crisis of good leadership. Okay, they have a crisis of good leadership, right? They had Joe Biden, who was a carcass. They had Kamala Harris, who was a charisma suck. And that is a problem, especially if you're going against a very charismatic person like Donald Trump, a very telegenic person like Donald Trump. And it's doubly, triply, quadruply a problem when you don't have any fucking policies. Like, Bernie isn't the most charismatic person of all time, but he has policies that he earnestly defends and is consistent on, right? So you can identify exactly what Bernie Sanders is about. You can have disagreements with him on it, but at least you can, like, you know exactly what the fuck he wants. He says it all the time. Right? So these guys are devoid of policies that you can associate them with, which means that they're very malleable, which means that you can just basically say, therefore this, if you're a Republican, and everyone will believe it because they're like, well, I haven't heard them say anything else, right? Like, if they were all collectively in favor of Medicare for all, for example, and actively were trying to change that at the legislative level, then at least, like, people could be like, well, you know, yeah, they like the gay stuff, but they also want health care. I don't know. That seems like a good idea, right? But they don't do that. So now all that remains is whatever the fuck the Republicans decided the Democrats stand for, which is, I guess, like giving transgender undocumented migrants like bottom surgery or whatever the fuck they were saying, right? As though that's the only position that the Democrats maintain that they care about. Chuck Schumer also doesn't stand for anything except, obviously, he is, he's a lot of choice words for people who protest against Israel. There's that. But outside of that, he also has no fucking charisma. I can't believe that the Democrats looked at this last election cycle and were like, we're devoid of policy, we're devoid of charisma, we're devoid of leadership. So lo and behold, who is the guy that's going to be responsible for the Democratic Party? Who's going to be the guy that we use as our North Star? Fucking Chuck Schumer. Fucking Chuck Schumer. Just like one of the worst politicians. Just so bad. So fucking bad. Like, I've consistently railed against Chuck Schumer for years. I don't like Nancy Pelosi. I hate Nancy Pelosi. But what did I always say? In the interest of fairness, I always told you she is a vicious whip, okay? She knows her caucuses. She knows how to move people around in the House of Representatives. That's why she was considered the true leader of the Democratic Party in perpetuity. Chuck can't even do that. Chuck has never been able to do that. He didn't even use Dick Durbin appropriately. Dick Durbin is his whip, right? He didn't whip votes appropriately ever. The expectation was that, Senate is just an eclectic group of Democrats that do whatever the fuck they want to do. And there's not really much you can say about it. It is what it is. That's just how the Senate is, right? There's always a spoiler. It blew my mind. So this incompetent geriatric monster is now the leading figurehead of the Democratic Party. It's over. It's done. You're cooked.
That's what I used.
So I take that seriously, that sort of catastrophic nature.
I thought so long and hard about it.
Well, let me just, I want to sort of pivot it a little to a more of a tactical decision, because there was something that happened here that doesn't normally happen, which is they knew they needed Democratic votes and they cut you out entirely.
Entirely.
Now, when that has happened before, Republicans have filibustered successfully and forced Democrats to the table. And so just purely at the level of how the tactics brought us to this point, I want to play some of the criticism, again, not from like backseat drivers or not from me on cable news, but people like Hakeem Jeffries or Nancy Pelosi. Take a listen.
Look, Chuck and I disagreed as it relates to the approach and outcome.
I think there is a deep sense of outrage and betrayal. And this is not just about progressive Democrats. This is across the board, the entire party.
I still support Senator Schumer as leader, but I think the only way that we are going to be effective as a caucus is...
Bro, he didn't even cut away from his face. They're making him fucking watch this while he's licking his lips, and you get to see it. You get to see him watch this humiliating compy of members of his own party being like, yeah, he kind of sucks dick. What are you going to do about it? He's like, come on, Chuck, react to it. That's awesome. I mean, he deserves significantly worse than this.
If we change our tactics, I would have liked...
Yeah, this is the reading bit about the imaginary family that he has, right? That he uses as his North Star whenever he's making decisions about legislation. I know. He has a fake family that he's created in his mind that he goes to for advice. I know. We'll look at that in a little bit. Let's just keep going. He's in the cuck chair right now.
To see when Chuck Schumer had leverage here to say...
I like that his reaction is slowly getting worse. Bro, put the glasses on. You can't see. You can't see who's saying it.
We need A, B, C, and D for the Democratic Party, and force the Republicans to meet him halfway on those issues.
I myself don't give away anything for nothing. And I think that's what happened the other day.
They said, okay, he said leverage, I think it was the governor.
And Nancy Pelosi said, I myself don't give away anything for nothing. I think.
Yeah, read it back. Read it back, Chris. Read it back to him. What did Nancy say, Chris?
I think that's what
the only leverage we had. They weren't going to negotiate with us. So there were two choices.
That's not true. Trump said he would negotiate.
Choices only. It would be nice if we had a third choice. We tried to get that third choice with the 30-day extension that Patty Murray tried to get some more moderate Republicans on the Appropriations Committee to go along. They wouldn't. So we were faced only the Senate, not the House. They had a little easier because they could vote no against the CR and not cause a shutdown. Right. But in the Senate, the only two choices were these choices, period. And the choice of the shutdown was so severe. You're giving them the keys to the city. Why would we? Look, this guy, the worst of them all, is this guy who's head of OMB named Vogt, V-O-U-G-H-T, but people hear the word vote. He already has a plan to shut down a large chunk of the...
He's doing it right now.
No, he cannot. Now, if you don't have a shutdown, you can go to court. Right. And we've had some successful results in the courts. A lot of the judges we put in, Chris, you know, the 235, we've won about 85% of the cases. Shutdown, no court, they make the decision, and they can make it quickly, easily, and across the whole federal government, not just the things that were in the CR.
But here's to me my understanding of the critique that's broader than the specifics here, which is about the level and depth of crisis we're in and the appropriate tactics to meet them. Mm-hmm. And so what I think people think is, first of all, we all know the Senate functions on unanimous consent. That's how anything happens. We've watched real pains in the butt, Tommy Tuberville, basically bring the place to a halt. Just denying unanimous consent because he was mad the Department of Defense might somewhere pay for a portion, right? The idea of how cataclysmic that shutdown, I hear what you're saying. But what I'm hearing from people, and there's a lot of them, is right now a crisis is happening unlike anything the Republic has faced, maybe since even the Civil War. Right. Most Americans don't quite grasp it. And it's your job as the most powerful Democrat to use whatever tactics you have to communicate that. And by going along with this, you have missed this opportunity to tell the nation just how bad it is.
There's only one choice to going along with it. Shut down. We have to pick the fights, and I want to fight Trump as much as anybody and stop him and not give Republicans help. But in this situation,
doesn't it call the question? Doesn't the crisis create the attentional vortex that is necessary? Because right now, people have no idea that they're going to basically get rid of all of American universities and all of American science funding. We try to communicate it every night, but there's nothing like a crisis to drive that home.
But the drama of the shutdown, eliminating all of these things would do such damage substantively, that I couldn't tolerate it. I couldn't live with it. You know, I know there's the idea that, okay, people will sit and negotiate with us because they're doing bad things. That ain't these Republicans. They wouldn't sit with us for nothing because their overall goal. Look, the Republican Party is a new party. Right. It's controlled by these MAGA right billionaires. They want two things. They want to pay no taxes, so get rid of all the spending, even if it's I mean, I was up today, you know, we had a Medicare Day of Action, Hakeem and I, and senators and congressmen went and talked about.
Thank God he's doing a Medicare Day of Action because, God damn, he's just using that as a talking point non-fucking stop now. My goat. Thankfully, he did a Medicare Day of Action, guys. You should have been doing this since fucking day one. Like, every damn day, every damn moment where these guys were like, we will fight, we will win. All this shit that he was saying. Like, they should have been using that every opportunity to be like, this is austerity. This is what the Republicans are trying to do. This is like, they're actively cutting your benefits. They're actively going to harm you. They're actively going to ruin your fucking lives. And instead of doing all that, he's just like, now finally they got, they got their shit in order, I guess.
Medicaid. I went up to Montefiore Hospital, which covers all the Bronx. It's the only cancer center in the whole Bronx. 80%.
I grew up a block from Montefiore Hospital.
There you
Continue.
Go. Well, 80% of the people there are Medicare and Medicaid, and they're the only cancer treatment. If they cut Medicaid by 20%, children would die.
Okay.
Children would die.
Okay.
And that's what would happen with a shutdown.
Well, I mean,
so you say have leverage. We should. But in this case, the choice given to us, because they couldn't, and I don't blame them, they wouldn't negotiate with the Democrats because they had all the votes because Trump is such a hammer, gave us only two choices. So if there was not a third choice.
Okay, so then the question is, okay, these people won't This was the one opportunity for leverage because of the need for a filibuster-proof majority. They're not going to have that on reconciliation, right? They're going to have it, right?
There are going to be other opportunities.
But then because what people hear is like, we're going to lie in the cut till they self-destruct. Like, what's the plan? Well, but then what is the strategic plan?
Here is the plan. Here's what we're doing right now, okay? There are two things I want to say. One, every day we are hammering away at Trump. And we have a simple thought that unites the Democratic Party from one end to the other. He's asking the middle class to pay for tax cuts for the billionaires. It unites us all. Bernie Sanders likes it, and my most conservative members like it. We're hammering away at that. Today it was Medicaid. Tomorrow it's going to be, or in the next few days, it's going to be tariffs. He's raising those tariffs, raising your costs, Mr. and Mrs. American, by $2,000 a year if he raises all these tariffs, so that he can use that money for tax cuts for the billionaires. He's cutting your education funds, and so your kids don't get a great education. And
Schumer isn't stupid. He's doing exactly what he thinks will get the most Dem donations down the line. He's taking the sword for the party. I believe that he tanked this deliberately because he was worried that if the Republicans didn't play ball and didn't concede to any demands that the Democrats were making, which would have been moderate as fuck, by the way, because that's just how the Democrats are, that it would have nosedived the stock market further at a time when Trump's will they, won't they attitude towards tariffs is already creating too much volatility, too much instability in a way where even the super wealthy are not enjoying the benefits because it's crashing the stock market. And I think big donors were like, dude, shut this down, eat it, make sure that this passes. And that's precisely the reason why he initially said that he was going to fight this. And then quickly, almost overnight, him and Kirsten Gillibrand, overnight, turned around and were like, yeah, we're actually going to push this. And they were yelling at their own. They were caucusing. They were whipping votes in favor of cloture so that this bill would not have to go through a filibuster so that the Republicans could pass it with their simple majority. Stock market's still going down though, so we did it for nothing? No, it would have tanked way further. That's the one thing that really causes the stock market to crash. Polling showed that people would blame Trump and the GOP 53%, then the Democrats 32%. The biggest federal government employee union, AFGE, asked senators to vote no on the House-produced continuing resolution and said that a shutdown is actually preferable. I covered this at the time as well. Think about that. The biggest federal government employee union, people who would be furloughed in a government shutdown, people who would lose their fucking jobs in a government shutdown were saying, no, force there to be a shutdown because the repercussions of not doing that and allowing Trump to legally defund federal agencies will cause worse instability in the long term. Okay? Because a furlough is political instability for the party that is in power. And therefore, you can't do an endless furlough. You can't endlessly shut the government and just be like, yeah, we're just going to keep it shut down. Nobody wants that because it very clearly shows everyone that isn't even paying attention that, this stuff that the Republicans are trying to do, which is be like undermining federal regulatory agencies and doing mass layoffs, is basically like an extended furlough, right? But if you do it over a long period of time, you can get away with a lot more damage versus forcing the government to a shutdown will immediately cause people to react. Chuck Schumer did not want to do that because I think big donors reached him and were like, don't fucking let this happen. And that's why there was reporting on the time. There was reporting on at the time that like people, like the Democrats in the Senate were yelling at Kirsten Gillibrand and Chuck Schumer both that they were telling them like, no, you have to vote for cloture. Yeah, here it is. This is what I'm talking about. Exactly. I can hear Senator Kirsten Gillibrand speaking quite loudly inside the Senate Dem lunch. She seems to be making the case against allowing the government to shut down. I just heard Gillibrand say this will not be a normal shutdown. This is what I'm talking about. They're so cooked.
School taxes will go up for that. So we have started doing this day in, day out, every day, fighting relentlessly. His numbers have started to go down from 51 to 47. If we keep at it and keep at it and keep at it, his numbers will be much lower. He will not only be less popular, but less effective. Second, we will find the moments where we shouldn't give them votes. Hakeem and I met yesterday. We're exploring that right now. And there will be times, just like this instance, where people will say, don't give them the votes because you have the leverage. There will be instances, not like this, where a shutdown would ensue, but where we will have the higher ground. And we're going to do it. Watch us.
Okay, but here's what I would say in response to that. And again, I'm channeling people as much as I can.
Hey, this is a democracy still. Let's hope it stays.
Well, here's what I would say is that all of those things you enumerated, which all sound like good politics to me, are the kinds of things that you'd be doing if Mitt Romney were president. That, like, there's this weird asymmetry right now, which is that they are acting in this totally new way.
Yes.
In which they are ambitiously trying to seize all power and create a presidential dictatorship in the United States of America. And the Democratic opposition is acting like, well, if we can get their approval rate down a few points, then what? What happens?
Well, what happens is, look, first, we get it way down. He's going to have much less. This worked in 2017. You say it didn't. Now it's a different government.
It's different, though.
Oh, it is different. But health care, we beat him. Taxes, we beat him. And guess what we did? Guess what we did, Chris? We took back the House and won in the Senate, and then we were allowed to do all those good things. This is not the only tactic. We have to stand strong in certain instances and not give them the votes at all. But there are instances with this. The two work together.
Okay. Again, I don't disagree with any of that. But the difference to me between 2017 and now, and I've been at this desk for both of them.
It's different.
It is a full-fledged assault on the constitutional order that has not been seen again.
Well, that's
certainly in my life.
That is true.
But the question then becomes...
But that's not the spending part.
That isn't. But then the question becomes, what is the role of the minority in resisting that? That's distinct from, we're going to beat them on health care, we're going to beat them on spending Medicaid.
Look, if our democracy is at risk...
It is at risk, yes.
Sorry, it is certainly at risk.
Well, do you believe it is?
But if...
I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you believe it's at risk?
Trump doesn't obey the Supreme Court, which may happen, you led up to it here, then we will have two courts. We will have the federal courts, which hopefully John Roberts will stand up and make it happen. But we'll have the court of public opinion. And if that happens, as you pointed out, we have had rule of law since the Magna Carta, okay? And if that happens and the rule of law goes by the wayside, I believe that there will be very, very, there will be immediate and strong reaction from one end of the country to the other.
You know what's crazy? This would be wish casting for a random individual with no proximity to power. It's insane to hear this from the minority leader of the Democratic Party in the Senate, the Senate Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer. The notion that people are going to magically come to the conclusion that Donald Trump is doing wrong and then decide that the Democrats are actually going to be the solution to this problem is idiotic. Let me tell you why it's idiotic. He thinks it's 2017, except it's not 2017, it's 2025. And one thing that's really important to understand is that in 2016, when Trump became president, it was considered an aberration. It was considered weird. That's why there was tremendous media focus on Donald Trump and all of the awful shit that he was doing. Donald Trump also was less competent in 2017. And you want to know what the key factor is here in 2017 versus 2025? The Democrats were actively egging Trump on. They were pushing him. They were pushing his buttons. They were resisting everything that he was doing every step of the way. Now, that resistance was obviously still very liberal focused. But none of that exists in 2025. If you sit back and expect the public opinion to shift away from Donald Trump and then lean back into the hands of the Democratic Party, you are out of your fucking mind. The only thing that will happen is as material conditions worsen, people will get more and more upset at the Democrats or whoever Trump has decided is the enemy. Trump is more popular than the party. Trump is more popular than you. Part of the reason why is because you guys never fight. I find them. What? What do you? Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
Other in ways that we have never seen. And that's what will happen. And it's not just up to us. The people will have to rise up. Not just Democrats, not just Republicans, not just, people, everybody. But our democracy will be at stake then. And if the people make their voices heard and are strong and stand up, and we join them, I believe we can try to beat that back. We can beat that back. But it's on that one. If democracy is at risk, that's a little different than what we're talking about now, even a shutdown, as horrible as it is. We'll all have to stand up and fight back in every way.
I think actually this is useful because I do think, like, just in a genuine sort of good faith way, that there's a lot of people, and I think I probably count myself among them, who think that that's where we are right now.
Well,
that the plan being deployed right now.
You may be right. I don't think so. We're there. I think
you think we're not there yet.
Well, I think we're getting there, and we have to be really vigilant. I just had a meeting today with the Judiciary Committee to decide how we're working through this as it goes further. It hasn't been up to the Supreme Court yet, which would be the classic if they disobey the Supreme Court. We're on our way there, God forbid, but I think we are, and we'll have to go at it and at it and at it. And that is different than anything else. Different than anything else. It's a quantum leap different because our democracy is then 248 years of American democracy. The Magna Carta is out the window, and we will all have to take extraordinary action.
You have a new book.
Yes.
And I would like to talk about it.
Good.
So I'm going to have take a quick break, Senator. We're going to talk about anti-Semitism in America, a warning, right after this quick break.
Great. Thank you.
I'm back with Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, who is the highest elected Jewish official in America and the author
ever, by the way,
of the brand new book, Anti.
God, he keeps saying ever. Oh, if only Bernard won the presidency. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what. I mean, we've already heard the spiel on this 3 times today, so I don't think we need to hear it again. Right? Old people in Nebraska are saying tax the rich against their Republican rep. Wait, was this the one where Mike Flood was like, my town hall was overtaken by the radical lefties? And then he posted a photo and like the average age there is 73. Is this that town hall? Because that was really funny. Like, not even a shred of irony. He didn't even realize what the fuck he was doing. He just posted a... Yeah, oh, here. This is amazing, yeah. Another great... Oh, this is Michael Baumgartner. Another great town hall at Whitworth University, even though I knew going in that 99% of the audience was from our far left and there would be frequent interruptions and chants. It was a really fun night. 99% far left. Look at these far leftists, dog. Do you see these radical far leftists in the fucking crowd, dude? I can't believe it. Look at all these card-carrying DSA members, dude. This dude was alive when communism was invented. What the fuck are you talking about? The only specter that's haunting this hall is literal ghosts who haven't turned into ghosts yet. They are on the verge of becoming a ghost tomorrow. Look at these, man. Look at these guys. Yeah, he saw the rise and fall of the USSR. I don't.
Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. So your proposal to solve this is to tax the rich.
Look at these radical far lefties. I love this. I love this. More radical far lefties at town halls. Amazing. All right. They're living off the spoils of when we tax the rich. Of course, they want to go back to it. I mean, I'm just happy that they actually see it. Like, they actually recognize it. That's a unique change of pace and a unique change of attitude. All right. That's all I got for today, folks. I'm tired. You know, I'm gonna call it here. Love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Hopefully, tomorrow will be drama free.
Sunny Los Angeles.
Some gaming tomorrow. Who knows? Love you all and see you. Bye bye.
Just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan.